besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Good morning, everyone. How are we? I hope you're all well. We are waiting. I got Dean in the back end here trying to figure out how to go live on Resistant to Silence. He's not live yet. We're also waiting for Erica. She'll be here momentarily, hopefully. But yeah, how are we, beautiful people? Keith, how are you, sir? Hope you're well. Deb, how are you, my darling? Sassy, hello, my darling. How are you? No, still not connected. We're having teething problems, people. We will fix it momentarily, but we'll get there. The day's going to be a crazy day. Yeah, so Aidan's in court at 9 with Karen, allegedly. He posted last night. Let me see what the post says. Aidan, let's go into Aidan here. Aidan posted last night and said, tomorrow's going to be interesting. Karen, Reid and I will be sitting together at the defendant's table in the main courtroom at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Doolin. Hank Brennan is interceding in my case for a Rule 17 motion for my phones. After that, the hearing will move into the small courtroom for motions hearing with Auntie Bev. So that means we probably won't see that, I don't think. We'll have to wait until the main courtroom is open, the small one is open. So, hello, Carol. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Not seen you for ages. Hope the holiday is well. Hope the cruise went well. Did I actually make it into live? I know it's been ages since we last saw you. I hope you and the family are well, my darling. Nice to see you. As always, Disney Queen. That's weird. I've not seen you for ages, it seems. Then Karen seemed to go over to the small. There you go. Yes. Guess Brendan is on some. Yes, he is. Good morning, Crystal. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. No worries at all. Take care of yourself, Crystal. Hope everything's well with you. Mads, hello, sir. Ahoy. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. Cousin Jill, hello, Cousin Jill. How are you? Happy birthday, Cousin Jill. Jill is having a birthday today. So, as always, we will sing to you and to Amy. So, Penblwydd hapus E.T. Penblwydd hapus E.T. Penblwydd hapus I Jill a Amy. Penblwydd hapus E.T. There you go. Happy birthday, my darling. Hope cousin Jill and cousin Amy have a great day today. I'm doing more circuit training now, Mad, than I am walking. Dana's back at the back end here now, trying to figure it out. Don't know why we can't connect it. I don't get it. But we'll figure it out. So yeah, I'm doing more circuit training now, Mads, than I am just walking, because I kept getting bad backs just by walking. I need to lose a couple of stone, I think. So, but it's going okay. Nearly lost half a stone, so it's going okay. I want to be in. Also good. Family comes first. Right, fuck yeah, here she is. Here she is. Quarter mid.
Fuck yeah, there she is.
Here she is. The one, the devil herself, Erica Walsh. Let's
am I
go.
on?
You are on. You're live. Yeah, hang on.
Hi, guys.
Hang on. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little loud out here, but I can hear you.
That's fine. So Erica Walsh is here, so.
So Dylan, listen, I'm gonna I'm here with everybody. Let me just see if I can reverse the camera. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Let me just make this bigger.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, so there's the camera. See here, why can't I reverse the camera?
Normally, yeah.
Is there an app for StreamYard? There has to be, right?
There is an app, yes.
All right, I'll download that in a minute. Upload recording. You're on the show. Here's the chat.
Good morning, Toots. Also, we need an input from you as well.
What is it?
We need an input from you, because what's going on today as well with Aiden?
I know, honestly, we're just as confused as everybody else. It's kind of crazy. Like, I think everybody's out here hoping for the, best, but obviously expecting the worst like we usually do.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they're going to try to do today. I don't know what they're expecting from us. I really don't. It's kind of like a real, like, kind of weird feeling, to be honest with you.
So,
like, very surreal,
I imagine, because you can go into the court, I think, but I don't think there'll be cameras there.
Honestly, everybody's asking since we got here. Obviously, there are reporters here and stuff like that. Nobody knows the definitive answer to that. I'm in line. I'm going to try to get in if we can. You know what I mean? You're going to be streaming anyway. So, but we'll figure it out. If we can be in there, dude, I'd love to be in there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. We'll go from there. All right. I'm going to just hold the camera like this. Everybody's here. Brendan and everybody. Dennis said hello. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that. Okay?
Yeah, happy days.
All right, here we go. All right, if you want to guys, we're going to gather and pray and do the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? I'm on live.
Harold!
What are we doing?
Prayer
Where's the flag? All right.
Dennis says flag.
What do I say? Yeah, Father?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, Father, you do.
All right.
Everyone knows the Father?
Yes.
I say a morning prayer. I
Yeah,
gotta take the place of Dina for the morning. I don't have a book with me, but we're going to say the Our Father.
All right.
Our Father.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
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 Free Karen Reed.
Yep. Free Karen Reed. You guys want to
Amen. Free Karen Reed.
Is that what you guys do? All right. Ready?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'm gonna go see if I can find my.
Wales is pretty cool too.
Yes. Well, I don't know. Am I allowed to do that then? Am I allowed to put my hand over my heart?
Of course you are. Why wouldn't you be?
I'm adopted.
If you're doing it, you're just, you're, I don't know, wishing us well, I guess, right? You're American.
Yes, I am. And also, the
There we go.
Swedies have sort of adopted me, so
It is
that's
Dylan,
fine.
yes.
Dylan!
Hello, my darling. How are you?
Good. I'm GFY, by the way.
Oh, GFY! Go fuck Cubs.
Don't you love that when they recognize the name? When you put a
Yeah,
face
so
to the
go
name,
F
it's
yourself.
awesome. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Nice,
Good for
nice to meet
you
you.
if you're my friend.
Yeah, it's good for her if you, it'd be good for you if you're her friend. That's what she's saying.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Hey,
Kurt,
no.
Hey
How
now,
we
good
doing,
morning.
fella? How are you?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Everyone, all the girls are always asking about you, Kurt.
Lime green Speedo is the color of the day.
Yeah, all the women love it.
want to say hi?
Morning,
Hey,
Dylan.
Scott. Morning, Scott. How are you, sir?
Good, good. How are you?
Happy days. Very well, thank you.
I wish I brought a speaker. All right. He said very well. Everybody's here. We have a good crowd. There's Timma coming across the street. Everyone's here. Kevin and Carol are here today. Kevin's got his
Morning,
crutch with
Kevin.
him. He's hailing up good. Yep, hobbling along. The minions here, Pat,
Minion Mike, Pat.
Keith. Everybody's here.
Hey, hey, let's go. I
We
love
got
it.
we got some beeps coming.
I love it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the shit I love. I love that shit. This is great.
yeah. Great little crowd out here, you know.
Yeah, the Warriors,
Yeah,
boots to the
exactly,
ground.
exactly. But yeah, so we don't know what's going on. Some people are saying like, are they just, like having the defense run around, like lunatics, just
Yeah,
you know what I mean, just to come in and like dismiss 1 and 3 or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
who knows? Who knows?
yeah. I got you. I know. But I don't know. It's just dirty tactics, isn't it? It's about Turtle Boy again.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I hate it. Hey, right. So Resistance Silence is live now as well. So we're live on Resistance Silence and the alternate corner.
Okay.
So Dana managed to fix it. So
Wait. So what do you mean? Like I wasn't live on our channel?
yeah. So but don't worry about it. We're
Oh,
practicing
okay.
stuff. We are. We're
Oh, okay.
practicing stuff.
It was
It's
Dana's
fine.
fault, right? Not my fault.
No, not yours
All right. So everyone
whatsoever.
blame Dana, not me, because he'll try to
Yeah.
blame me. Okay.
Oh
Okay. Cool.
no, it is totally Dana's fault. Nothing to do with you. You did everything you're supposed to do. So it's fine.
He had texted me this morning. He's like, "You're the best," and I said, "And don't I know that you know it?"
I think he's scared of you, I think it is, Erica.
He's the best. No, you guys are great. I love it.
So yeah. So as I said, we're trying to do this joint venture together.
Yeah, I
And
think it's great.
we just got some teething problems, that's all. But we'll soon fix it, So
Listen, we said it the other, like Aiden had said it the other night on the show, and if you're a longtime turtle rider, like you'll know, ever since the beginning, like it's always something, whether it's the mic, the computer, the
yeah,
backdrop, like and again, it's become, he said it the other, like it's become part of his bit, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it's you'll see like the chat blow up, like we can't hear you, like
yeah.
it's just funny. But listen, technical, it happens. We're out in the wild here. You can't expect everything to go smooth, seamless 100% of the time.
No, 100%, 100%.
I'll take
So
it.
we've got people in both chats as well. Nanny Dew is a good morning. Let's hope today's isn't as scary as yesterday. She says Lynn, Karen's in the house, Deb, everyone. The chat's going. Dana's in the
Awesome.
chat. Even Dana, you fucked it up, Dana, but we all forgive you. It's fine, Dana. We love you, Dana. So yeah, Lauren S is in the chat as well. Kim Marie, good morning, everyone.
Hi,
Awesome.
Lauren. We miss you. Lauren's a rider. Like Lauren's a big time boots on the ground too. She's dealing with some stuff at home right now, family things, so she's not able to be here. So we know that
Morning, Lauren. We miss
yes,
you.
we miss you. We love you.
Miss you, honey. Hope things are good.
There
See,
you go.
I told her we'd make sure we kept her up to date.
Oh, that's good. It's one big family though, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's like the biggest family I never asked for. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you're
Girlfriend.
stuck with them. We're
No,
all stuck
honestly,
together.
I'm very grateful for it. It makes me emotional sometimes because a lot of people don't come from family or don't have people that they can call and rely on. Like I talk to these women, I talk to people in this movement every single day since the day we started out here. Like every
Yeah,
single day without fail. Like whether it's a simple, meme on Facebook or a text or a group text or, just checking in to say hi or whatever it is. Like, and it's kind of hard to not start to like, you know, develop failings or like, you know what I mean? Like, or
yeah,
relationships, or it's hard to, when you stand outside with somebody for 8 hours a day, for 8 weeks, it's hard to not build some sort of connection,
Look, I know I don't have the same, but like every day I speak to Dana for my sins now. Do you know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
And you don't have to do it in person. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah,
even when we weren't here, we're still keeping in touch. That's what I mean. So it's really cool. Like, in general, like I talk to people on Facebook that almost all the time that don't even, that I've never even met. They haven't been able to make it out here, but you know what I mean? I still talk to them every day,
yeah,
It's
yeah,
cool. It's really cool. It I think a lot of people in this movement, we all come from different places, different backgrounds, different countries, different everything, different economical backgrounds, everybody. And I think that for people like that to come where and to do what we did last year and to like show the presence we showed, and for Mass State Police to not have to have one arrest, there wasn't one fight, there wasn't one, like there was nothing bad happened where, we should be deemed this horrible crowd that needs a buffer zone because we're these horrible protesters. They act like we're flipping cars and throwing like, stuff through Dedham Center. Like it's insane,
yeah. What do you think about like I've never been there. Obviously, I'm obviously coming out in May to meet you all.
Oh,
But
here he
what
is. Go ahead.
who's that?
Aiden's walking up.
Okay, ask him what's going on. Wish him luck from us. Wish him
I
luck
will.
from us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's not here yet. But what were we going to say? What did you say? What were we going to say? What's the,
What do you think about the motion that Brendan put in about police troopers being aggressive with arresting people and stuff?
I can't wait to make every single one of them that think they can treat us like that famous.
Yeah,
I welcome it.
disgusting, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely disgusting. Channel 5, no!
Dana's
Sorry.
here.
I,
Dana
I,
says he's
I
running
saw
late.
it.
Make sure. we got yeah. So we got Toots is back in the house. We got Tracy V in the house. We got Kate Dan. Hello, my darling. How Dylan? Obsessed with you,
Sorry,
my
guys.
darling.
Oh, it's on me. I'm so sorry.
Look forward to meet you, Kate. Sassy bartender. Look at all these people. Wonderful. Wicked. Psyched. Hello. Did Erica mention duck boats to you months ago? I believe. Yes, we need to get some duck boats arranged in May with
Yes,
Erica.
yes, yes. No,
Uh,
we have a really good friend that has really good duck boat connections. I'm not gonna drop her spot, but yeah, she has.
that's fine. We'll sort it
Her
off.
dad's been working with them forever, so she said we'll look into it. But regardless, like I live in the city, so we'll be able to do a lot of fun things. I can't
Yeah,
wait.
we will do.
Everybody's like so excited. I think everybody just wants to like. You've been a big part of this too, and we appreciate it. Like that's the whole point too. Like it's gone international because of people like you, because of independent people that have picked it up and decided to take their time and talk about this. You know what I'm saying? And a
Yeah,
lot of people don't realize that. Like, that was another thing. Sorry, that was another thing too. Is like that I always wanted to make known was we're out here because we're outraged. Like people driving by, it has to like click with them and wow, they're out here all the time or they're out here every day. And, we got the people that get a job, this, that, the other thing, as if we're just a bunch of, losers that sit around and do nothing all day. But again, they know the truth. They just have to, they have to try to make us out to be the bad guys no matter what they, whatever they can do. But
yeah.
I want people to see that we're outraged enough to stand out here in the rain, the snow, the sleet, the hail, 90 degrees, that has to make people think, why would they do all this?
No, I agree. I agree. Thank you to Carol for gifting memberships. Christine, thank you for that, my darling. Betty Devine says, good morning, Erica. Kate
Hello.
Ann says, can't wait to meet you while we're speeding with you. We'll get our,
Yeah.
hey, our boobs will be out. I got the man boobs out. I'll have my man boobs out. Kurt will as well, and Dana and Dennis. And we'll be the speedos. I'll have to
Yep.
stick the sock down there, but
Yep.
because I think we're all growers, not showers, So
Yeah.
yeah, we'll wear a speedo. Don't worry.
Gross,
Uh,
that show was my favorite. Oh,
can
it's
we snuggle
great.
that? Of course we can snuggle. I love a snuggle. Hugs and snuggles.
Love it.
Colleen, hello to you. Good morning. Jill D Wrinkles. Hi, Erica, my beautiful friend. Homesick today. So Jill D Wrinkles is home today.
I
But
hope you feel better, Jill.
Glenn says, Dylan, great to see you, mate. How and where is Sean? Sean's not covering the case. He's got other stuff on, but he's well, I believe, Glenn. Hope you're well as well, my friend. What we got here?
Live.
Hello, C Star
Alternate corner
Hope.
and resistance is silent. So he said hello. Everyone said hi. They said good luck.
Good luck. Hey, Dylan, let's smash it today, yeah?
Let's smash it.
Oh, thank you, sir. He's welcome from you.
Yeah. He'll be here in May to see us. So here
Can't
comes
wait.
Tom and other people. Everybody's walking up. Sorry, literally, there's a street cleaner going by. Of course. You think they're gonna let
Eric
us in?
will do
I don't think
that.
so. I don't think so. Yeah.
I'm going in with Derek.
Yeah, of course. Great.
I have a feeling they're just not because it's gonna because hers is gonna move to the small courtroom after upstairs.
Okay.
They're probably not gonna let them in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that would make sense,
You
right?
think
Yeah.
that?
So they're gonna do them together. Yeah, no, I know that. No, I figured I just don't think they will because it's them. But he said last night they're both gonna be in there at the same time.
Yeah.
That's wild. This is wild. This is wild. Let's pray that we get some something good comes out of all this, you know?
Yeah.
Because this
Um,
is crazy.
so there's some people in chat. Well, I mean, we don't really know, but Lady Di is asking what's going on at 9 o'clock. Well, Aidan and Karen are going to be in court at 9 o'clock allegedly. So
So
don't
there was
really
a
know.
motion filed. I honestly don't understand it all, but there was a motion filed. Um, Something about I think they're trying to get the phones, whether it's Aiden's and hers or both. I don't know. But I don't know. Everyone out here has a lot of questions. We're trying to, you know.
Yeah. Dina's in the house.
Hey, mama.
Uh, Tits and clams, absolutely. Oh, here she is, our lovely Tracy Murray. Hello, my darling.
Tracy.
Good luck,
My
Aidan.
girl. Yeah, they're going for Aiden's phone. That's what I thought.
Oh, there you go. Um,
But like you said, is it like just, you know, are they just having them run around like knuckleheads for nothing, you know?
yeah, so at the minute, what we know is 9 o'clock, Aidan and Karen are going to be in the big court. I don't think there'll be cameras there, but Erica might be in there. And then after that's finished, Karen's hearing will begin then. So
Yeah.
it should be quite short, that Aidan's hearing with Karen. It should be very short, I
Yes.
imagine.
Yeah,
So,
probably. Good morning. How are you, baby? I
hey,
don't
Jake.
know. I don't know. That's what everyone's asking. We'll see. We'll see. There's a good little crowd here, though. We got like 2, 4, 3, 10, 12, 25. Yeah, Dylan. So Dylan and then Resistance to Silence. Tim's here with Nathan.
Hey, Tim. Hi, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. Love Nathan.
He's like,
Hey,
no thanks.
do you know what? Do you know what Dina did to me?
Yeah. What'd you
Do,
say?
do you know what Dina did 2 days ago? Right, she said to me, "Oh, I'm just gonna get you I'm just gonna get Nathan on stream." So I was expecting to see Nathan the dog, but
Yeah.
she brought up Nathan Reed. I was like, I was expecting to go like
He
that,
said,
like
you know what Dina did to me? She said she was gonna get Nathan on, and I was so excited. I thought it was gonna be Nathan the dog, and she popped up with Nathan Reed.
Dina.
Hello.
Street
Hello,
there,
everybody.
Nathan.
Yeah. He's like, you don't have treats. I don't care.
No, exactly. Thank you,
He's a
Street
good boy.
Squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Exactly. Exactly. I like how he's a hound. He has the hound face. You know.
and
Uh,
how about that is also about Proctor yesterday. What was the feeling about Proctor being fired? What's the word
oh,
on the
I
street,
know.
Erica?
Honestly, I just feel like it's been a long time coming. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good. No, it's all right. I'm on with Dylan and Resistance. Say hi.
Good
I'm doing
morning.
Tina's job today. Hopefully, I'm doing her justice. I know you're doing Tina's job today. Yep.
Cheers.
Enough is enough. That's Cheryl.
Kurt made this sign.
Yep. Stop the circus.
But see
Love
this
it.
sign?
That's
This
the.
sign
Enough
he
is
made
enough.
every single
Yep.
episode of.
That's the original. That's the OG.
Let's go.
I love
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah, honestly, like he's been on. I guess it was just like it's one of those things where it's been like a long time, you know, coming. He's been on suspension. He hasn't been working. People thought he got fired, I think, months ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no one really knew what was up because we haven't heard anything. You know, it hasn't been updated. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I will not say. I will say I don't think it's any coincidence that it happened. What the day or the day after there was an airing of a national televised documentary
Yeah.
where he was on the stand and he looked really bad and very embarrassing. So you don't
Yeah.
think that everyone that watched that documentary had something or some slight thing to say or think about the Mass State Police Department? Because of course they did. Of course they did. You know. So I think that's what. I think that's what. I think that's what they were worried about more. So I mean, they can say whatever they want. They can put whatever reason they want. But I don't know. You can't tell me that wasn't a coincidence, you know? I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, the timing is very, very, and also the defense now want the trial to be pushed to the 28th of April, is it?
Right,
Yeah, 20.
right, right. And she's been so adamant about it starting right in the morning, right? You know?
Yeah, good point,
I mean,
Erica.
in the
Jill
morning,
says.
sorry, right in April 1st, rather. Sorry, as quick as she can get it. It seems like she did this last time, though. It was always about, come on, let's go, let's get it started, let's do this, let's do that. And it's nothing but, Oh, I think I got Kelly coming up. Maybe I could say hi to her real quick.
Kelly Reid, there you go.
Yeah, she's a hot shit. She's one of my faves.
I know Kelly's lovely. I'm not
Love her
spoken to her in
dearly.
ages.
Hi. Hi, Miss America. Wanted to say hi to you. How are you? Which one? Me. Oh, I posted it. I'll send it to you. I have Dylan in Resistance.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
What's up, babe?
You well? You look
I'm good,
great.
yeah. I'm
You look
tired
great.
today.
Tired.
Thank you.
She's a hot shit.
I
We like
can't see
Kelly.
you, but
Right here. He's up in the corner.
Mwah.
Yes.
I caught it. I caught
okay,
it.
we're around.
Yep.
Thank you, darling.
We'll keep her. It breaks my heart, these people, you know what I'm saying? Like and her family, they come from, they drive like an hour and a half to get here too. Like, it's just insane. And again, I think they've tried to tire us out or tire the family out. Or, obviously, that's obviously what they're doing. You know what I mean? Draining
Yeah.
Karen's resources, draining, her mentally and emotionally. And I think at first, I really do think that they thought she was just going to take it and, and be done. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
really do. I think they thought she was just going to take it and plead out and be done with it, you know?
Think about it, right? If she'd have pled or whatever, we would never found out about Triple Proctor and all these text
Right,
messages
right.
and
Absolutely. It opened up. Absolutely. I totally agree. I said it before, like it opened up Pandora's box of like the Norfolk County DA's office because, and again, like people knew about Sandra Birchmore, but there wasn't a light shed on it until this happened. You know what I mean? Nobody would
yeah,
really know about Sandra Birchmore's case either. It's
no.
crazy. And then that's just, how many other, cases they've done this with,
Well, it's open, yeah, as you say, it's open Pandora's box, isn't it? So every case. Also, what's frustrating is that all the cases of people that are genuinely guilty and in prison for the right reasons, they will use this as an excuse now to try and get out.
Right,
That's the problem.
right.
So it's awful.
Yeah, it is. Terrible.
Um,
But
Dina, I've sent you a link, Dina, by the way. So just in case, Dina said she might pop on as well.
oh,
So
awesome. Good. Good. She can pop in from work. Good.
she about 9 o'clock. She said I'll pop in.
Oh,
No worries.
yay. Awesome.
So yeah, R.I.P. to Sandra and
Baby
Sandra's baby.
Birchmore. Yep.
I wanted to win if Phil and Janet.
All right. Well,
Let me put a
there's more
poll
of a
up.
crowd. Would you
I'm gonna
say
put
let
a,
who?
I'm gonna put a poll up to see what people think.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I just have to touch this.
No worries. So do you think the trial will? Oh fuck! I can't spell. When do you think the trial will commence? So when do you think Judge Bev wants the trial to
Hi, I'm
start?
back. Sorry.
No worries, it's fine. April 1st or April 28th. We'll have to see what the people think. I'm sorry, people, the poll is only on the alternate corner side, but you can put in chat whatever you think it is, the 1st or the 28th. So, only the DA's office get to put their narratives out to the press. Yes, by the looks of it, yes. Cousin Gary Titus, Gary Titus, the mayor of Canton. Here he is.
Gary Titus. What's up, Gary?
Cousin Gary, how are you,
Cousin
fella?
Gary. Cousin
Love it.
Gary.
He's done well though, isn't he? He's been recovering from a knee operation,
Yeah,
knee
he had a knee
replacement.
replacement. I had a knee replacement about 10 years ago. 11 now, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
fair play.
sucks, but it's worth it. You feel better after, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Um.
We got one of the court officers talking to Aiden. It looks like he's kind of like, look at Kevin talking to Aiden. I think he's telling him if we can get in or not. I'm about to go ask. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Mute us if you need to mute us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So press the like, press the like, press.
Aiden! Oh, I'm going to see if we can get in this fucking bitch.
Yes, fine. Whilst you're doing that.
Can we swear? Or no? Sorry, I might have
Yes,
let it
yes,
slip.
you can swear. Yes, you can swear. There's no ads or anything here, so.
Excuse me.
Let me play some music whilst she's muted us. So. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hello, Fairy. Hello, Emma. How are you, my darling? You're still muted, Erica, if you were. And having rude 2 years later. Oof.
All right, cool. I'm back. Sorry.
Oops. Swear away. Yeah.
I
Any
swear
updates?
away.
Any updates? Are you logged in?
No, so they said they're doing both hearings in the small courtroom. There
Oh.
may be seating, but they're not sure yet. They're gonna see if they can get seating. If not, but they're gonna do both, and they're gonna do the first one with the both of them, and that let Aiden go to the after that, let him go to the media, and then clear everybody out, and then do hers.
In the small courtroom, though.
Exactly. So there's about 20 seats, but that goes to whoever,
So it
so we'll
might be
see.
live on camera then. It might be live on camera.
There they are. Yeah, back up, guys. The Reeds are here. Mr. and Mrs.
Reader.
Reed.
Hey, Huck.
Hi. Good morning.
You got that on film?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Hi.
Sorry. Sorry, Kat, I don't want to knock you over. Hi, honey. Your way.
Hey, Jen. Oh, hi, good to see you.
Mr. and Mrs. Reed just got here. Hi, guys. We'll see you up there.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Hi, will you?
We're with you. We're with you.
Got the media.
Come over here and I got your pet.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Yeah. Is that Mama?
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
I want to see that.
Good to see you. We can go at it. Hank, is he here? Did he already come in? I didn't even see him. I must have missed him. Bye, guys.
Something to do with their phones. Trying to get Aiden's phones, they are, Ashley. We'll find out a little bit more later.
Yeah, it's about Aiden's phone.
So they might show her on
Hi,
camera
honey. How
then.
are you? Good morning.
They might, because it's a small courtroom, people, they might show her on camera because
Yes, yeah. Hopefully there is a pool camera.
there is a
Hopefully.
pool, camera in there. It's just
All right.
whether they will
Yep.
record it.
All right.
So.
Daycare is opening.
Yep. Oh, here comes the skin wearer.
Come on, Karen gets that, but that's no.
Skin suit. That's Tara Kerrigan. She's like the type of ex that would wear like the new girl skin suit. Like she'd cut
Oh.
their skin off and wear it just to be close to the new one, you know? Fucking weirdo.
Just say as it is.
Huh?
Say it as it is. As we
Oh
all
yeah, no,
love
I
it.
can't stand her. You can always tell it's in the eyes. It's in the eyes. She's crazy.
Apparently there's a video up by Flip Ahead shows the lives with Proctor and sister. I haven't not seen it, if I'm being honest. Morning,
What did you?
Nervous. I'm getting nervous.
I'll put the chats up. You can see the chats.
Oh, okay. So, I get what you're saying. Okay.
So, Fairy, hello.
All right.
The
They're
decades
waiting
old
for Karen to get
ex-girlfriend.
here. She should be here soon.
Oh yeah. Pin message there.
Oh, here's Beanick. Hey, Timma. Yeah, yeah. Well, you got to be in line. So I think right
Hi,
along.
Denise.
Yeah. But people still have their signs out and stuff. People will move, but it's not guaranteed. Just so you know.
What'd you say? How many people?
They said 20, but that's not even a guarantee because that's after like everybody else. Yeah.
Hey,
What's up? How are you? Good, thank you. I can't. Mm. Yep, we're just waiting. Just a waiting game now.
Appreciate it.
Excuse me one second.
no worries.
When I say
Denise, you're in resistance to silence. That's why there's no membership.
right here because I know people are trying. Thank you.
You're on the other
Hi,
stream.
Mama.
That's
Hi.
why.
Have fun.
If you go to the alternate
It's
corner, you'll have a
Mr.
membership.
Bradle's here.
Hey.
Morning, Bradle. So that's why, Denise, you're in the other chat. If you come to the alternate corner chat,
Morning. Good
you'll
luck
see
in
the
there. We
membership.
love you.
We'll get him.
Yeah, I wonder if they're Have you been able to look and see if they're streaming it anywhere, Dylan?
Yeah, so I got the streams open, but it's like
Okay.
it's not.
Usually the
This
young jerks like knows. I wonder if Tim from Canton Cable's in there. But I don't know who has the pool camera.
it's Court TV has it, so
Oh,
it'll be played.
what did you say? I'm sorry.
Court TV has the pool camera,
Oh, Court
so
TV has the pool camera. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Well, at least there's
In the
one. That's
small
good to know.
in the small courtroom, yes, they're the
How
ones.
did I get so?
Morning,
You're the best. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Diane Gallagher. Hello, Diane Gallagher's having FOMO not being there this morning. I think you're a Karen needed
Diane,
more of you.
hi Diane. We miss you. Hopefully, we get some good news today. I'm not gonna take it. No, I'm not gonna take it.
There you go. Good job behind it.
26
The-
cards.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, there's a few people here. Chappie, Colleen.
Good morning. Hi, Mama. Good. How are you? Watch out. Yep, here's this guy. Miserable balls. They're all so fucking happy. Get another job. Jesus Christ.
If the pool camera shows the Karen and Aidan one, then we'll show it, people. So don't worry.
What did you say, though? What?
If it's been shown, we'll see it. It'll be on stream. The Aidan stuff,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
we
I
just
hope
don't
I
know
hope
yet.
they show it. I'm just
Yeah.
showing everybody the crowd so they can see who's out here. And then we got the happy fucking police here. Ugh.
Christina says, "Hey, fellow warriors, wish I could be there with you. Love you, Erica."
Love you guys. Hi, Christina. Thank you.
Good morning,
We got a pretty
everybody.
good
Good morning,
crowd, you know. It's good.
Kiki. Yes, it
Weather's
looks
not
great.
bad, thank God.
It looks good. Hey, stranger, Lisa Reed. Hello, stranger. Hello, darling. Yeah, it looks like a good crowd.
Yeah,
Looks like
yeah,
a good
there is.
crowd.
I'd say about 30 of us out here is a good amount of people.
So, hang on. I've got to get a couple streams up now, waiting for Karen's hearing to see if.
Nathan. Nathan Reed's here. See you later, babe.
Right, let me get this.
I know you didn't do anything. Yeah.
No,
Live.
you ain't gonna take it. I love how it says you're on the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. We got a guest, Erica. Hang on.
Here we go.
Here she is.
Yeah, there she is.
I'm in the closet at work just to say hi to
All
everybody.
right, hold on.
Hey, come out the
Guys,
closet.
say hi to Dina. She's in the closet at work saying hi to us.
In the closet.
Say hi to Dina.
There
See, there you go, Dina.
you go. I'm in the closet.
We
Hold
love
on,
you.
I'm coming out of the
No,
closet.
she's
I'm in
coming
the
out. Yeah,
closet.
he's being
About
fun.
time. It's about time.
I know it's about time, huh? I can't stay on long, but if if I can't be there, the best one to be there is Erica.
Yeah.
Thank
She's
you. I
great, isn't
appreciate you
she?
guys. You're the best.
You are the best.
I said I hope I do you some justice. Jesus.
You, hey, you more than that. We're equal, my friend.
I know. Do the best we can, right? Do the best we
We do
can
the
with what
best
we
that we
have.
can. That's all that matters.
Yep,
But
absolutely.
I just wanted to say hi to everyone and keep the faith. I am so thrilled Proctor's gone.
I
We all
know.
fought so hard for that for a long
Yep.
time.
I I know, unreal, right?
I know it should have happened a long time
It
ago,
should have
but
happened a long time ago. It should have. I said that to
yeah,
Dylan earlier. Like, I feel like we were kind of, it was just like a waiting game. Like, I feel like we all knew he was like kind of like on leave or whatever, not, whatever. Like, but it was just like I felt like he was already fired. You know what I mean? It was just like
right.
they wouldn't make it. They didn't want to announce it almost. Like, they didn't have him working because he's a liability. But now that this, national show is, here comes Paul.
Hold on, I have to go. I got to get back to work. Love
Bye,
you
Dina.
guys.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you. Love you.
Timma. Put the donuts in the basket. Crazy. You all right, D? What you
Yes.
cut out or?
No, no. I thought you were saying. So Brenda Sweeney had Dina's glasses on the select board on Tuesday evening. Yes, that
Yes,
was
yes,
funny.
yes. Actually, another supporter made, I think, a T-shirt with a pair of the blue glasses on it, and it's
Yeah,
available on Etsy now.
awesome. Yeah, and everything goes to Karen Reed's defense fund, I believe.
Yes, absolutely.
So there you go. I can't wait to wear those glasses or try them on.
Would you say you
Um,
can't what?
I can't wait to wear those glasses, those
Oh, I
teal
know, I know.
glasses.
So I tried them on, and literally they're so blurry. I kind of was like, oh.
Yeah, you can't just take photos and that's it.
Yeah, I have 20/20 vision, so it knocked me on my ass. It's
I love it. I love it. It's
like
good
being
though.
drunk.
It's good though.
Yep.
So still no Karen yet, but
Nothing. Nope. She's. I think she should be here soon. It looks like they're all up at the corner setting up for her.
fine. So Aiden's in. I'm just waiting
Yep.
for Karen to arrive now, and then
Yep.
we'll see if the
Aiden's in. Her
streams.
parents are in.
Nanny Do says take the lenses out. Yes, that's a good idea. Just take the lenses out.
Hold on 1 second. All right. There's
Dana says
that.
you're both amazing. We thank you so much. That's Dina and you,
I
Erica.
love you, Dina. Oh, Dana said that. Oh, thanks, Dana. Thought
Yeah,
it was Dina.
I think it's Tracy who wrote it. Probably that's just too nice for Dana to say.
Yeah, he doesn't really. I don't know. We'll see. It's probably Tracy under his name or something.
Hey Gary, how are you, fella? Nice to see you. No, it's a good crowd. Always a good crowd down there. Everyone's always well behaved. What are you drinking?
Red Bull. Let's see.
Red Bull.
It's Karuba elderflower. It's really good. My favorite is the Juneberry though. It's blue.
Never
But
seen that.
I figured I'd twist it up a little today. You know?
We've got Lisa Gomez here saying, Erica, we will miss you today.
Oh, hi, Lise.
There you
I
go.
know. Where's Christina Rex? Yep, there she is. Hey, the hack's here. Christina Rex. Christina. She
She's
said
all
something.
yeah.
She said something last night. I wanted to say it to her. What was it about? Oh. No. The hair on the. I mean, did the hair did it melt to the car? And then when they brought it back to the Sally Port, the ice melted. I don't know. I haven't done any science
I
experiments.
drove from North Providence. I saw out my window.
Yeah.
And there was damp outside, and it was here when I got here.
Yeah.
I think it was John's.
But a single hair. I mean, they dated. They dated. His DNA would be all over it. You know.
Hey, how old is how tall is Timmer?
Tim, how tall are you? 6'3".
Oh, he looks taller. He looks
How tall
taller.
are you? 6'3", 6'4". We got another 6'3", 6'4". We got some big men. What did she say to you?
She said, "That's big."
That's big. That's what she said? That's big. That's what you should have said. That's what she said. Yeah. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, I just don't like her. I don't like her. She's a half. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How much How much media presence is there from mainstream media?
They're all here. They're waiting in line to get in. We got like Ted
Okay.
Daniel from 25. We got that Beanick asshole that interviewed
Yeah, I know.
Courtney Proctor and Lizzie.
Yeah.
But a couple of them are they're here, you know. Again, they're here, but it's not like they're useless, you know. It's not like they're, you know, they're
Yeah.
reporting what this like. It's like you can't. All right, hold on. Karen's coming. I'm gonna go over there. Hold on.
Okay. Everyone loves you, Tracy Murray. Don't you worry. This is so great. Love our team. There you go, Tracy. You can be proud. Erica's doing a great job.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this
No
here.
worries. It's fine.
Put this here. That's mine.
HH,
If I need to get
Erica.
in, if I need to get in, I'm trying to see if I, because I want to run out there to Dennis' friend. I'm gonna see if I can maybe give my backpack to somebody that's staying. Pressure. Wait, I
Under
can put my backpack
pressure.
out, right?
Da, 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 da.
Good song.
It is. I love that song.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna walk out. All
All right,
right, yeah, she's coming. All right, I'll be right.
let's
I'm
see
gonna walk out.
Karen
Excuse
walk
me,
in, and
guys.
then people.
I'm gonna try. They're doing the both of them at the same time. Then they're gonna let Aiden go into the media box, and then they're gonna do her hearing.
Hey Trisha. Hey Dina. Good morning, Trisha.
All right, maybe I'll walk with them. We can record the walk in together.
That's fine. You do as you do.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to stop you, so you're fine.
No, I'm good. There they all are. Morning. Morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm okay. How are you? Good morning. How you doing? I'm all right. You know, same old. Living the dream. Cold and wet? Yeah, yeah. It's all right. We've dealt with worse out here. We're good. Good morning. How are you? Good. Good. How are you? Of course. We're not going anywhere, Mama. Say hi, Henry. Good morning, Henry. There you go. Good morning. Cute. How are you? Are you going in or? Oh, all right. Okay. It's funny. I was just thinking of it the other day, and I fucking wish I text you. I'll text you. Nathan, you big. Pretty cool view. Nope. That's Alessi.
Legend. Leslie, legend.
There they go.
And I got it, thanks. It's my morning yet.
We're just waiting to see if we can get in.
Media's all set. Go ahead, yep.
So Erica's trying to get in to see if there's any. I was just telling you, everyone, that you're going to try and see if you can get in, Erica.
Yeah, and then what I was thinking is, are you gonna go? You're gonna try to do the hearing, right?
I want to be able to tell her.
Okay. I'm just waiting to see if they're even gonna let us in. I don't even know if that's possible, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Oh, here comes Lally.
Kate says, please squeeze Carol for me, she says.
You see him?
No.
Tintin. Lily. That's Lily.
Hey, salad.
Pencil boy.
Hey, I only did that once, man. You can count it once.
Everybody loves Lally. I don't know.
There you go. So that's everyone arrived now in court, haven't they?
Hold on.
Have you seen Brendan?
It's not. I've had inverted video.
Ugh, what a sin.
Have you seen Brennan at all? Then have you seen
I think
Brennan?
he snuck in earlier. Yeah, he's a little weasel. He likes to, I feel like he'll wait till like something's going on and we're all looking the other way. He like slinks up the side. It's
Yeah,
funny.
I know.
It's
I
funny.
know. Um,
I gotta let me grab my backpack and my thing just in case they let us in. Excuse me. Sorry.
Hi, H. Um, I'm still waiting to see if I can find another stream, people. Don't worry. If there's a live stream, we'll be going live, so don't you worry.
Exactly. But we'll see. I'm gonna try to. Sorry. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Sorry. I'm gonna, if we can. If are you gonna? All right. Can you throw these away from me? All right. You don't have to hold them right now, but I'm just saying. I just wanna. I don't know if they'll let us in. I have my backpack. I have my backpack, but I just like I can just put it through, right? You think they'll let me just hi? Right? All right. I'm trying to stand in my spot because last time there was like a war over people standing in line. I'm like over it. I
Yeah, no,
really
I
don't
can
give a
imagine.
shit.
Just push yourself in there. I think you'll
No,
be
you know
fine.
what? I said it the last time. I'm like, I've never once cut the line. Last time I did. That was the first time I think in 2 years.
That's good.
Oh God. Salt to the earth. Salt to the earth.
There you go, Christine.
John
Hey,
Jackson.
Forrest Dump.
This is one of John's supposed friends.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I thought he was banned from trial one,
He's the one that kept saying salt of the earth, salt of the earth.
but wasn't he? Wasn't he banned for assaulting Karen?
No, that was Carl Dugal.
Ah, fine.
Carl
Sorry.
Dugal, Carl Dugal took it upon himself to like shoulder Karen in the hallway. And what we heard when we were out front, like, waiting on, like, listening to the hearing and the trial and stuff, we overheard that Karen wasn't even the one that complained about it. Karen, she like didn't even say anything. One of the court officers oversaw it and like saw it and then like went and they looked at the footage and they realized that he like intentionally bumped into her. Yeah, it was crazy. Very
So,
crazy.
yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah,
Is Dennis Sweeney trying to get in?
I think so.
I'm trying to
Hey,
get in,
Den.
but I'm not too well received here, so I'll probably get in the back of the line.
He's the best.
He's the best, isn't he?
My favorite. Who's this? I'm gonna try to.
Is Peter Murphy there?
Peter Murphy is here.
What's right?
Where is he? Oh, Dylan.
Hey,
Hi.
Dylan.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Can't wait to see you soon.
And you, sir. Can't wait to shake your hand.
All right, my friend. You stay
Th-
well.
And you as well. Thank you, Peter.
All right. Good talking to you.
Take care.
Is anybody streaming inside?
Huh? So that's what he was looking for. It. We don't know who's the jury pool. I mean, who's the pool thing? The camera pool.
Yeah, Standout Friday, 21st of
Yeah,
March,
I'll catch up with you.
Norfolk
I'll text
DA's
you in a little
office,
bit though.
room 4.
Are you recording us?
Dana, I got my resisted silence top on as well.
I just forgot to shut it out. You don't get in, I'll be in my car. Absolutely. I'll be right back there.
So just a reminder of that, Eric, I was just saying to everyone that there's a standout on the 21st tomorrow, 2 to 4, Norfolk District's office, DA's office.
Oh, at the DA's office? Yep.
Yeah,
Tomorrow, 2 to
2
4.
to
Yep.
4. There you go.
Trisha. Oh,
Yeah.
hi, Trisha. So that's tomorrow. What's today? Thursday, right?
Why is none of this stuff being
Thursday
posted?
today, yes.
Someone just
Uh,
announced it. That's the only reason I know about it.
I can't wait to be front and centre at the standout, Erin.
I know.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
don't follow that case.
Finally,
You
also
know,
call
that's
it
it,
resisted
Trisha.
silence.
That's all I can do is spread the love. I got no time for negativity. Absolutely none. Absolutely.
Yeah. Cheryl and S says, Erica, Dina, I have to work till 12:30. I'll see you after.
All right, Cheryl. Cheryl's my little peanut friend. Cheryl didn't. Cheryl, I'm gonna tell a story, okay? But don't be embarrassed because it's fantastic. Cheryl told me about how she got a new car and she couldn't figure out. She said it's crazy. Like it's not a big car. It wasn't like an SUV. I drive this big ass pickup truck, right? So she's like, it's not a big car. It's just a sedan. She goes, but I can't figure out the seat, right? Like the seat is so low. So I was like, did you try like the side? And she's like, no, like there's nothing there. Like I tried. So she got like this real, like a pillow, whatever. So I go, I said, after we're done here, like we were outside of the court, I go, after we're done here, let me come and I'll look at your car for you. So I
Yeah.
ended up helping her pull the seat up and she's like, oh my God, I had no idea. It was really funny. But the funny thing is the only reason I knew about this is because I had a rental that had like the same mechanisms. I would have never known either. You know what I mean? But I had to figure it out. But it was just
Yeah.
really funny. It was like one of those things like you're like mind blown. You know what I mean? Like, how didn't I do that? It was funny. She's a hot shit. I like Cheryl a lot.
That's
See, a lot
fine.
of silly things like that happen out here. So that's kind of why it's like hard to not, build relationships with people and have like little inside jokes and stuff like that,
Yeah. Apparently, Melly Little just said that the 9 o'clock court will not be on Zoom.
So
There's
it's
no
not on
access to it.
Zoom. So yeah, but just because it's not on Zoom doesn't mean that it's not being aired by a jury. Like I mean,
Yeah.
why do I keep saying that? I keep saying jury pool. It's called the pool camera. That's what I meant.
Yeah, it might be. Well, I
Yeah.
got them open, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Morning Frosty, another Canton legend here, Eric. We all love you, Eric. How are you, Eric? Nice to see you. National Standout on March 30th as well.
Yeah. March 31st, right?
No, 30th.
Oh, was the 30th?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah, 30th Sunday. Makes sense. So
Sean's not covering the Crown Retail. He's got other stuff he's covering at the minute. But yeah, Saltfield PD, he's well though, so it's all good. I have the same problem seeing over the dash of the vehicle, the seats low.
Hmm? Oh, the same problem. Yeah.
There you go.
Why, you guys don't
Hey,
like lowriders? Those used to be friend.
hi Paul. Paul and Cynthia Lynch. Hello, Paul. How are you, sir?
What's up,
Send a
Linky?
love to Cynthia. Right. All right. So court is open.
We're waiting. We have 2 minutes. We'll see.
So let me just do this. Let me put this up.
Try the young jerks.
No, the thing's up. It is up. It's just whether
Oh,
they
okay,
will
beautiful. Okay,
stream it or
perfect.
not. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Okay. I don't know why they got to be difficult.
I don't know.
It's always
They
something.
can shut it off. Let me find something else. Another stream here, people. Bear with me.
Streaming live. We're still live. We're just showing the crowd and everything.
There you go.
So we have the fan up, so they are streaming it on like Law and Crime or whatever, but nothing's going on.
I got it up anyway, so that we are ready to pounce if it does come on.
Sweet. Awesome.
I know that people don't like the fan, so I will cover the fan.
Yeah. I highly doubt they're letting us in.
I don't think you'd be allowed in now.
Didn't you say quarter past originally?
Oh, did he? Quarter past? Did you? Dylan colored the fan.
People don't like it. They get ill.
What'd you say?
People get ill with the fan, so
Yeah, I get it. Watching it spin.
there you go.
So funny.
Morning, Patty. Hello, my darling. How are you? 3 standouts in Warwick, Rhode Island.
Nice. That's great.
See Sassy Fatty's comment.
All right. Hold on one second.
No worries. I saw a comment about no Zoom.
Okay.
The number's going to be 15.
All right.
Ladies first.
All right. All right, Dill. So I'm gonna go in. All right.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
luck.
Can I connect with you after?
If there's no at the break, definitely.
Yes. All right. All right. So I'll click this on the break, right?
Yeah, just come back in when there's a break, because when Karen's on, we just stream it. Then at the break, come
Sounds
on.
good. All right.
All right, babe.
All right. I'll see you soon. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
So is Erica. So there you go, everybody. If it Boston 25 and Court TV, yeah, I mean it should be on Law and Crime as well, I imagine. So we got Law and Crime up, so I'll get Court TV up as well and all them. It's all the same pooled camera, so they don't have their own Court TV yet, no. So yeah, you should see Jen's picture, I know. Boston 25, I've not got Boston 25 up already, so. But if it's shown on one channel, people will be shown on all the channels. So don't worry about that. It's a, yeah, if it's shown on one, it shows on all. So we don't have to worry. It's just whether they will show it or not. That's the only question. I don't like some of this stuff. Let's cover it. I saw your comment. I don't like the titles either. So let's cover them. Bad Boys Up. Thank you, Patty. I try my best. Maybe for second code, not I don't know. I got 3 sugar. Yeah, they're definitely showing the other one. No one knows yet. So no one knows. Not even Eden didn't know if they were going to show it. So so don't worry what any of us streamers tell you. No one actually knows because we've only just been informed now that 15 people are allowed into court. So so we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens with it all. But anyway, we're still here. There's no rush. We'll cover it as we can. Eric will be back on the break as well, and then there'll be a lunch break. Hopefully, Dina and everyone will be back later on as well. So we'll have a lunch break if we do have a lunch break. There'll be other people that can jump in and speak to us. Right. So as a reminder as well, for those of you that maybe for the first time, oh, thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer, you were my favorite to watch with the last trial. So glad I came across your stream this morning. Subscribing now and like the thing. Thank you, Jennifer. Please like both streams. Where there's 2 streams, Resisted Silence and the Alternate Corner. Please like both streams. We both would appreciate that. So yeah, you can type the chat in on both, and I see both. So at the minute, Jennifer, you're in Resisted to Silence. So yeah, please subscribe. Thank you, my darling. But yeah, please make sure you subscribe to both of us. We're trying to work together on these things. As a reminder as well, obviously, we will be ad-free. So there's no ads or anything. So if you know how annoying it is when you don't have premium YouTube and you got all the ads here, there's no ads whatsoever. Yeah, I caught open. Hang on. October girl, hello to you, my darling. No one has it up. We will just have to wait. The court, the audio just came on, but it's gone again. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you as well to you, Carol, for 17 months. Me love you long time. Thank you, my darling. Shari, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I love you, my darling. Thank you so much. I'll play the Shari D song. This is Shari D's song.
Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D.
There you go. Thank you so much for doing on both channels. Thank you for your support. Myself, Tracy, Dina, Erica, and Dana all are thankful to you. Thank you so much. Carol Upson, hello. Good day to you as well, my darling. Hope you're well. Wicked Psych, thanks for the ad freeze. No problem. As I say, it's only going to be during the current retrial, but it is for that. We will have it. Once it's gone live, we will have it. It's all good, people. I just heard the audio, so something's happening. So it'll be on all channels once. Bear with me. Once it actually goes live, we'll be fine. MJ, hello to you, MJ. There you go. I'm on law and crime right now. That's why I'm on law and crime. Law and crime is what I'm on. Hey, mighty meat. It's Zoom, is it? Okay, so that means the young jerks will have it then. So bear with me then. Bear with us. Because I don't have the Zoom link. Right, what's that? I can't see what they're saying there now. Well, why would they? Oh, just on Zoom, is it? Okay. Hang on then. Awesome if you can get it for me, hippie chick. Hang on then. Let's go to Turtle Boy then. Hang on then. So where would Aiden's be? Would it be on Facebook? Because his YouTube one is not on. Well, Melanie's brave if she's sniping from him. I ain't doing it. Yeah, I can't do it from Tom, people. No, Corpo, you are helping. I'm just where would it be? For Turtle Boy. Where would it be? Because Turtle Boy's not live. I can't snipe it. Corpo, I can't snipe Mel's stream because of the other stream she's getting it from. Unfortunately, I just can't. Why is Mike not live? Mike's always live. He's not live.
See any case law that specifically says under these circumstances
Yes,
a
live.
Commonwealth lawyer is obligated to obtain a
Here we
Rule
go.
17 subpoena to pursue or obtain other information available in a separate case. But these are a bit unique in circumstances in that I am a specially appointed prosecutor to Karen Reed's case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and Judge Cosgrove, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, is specially appointed to Mr. Carney's case. Because of that, I have, from the beginning, kept a very strong line of separation between both Mr. Carney's case and Ms. Reed's case. I have only sought information that's been publicly available, and that's why my motion cites a search warrant, an affidavit in the search warrant, and there are 2 pleadings as well in my motion that are on the public docket. And so what I learned is from my public reading and from watching hearings. And so what I know is that there are 2 phones that were searched by Trooper Tully and is in the possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and the information is relevant material to Karen Reed's case. The reason why it's important and relevant is that separately, I possess information that establishes not only a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Carney, but a relationship in where information, some of it private, some of it suggestive grand jury minutes, was passed purposefully from Karen Reed to Mr. Carney. Originally, a third party was used, an intermediary, where allegedly Ms. Reed would send the information to the third party, would then be sent to
Counsel, let me stop you there. Has the name of the intermediary appeared in the public record?
I don't know that. I know that the attorneys are very well aware of that person's name. It may be, but I don't know that, and that's why I've refrained.
Let me ask you this, Counsel. Does the name of the intermediary appear in Trooper Tully's affidavit, either in the substantially itself or in the addendum A?
I will need to re-review, but it very well may.
Well, that's a critical issue here with regard to the purported relevance of the data sought. Let me ask you this, Attorney Brennan. Have the extraction reports that have been requested been generated?
I understand they are available to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove and that they have the reports that have been generated.
Has the underlying data from the 2 phones in question been assembled?
I understand that it has. I cannot personally confirm because I have not asked to review it personally.
Do you know the volume of the underlying data?
I have no idea because I've purposely not asked to see it or ask questions about it.
Okay. Please elaborate on relevance as it relates to consciousness of guilt.
Yes. As Your Honor is aware, consciousness of guilt is a different standard than trying to prove a case of intimidation of a witness beyond a reasonable doubt. What we expect evidence will show, separately and in Mr. Carney's phone, is that there was a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Carney, in which Ms. Reed would provide information indirectly to Mr. Carney. That information would then be reviewed by Mr. Carney, posted on social media, and consequently was used, we believe, allegedly, to intimidate and harass witnesses. In the search warrant itself, there is extraordinary detail on how Mr. Carney targeted witnesses in Ms. Reed's case, with the express purpose, according to Mr. Carney, that this trial of Ms. Reed never go forward. We have a many-page affidavit that we have provided to the court. I can offer some of the most important parts if Your Honor would like.
Counsel, I don't think that's necessary. I've reviewed the affidavit in support of the search warrant thoroughly, and here's where I struggle. So the case law says the party seeking the data in question has to make a initial factual showing that it's relevant, not potentially relevant, relevant. That's the initial burden. So to demonstrate her alleged consciousness of guilt, defendants, don't the communications sought or the data related thereto have to only involve communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant?
I'm not clear on your question, Your Honor.
How is anything beyond communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant in this case relevant to her consciousness of guilt? Here's my issue. You have sought a broad swath of data. We don't know the volume yet, but it is from the addendum A to Trooper Tully's affidavit in support of the search warrant, it calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through and including October 5th, 2023, 7 months of material that ostensibly could include everything from meeting notes, calendar invites, texts, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Reed's team, unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't mean to interrupt the proceeding, but as we're watching...
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Alan Jackson on behalf of the Court. We didn't see which case number was called for this Rule 17, if it was Mr. Kearney's case number or if it was Ms. Reed's case number. We were told, or at least our impression in talking to Judge Cannoni, was if this issue was going to be on our case number. I specifically asked that question at sidebar day before yesterday, and she said, yes, the Rule 17 that Mr. Brennan's dealing with is on Ms. Reed's case number as it pertains to her rights. And the issue
is being recorded. Counsel, it has been called in this case, but I don't know that your client has standing with regard to this particular issue.
So the case number, I just want to make sure procedurally I'm on the same page as the court and Mr. Brennan and Mr. Kearney. The case number that was called was the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
00117.
Okay.
That's correct.
Then she needed to be here and she has a right to counsel, and we have a right, we believe we have a right to be heard on this issue because it does attend to her rights going forward in terms of her case. I mean, this is her case.
I don't know that that's, yes, it is her case, but what standing does she have to challenge a Rule 17 request related to documents produced in another case?
Because it specifically pertains to the prosecutor asking for information in her case to move forward, her consciousness of guilt, etc.
Those are evidentiary issues, counsel.
Correct, but
which can be dealt with at a later time. Those are what you're suggesting are evidentiary issues which are not before the court. All of it before the court is a Lamprin hearing on material sought from Mr. Kearney's case. The evidentiary issue will be dealt with at a later time.
I understand, and respectfully, I don't necessarily disagree that from an evidentiary standpoint or the disability standpoint, that can be dealt with at a later time, but the case should never be called without my client being here. She has a constitutional right to be here and to be heard, even on a Rule 17. The Commonwealth there's been Rule 17s for 2 years on this case, over and over and over, Your Honor. The Commonwealth has taken positions on Rule 17s. We've taken positions on Rule 17s dealing with third-party information, be it cell phones or text messages or whatever. I'm only asking that we be entitled to be heard on this issue, even though it deals with Mr. Kearney's phone and he's got legal representation. It also attends to Ms. Reed's rights, and it's her case number. And the reason the Commonwealth is trying to bring it in is to deal with her case, not Mr. Kearney's case. So she has to have a right to be heard.
Counsel, this motion's been pending for a week and a half now. Correct. I don't have any opposition from you. I don't have any submission from you.
We intended to submit oral argument as it attends to, and we're prepared.
And did you give the court notice of that?
We did to Justice Cannoni.
Okay.
Day before yesterday.
And what do you propose, counsel?
The only thing I propose, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Brennan's argument, but when Mr. Brennan is finished, Ms. Little is prepared to address the court on the very issues Mr. Brennan is bringing up.
I'll take it under consideration. Is there any issue, counsel, with the current configuration of the court such that that causes any issue for any of the parties?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor. Again, I will step back. I will be a little mouse in the room. I just need to be in the courtroom. And once Mr. Brennan is finished, before the court makes its ultimate ruling, and once Mr. Gradle is finished, I think we should be provided an opportunity to be heard.
I'll consider the request.
Okay.
Judge, I have no objection procedurally if the counsel wants to join in my file. That's an issue in terms of the file. So Just put it
Thank
down.
you. Thank you,
Well,
Attorney
Your
Brennan.
Honor, I do object. Ms. Reed's counsel and Ms. Reed do not have standing for this motion. I don't believe they should be sitting at the table for this motion. It's a Rule 17 motion of third party. She has no privacy interest in these materials. She has no standing to object, and she's not a party on the Rule 17.
Thank you, ADA Brennan. She is a party in this case, and I'll allow her to sit at council table and to have representation, and I'll consider whether I'll hear from her counsel concerning the substance of the motion and her
Thank you, Your Honor.
considerations there
We
too.
appreciate the court accommodating us.
So, ADA Brennan, with the court's apologies for the interruptions, the crux of the issue, as I see it, with regard to relevancy and the Commonwealth's burden at this stage to show that the requested materials are relevant, involves the breadth of what has been requested. And perhaps you could speak to that and how materials that would be swept into this request are in fact relevant.
I understand the court's concern, and I've looked at Addendum A as well, and I've identified the information I think is relevant to the Rule 17 subpoena. So I agree the Rule 17 subpoena speaks broadly, but what is relevant is sections D, E, and F. Now, mindful that there was probable cause to obtain this warrant, which is a far stronger standard than what is needed for a Rule 17 motion.
Counsel, pardon me, did you say D, E, and F of Addendum A?
Yes. So if we look at Section D, there was probable cause granted for communications between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family members of witnesses involved in the murder of John O'Keefe, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor. And so limited, including but not limited, would suggest any witnesses in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed case. E is pictures or video depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness. So similarly to D. And F, data evidence disseminating data depicting evidence of intimidation of witnesses of those same people. And so D, E, and F are squarely on point and relevant to the Commonwealth versus Reed case. If there is probable cause to obtain a search warrant, believing that there is information of those three categories on those phones, then I believe we're entitled because we'll clearly have met our burden of proof, not only because a Rule 17 is that it's likely relevant, much less than probable cause, but because of all the attendant information that we've provided. There is...
Hey, Brennan, let me stop you again. Would any of those categories include communications from Mr. Kearney with counsel from Ms. Reed?
No, I think those would be privileged. Secondly, there are motions filed in this case, not Karen Reed case, Mr. Kearney's case. One is the Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion to suppress and to restrain any searching of a computer or telecommunications devices. This was filed by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. And in that motion, on page 5, he notes that the two phones that I'm seeking information from have already been searched. And he also notes in the motion that there does not appear to be any attorney-client privilege materials. There is a second source as well, and that is in the Commonwealth versus Kearney case, docket number 53, Commonwealth revised proposal for examination of digital material seized. That's relative to the 4 phones that I'm not seeking. However, it's instructive because in that motion as well, it talks about the history, and it gives assurance that there are no attorney-client privilege communications in the 2 phones that I seek. And so, given the separate evidence that we have, and these are clearly witnesses in our case, and the admission by Ms. Reed herself, I do not have the video, but she was recently on an air broadcast on a documentary last night, the night before, and the night before. There are admissions that she was, in fact, providing information to Mr. Kearney. And what is notable is that she specifically reflects upon the consequence of Mr. Kearney's actions, which she helped fuel by providing this information and identifying the witnesses in her case. I do have a clip, if the court is interested, because it gives great depth and understanding to the intentions of the party in sharing this information. I have a clip available. If the court wants to hear it, I can play it for the court.
I don't think that's necessary, so I'll decline respectfully the offer, ADA Brennan. Thank you.
And so in light of the fact that this information was seized pursuant to a warrant of probable cause, in light of the proffer in the affidavit, in light of Ms. Reed's admissions of the sharing, and inevitably the obvious consequence to witnesses, this is relevant to consciousness of guilt. The evidentiary basis is clear. I do not have access to this material if a Rule 17 is necessary. And again, I filed the Rule 17 out of an abundance of caution to be beyond reproach. If it is not necessary, I will simply go and obtain the information on my own, but I think it's more prudent to have a court order. It's necessary before trial. I'd like to review the materials that are relevant, and I agree the scope should be limited to D, E, and F, not the entire phone. And those materials will be provided to Judge Cannoni in a motion in limine regarding consciousness of guilt. Also, we'll dictate what witnesses we call at trial, which advance notice is important for both the Commonwealth and for the defense. It's in good faith. I provided both pleadings from Mr. Carney's case, the search warrant, affidavit in support of the search warrant. I've offered videos of the admissions by Ms. Reed to the relationship. And so for those reasons, I ask you.
Fucking motherfucker.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, counsel.
Good morning.
Judge, this is a Lampron request, is the case, and I know you're familiar with it, Your Honor. The purpose of the court's focus here, Judge, is on preventing unwarranted harassment of witnesses and third parties. The focus in Lampron as well is avoiding unwarranted delays. So this search warrant was done back, I believe, in February of 2024. So here we are at the 11th hour, and the Commonwealth is throwing, last-minute bombs out. I happened to look at the Reed docket last night. It's amazing to me how many motions in limine are filed. The government's trying to try that case through motions in limine versus, the immediacy of a trial. It was my impression of that. So, we're now getting sucked into these motions here at the 11th hour. And in terms of a Lampron analysis, Your Honor, there's relevancy, evidentiary, meaning it has to be evidence. As you said, not potential relevance, but actual relevance. Not otherwise obtainable at trial. You can't prepare for trial without it. And most important, Judge, is that the application is made in good faith and not as a general fishing expedition. This is the ultimate fishing expedition, Your Honor. And I want to go back. When this happened, Judge, we didn't have a dog in the fight back then. As far as my client and I knew, they were going after Ms. Reed for communications with my client on this witness intimidation issue. Well, counsel wants to tell you that, there was probable cause in a search warrant, but then they took it to a grand jury, so we're past that. They had the two easiest forums you can have for a prosecutor. Sitting in the judge's lobby, shooting the breeze with a search warrant affidavit in front of you and nobody else there. And then they went to the lowest hanging fruit.
Not me. When you say you, not me.
Right, not you, Your Honor. And then they had the lowest hanging fruit you can get as a prosecutor, going to a grand jury without anybody else there, crafting the evidence in any sort of way they wanted to. And thankfully, and it doesn't happen very often anymore, but the grand jury said no. The grand jury said there is not probable cause. Again, the lowest hanging fruit in our system. They couldn't establish probable cause based on this information. And I remembered when this happened, just sort of not even so much representing Mr. Carney, but just as a constitutionalist, as a person interested in the Constitution as an attorney, I saw this. I read the search warrant, out of the Herald or something. And I was prompted to write this press release that I sent out about this exact issue. And I went back to it, I looked at it again this morning, and it really covers exactly what's going on here. And in that search warrant, Your Honor, it's very clear that the government just wrote a 30-page short story about its efforts to try to find and isolate, and you have it in there, right, to find and isolate communications. And the government wants to criminalize communications. And if you look at my press release, and I'll submit it, or I'm just going to read a few things from it, we have in this Commonwealth a very special provision in our own Constitution that Ms. Reed has the right to present all proofs. And she has the right to fight any way she wants and talk to anyone she wants and communicate with anyone she wants and say, hey, don't share this. Hey, keep this between us. That's her right, her constitutional right under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights to present all proofs. So when the government cites that just as a bare proposition, she tried to keep this secret. She communicated with Aiden Carney. Then we're going to make this gargantuan leap that she's sharing the intent to intimidate witnesses. So the whole thing is completely bereft of any evidentiary value, Your Honor. Just the notions that they put in the search warrant, and ultimately the fact that they tried to use it to get an indictment and fail. So that's why this has no evidentiary value. The relevancy is zero because they can't put it into evidence. And then further, Judge, as a practical matter, I looked at the docket. I spoke with counsel from the Reed matter. It's my understanding, and everyone's here and they can correct me if I'm wrong, the government agreed to not put anything in their case in chief relative to this issue about communicating with Mr. Carney and consciousness of guilt unless it was, quote unquote, the door was open, which of course is sort of a proposition that is, you know, out in the ether, and that ain't ever going to happen in this case, Your Honor. And so that adds to the issue of whether this is evidentiary or not. The government's already backed off. The government got a search warrant filled with nothing but investigative pronouncements. We took a trip to California. We talked to this lady, and they were communicating. All they say is they were communicating. They don't say, hey, let's really get that person and let's get them off of this and let's try to have that person not testify. Let's scare that person. Let's harass that person. There's no communications like that. They just have the fact of communications. And that's not evidentiary. That's not relevant. So, Judge, here, they just want to get in Mr. Carney's phones. We're not concerned about what's in Mr. Carney's phones. We're concerned about their bizarre interpretation of the witness intimidation statute that they will try to graft onto any communications in our client's phone, in my client's phone, Your Honor. So there's a few more complicated things, Judge. I feel like you have it, but I just want the court to be aware, having come into this case at this point, there's a pending motion to dismiss with Judge Doolin, basically saying that all these witness intimidation allegations don't cut it under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. So that's pending, number one. Number two, Judge, is this taint team issue. Counsel's doesn't have it right when to say that, oh, these first two phones, we already got into them. So the taint team covers everything, all of Mr. Carney's phones. So the fact that the state police snuck in and forged ahead and searched some phones before the taint team could get set up should not inure to the benefit of this Commonwealth. And this is a firewall type of a case with respect to a special prosecutor on the one side and the Norfolk County DA's office on the other side. A Rule 17 motion is absolutely required here, Your Honor. That's the whole point of keeping this confidential and separate. So the Rule 17 territory is entirely appropriate, Your Honor. In terms of...
Counsel, what's the legal import of the pending motion to dismiss in Mr. Kearney's case?
Sure.
How does that change either the relevancy analysis or the evidentiary value analysis in this case that I must make in the Rule 17 context?
Sure. So we expect Judge Doolin to come back with a decision that says all of these communications, maybe they're distasteful, maybe they're obnoxious, maybe we don't like them, they're all protected by the First Amendment. So let's look at the search warrant. They're looking for communications between Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney. They don't even have that much. They don't have quotes. They don't have communications. They just have the idea that, well, they communicated. The fact that they communicated cannot be a basis for a criminal investigation and it's the extraordinary step of getting into the phones. A couple of quotes on the cell phones, Judge, just to set the context. This is from Commonwealth versus Onyx White. That is a landmark case that involves the notion, and you know, the government is always pushing the envelope, Your Honor. That case was very dangerous. The government was trying to set up a state a state of the law where just because we all have cell phones in our back pocket, in almost every case, let's see in that cell phone whether they communicated about a crime. And it would have been an unbelievable expansion of government power to search people's private information. Thankfully, the SJC said, no, you need to have a nexus between the phone and the crime. And they cited some other cases in terms of quotes about cell phones. Just two quick quotes, Your Honor. The cell phone is a repository of just about everything that is materially important to a possessor. Documents, messages, emails, notes, thoughts, communications, photos, loved ones, information involving loved ones. The court should not view lightly what the Commonwealth is seeking here. Cell searches would typically expose to the government far more than the most exhaustive search of a home. So
I appreciate that, counsel, but at the same time, the phone has been searched. The data has been obtained by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. It's in it's in Special 88 Cosgrove's possession, custody, control. It's already been seized. 88 Brennan is looking now, it seems, for a very narrow subset of that information that does not contain the long list of materials that you just rattled off from the Onyx White case.
But it never should have happened. The search never should have happened.
That issue isn't before me, counsel. That issue isn't before me. The issue before me is what he's looking for relevant.
Right. What do they have? What do they have to set that up? They have the fact that they spoke. And the fact that they spoke is not evidentiary. It's not relevant. If the fact that they spoke was the basis, we'd be at Onyx White. We'd have the wrong decision in Onyx White, Your Honor. That just because people speak, the government gets to ferret around in their phones. It's a horrifying concept, Your Honor. That's really the crux of why I'm here. And the last thing I'll say, Judge, is that the fact that they got around the taint team we shouldn't just forget about the taint team. These phones need to go back through the taint team if they want to look at them. And on the taint team issue, there's more litigation to be done where the court already allowed scrutiny of the phones by a taint team for attorney-client privilege information. And my client at the time had many civil and other cases going on at the time. So Attorney Cosgrove's statement, there's no attorney-client privileged information in the phone is ridiculous. There's a ton of it. We're also asking right now, Your Honor, for the taint team to scrutinize the phones for, we're going to ask for husband-wife communication.
Counsel, you're not asking?
No, not you. Just so you know what's out there. I just want you to know what's out there.
I understand.
We're asking for husband-wife communications. We're asking for that journalist source materials, of which there's a plethora. We're asking that those be scrutinized by the taint team and all that stuff be taken out. So the taint team issues are still in flux. You know, the fact that they did this, the court should deny this, Judge, just on the fact that this is an 11th hour request. If you look at Lampron, it talks all about undue delay. They had this back in February of 24, and here we are now on the eve of trial on their case. So for all these reasons, Judge, we object. This is a gross invasion of privacy. It's a fishing expedition. There is no hook that they have to say, we will find something criminal in those phones. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. So, ADA Brennan, before I hear from you any further in response, I am going to hear from counsel for the defendant in this case.
It's going to be Attorney Elizabeth Little, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, appearing on behalf of Ms. Reed. First, I just wanted to thank Your Honor for allowing us to be present and to be heard on this issue. The defense joins in Mr. Bradle's request in opposition to this Rule 17 motion. There's just two very brief points that I wanted to address that I don't believe were addressed by Attorney Cosgrove. Your Honor, if you take a look, Attorney Bradle, apologies, Your Honor.
It's a lot of
There are. Your Honor, the Commonwealth's affidavit in support of the Rule 17 is facially deficient as to both elements 3 and 4 of Lampron. The Commonwealth does not include a single fact in the affidavit to show that it cannot properly prepare for trial without the production of this evidence. So just on that basis alone, the Rule 17 is deficient. That's the same with regard to element 4. If the court looks closely at the affidavit that was filed in support of the Rule 17 motion, the Commonwealth is required to show that this is not a fishing expedition. The Commonwealth, again, does not set forth a single fact or even a conclusory allegation as to element 4. And that's because the Commonwealth knows full well that a grand jury has already rejected the Commonwealth's claims that Ms. Reed was somehow engaged in witness intimidation with Mr. Kearney. And on that basis, because it's facially deficient, this has to be denied. We therefore respectfully request that the court deny this Rule 17 motion.
Thank you, counsel. ADA Brennan, I'll hear from you in response briefly.
I think most importantly, the parties are conflating two issues. Whether there is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt to convict a person of intimidation of witness and the relevance to consciousness of guilt. It's two separate assessments. It is true there was a no bill, and it is true that there is litigation in Mr. Kearney's case, but these phones are in the possession of the district attorney's office. The information is available. It's been represented. There's no attorney-client privilege. There is nothing to slow down or stop the availability of information. It is relevant for the judge in Commonwealth v. Reed to assess whether or not this information establishes consciousness of guilt. That is the issue, not the complaints or the concerns or the personal opinions, the constitutional prowess of Mr. Bradle. It is this reflective of consciousness of guilt?
Hey, Brennan, on that issue, on the consciousness of guilt issue, there was some suggestion there was an agreement that the Commonwealth was not intending to pursue introduction of evidence concerning that issue unless...
That is not entirely accurate. There was a motion filed by the defense, and they were concerned that when they were cross-examining witnesses in this case, that at the past trial that I was not at, the witnesses then offered to the jury that they were being harassed by social media bloggers, suggesting at the behest of Ms. Reed. That is an entirely separate issue than consciousness of guilt. I agreed that unless the door is opened, a witness should not get up and talk about their state of mind and how they believe they were harassed. I agreed to that because I will instruct the witnesses unless the door is open and you have an invitation, that would be improper. Separately, a consciousness of guilt motion in limine, which I expect to file if it's viable based on the information, is an entirely different proposition. It's an entirely different proposition than opening the door to the state of mind. The consciousness of guilt has more to do with the conduct of Ms. Reed. Did she do something that reflects her consciousness of guilt to try to cover for the crimes that she's alleged to have committed? We know she was providing information, even protected information to Mr. Kearney. We know he was publicizing it, appearing at witnesses' homes and addresses. We know that the witnesses, whether it is a conviction on intimidation of witness or not, felt very intimidated. We know the mental anguish they suffered. The defendant, in our case, Ms. Reed, knows it as well, because if you do see the video, with a smile, she acknowledges the consequence of her actions and seems to encourage it impliedly. And so this evidence should be available to me. I should be able to assess it. I should be able to provide a motion to eliminate to Judge Cannoni if appropriate, and then she should decide the admissibility in the Commonwealth v. Karen Reed trial. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Folks, I believe I've heard all I need to hear. I will take this matter under advisement. I appreciate your filings and your oral advocacy today, and I'll endeavor to get your response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been warned. Yes, and my...
Okay. Wow. Wow. Brennan's a real piece of shit, isn't he? Brennan is an absolute piece of crap. This is, as Tracy said, a desperate move. This shows you how strong their case is. It's not strong at all. Right, I'm going to keep that there because they should be starting. They probably start at 10, I think. So, because Judge Bev will probably down her last G&T right now. So I do hope he comes back with, look, what he did to Brennan is what the Judge Bev does to the defense all the time, ask him questions. I'm hoping he sides with the defense, because he should. He should. I thought Braden spoke very well. Bell end, absolute bell end, yeah. Say it louder for the back, yeah, Dake die, says Bell end. This, nothing more than a fishing exercise. So this should be, well, I say this should be an easy denial, but, you know, I'm not going to speculate that far. So yeah, I love the fact that some of you didn't know what Bell end was until yesterday, so so it's funny to me now that you're all saying Bell end. So yeah, I don't know. I just hope that he comes back with a fair decision on it, which I think he will. To be quite honest with you, I didn't think that he seemed to like Brennan, which I hope is true as well. Right, what's he doing? What's this mofo doing now? Well, I'm glad he's moved it away from that fan, so which is good. So, well, no, don't go back to the fun. So yeah, I'm very confident that this will be denied. I am very confident it'll be denied. So, well, I say very confident, but as much as I understand this, Cornpop says it will fail lamp front because it's fishing. It should do. And also, I thought that was a very good point that they said, you know, with regards to they could have just done this with a judge quietly or done it in the grand jury. So, because Bellend's a British thing, as you know, Lan. No, actually, Gary, you're wrong. Everybody knew where he was, except for Americans. Canadians, Australians, everyone knew where he was, except for the Americans in the chat. So it's not an American thing, but everyone else knew what Bellend was. I sort of thought they would know what it was, but they call it tip. But yeah, the Cornpop came in and was like, no, we fully know what it is in Canada. He said he doesn't need to judge, he will do it on his own. He did say that. That's a bit funny though, isn't he? Is he allowed to do that, the Robin G? Yeah, I heard that as well. I thought I misheard it, to be quite honest with you. Where's Robin G's comment? He literally said he doesn't need a judge. I heard that and I thought, nah, I misheard that. I misheard it. So yeah, I heard that as well. Yeah, no clue myself. Rebecca says dickhead. Yeah, I'm sure. No, the Canadians and Aussies in the chat all knew Gary, so it was and Europeans, but it was the US people who called it differently. So our language is going out there. It's going out there. Well, there was another Canadian who knew, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I thought you were losing it, Deb. It's fine though. You're okay though. Let's have a look here. Right, we might get Erica back in if she's left court. If she comes back in, I'll pop her on until court comes back. Court, what are you doing now? Why are you going blue screen for? Why are you going? Right, let me see if there's another stream as well. Oh, Young Jux was live in the end. Young Jux. Oh, they were late started. That makes sense. That makes sense why he didn't have it up. Right. Right, let me have this then. What do we want to watch? Do we want to watch Court TV or do you want to watch Law and Crime? The reason I say that is because Law and Crime's got all the buff at the bottom, where Court TV doesn't. So I'm thinking maybe switch to Court TV because it doesn't have any of that garbage at the bottom. It says boyfriend cop murder trial. Yeah, let's do a switcheroo, shall we? Let's switch it. Switch it just a little bit. I'll keep an eye out for the other one. Amazon delivery, not for me. No, okay, that's fine. This is the one. I thought you were a bit confused, Deb. Nancy, the moment I know that Brennan lied is when he opened his mouth. Brennan is a corrupt, I would say, pretty much a corrupt mofo. You have to be corrupt or whatever just to take this case on. No one will touch this case within the DA's office. No one will touch it as an attorney. So you've got to be well paid, which she is, and you've got to have no morals, which she doesn't. So yeah, there's definitely not going to be a fair and honest trial with that guy. Law and Crime just posted, say that the Reed hearing is coming. When's it coming? So it's coming up. So they're just waiting for Judge Canone, Bev, to finish her gin and tonic, and then they'll be in. So yeah, he is Starsky and Hutch. He is. There's no legitimate attorney who would take this case on. No legit. Oh, here we go. What the friggin' Nora is this guy doing? MJ Duff, absolutely. How is there a case after the lead investigator was fired? Bang, bang. It should have been dismissed. It should have been dismissed. Not one redeeming quality. Hey, Corn Pope! Corn Pope's got a membership. Hey! Did you catch one, did you? You caught one. Ah, there you go, my darling. And apologies to you, Corn Pope, if you thought I was shouting at you earlier. I wasn't shouting at you. I was just stressed to get a stream up. So if you came across I was shouting at you, no, I love you and I appreciate you, Corn Pope. You know that. Brennan's a mob lawyer represented with Whitey Bulger. For fuck's sake, a totally corrupt bell end. Yeah, he is die. When I was a teen, I had a Starsky and Hutch poster on my wall. The original 70s series, of course. There you go. I don't think I'll ever watch Starsky and Hutch. So the anger of Corn Pope. Definitely original. So it was Jessica Simpson, wasn't she something? She was hot when she did something with it. Was she one of them? Erin Hack. Oh, Erin Hack is cranky as hell this morning. There you go. I thought it was me. He's cranky as hell this morning. She needs a coffee. She's drunk last night. He always shouts at me. Anyone else, he wouldn't. Dana, I would. Hee. I know. So I think Erin Hack has gone on the bus now.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus. Yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long.
She's gone to the store to get some aspirins, I think. Yeah, Erin Hack was all I think was Chicken of the Sea. Erin Hack, I think you already know that I'm always kidding, but just had to say it just in case. You see, that's fine. She knows. You asked. Thank you, Dana. You think you Dukes of Hazzard, was it? She's fit in that. Hey, Rhode Island. Not drunk, just up late. Best hockey game ever, mighty me. You can see the world. There you go. That's the Duke of Hazzard with Jessica Simpson. There you go. Thank you, Gary. Starsky and Hutch was brilliant back in the day. Before my time, you dated yourself now. You dated yourself. All right, come on, Canoni. Let's get it on. Not literally get it on, because I wouldn't want to touch it with a barge pole. But Tony Romo, she did, didn't she? And some singer as well. Wasn't she married to a singer for like 2 months or something? I hate that we have to wait for. So in case people are wondering, right? The Judge Bev has she put a motion out to say that the pool camera cannot show the court at all until she sits on her seat, or basically it's on the way in. So we're not allowed to see. So that this is why the camera guy has to put it up, because her rules are no one's allowed to be seen until she sits down. Like that is pedantic. Let's see the courtroom. Let's see who's around. Let's see who's dancing. Not looking at this thing, getting dizzy. Dizzy Lizzie. Talk about Lizzie Proctor. Was it Lizzie Proctor her name is? Is she crying anymore saying that Trooper Proctor is, ex-Trooper Proctor is all innocent? They had a show, I watched every one. Jessica Nick, that's the one. Nick Lacey, that's the one. Thank you, Erin. Really cool, they played Seattle, great game. I love the C-Cell Centre. Come on, Bev. Hello, Terry. How are you, Terry Martins? Court is late, yes. Well, court's, I think it's supposed to start at 10. There was a hearing at 9 between Aidan and about trying to get his phones, but I don't think that will be successful. So now we're on to the real part. Now, what do we all think? How many people have we got here? 76% of you, very up, 76 votes, 76% of you think that the trial will commence on April 28th. And so basically, 3/4 of you think that the trial will be pushed on to April. Why won't it stop? Oh, there you go. 28th, and 1/4 of you think there will be April 1st. I think it'll be. I'm surprised that the defense don't want it later than 28th. So I'm surprised that, but I don't know what she'll do. We never know. We can't guess with her. She finished a Bloody Mary, I know. She's a nightmare. Well, so basically, Mighty Meat, the defense promotion in yesterday, asking for it to be pushed to the 28th, 28th of April, and for it to start on the 28th of April or the nearest date to the 28th. So that's why I didn't put a June option in. Aidan says, "Welp, that was interesting." So I'm sure he'll be on his show tonight, I believe, Total Club tonight. So he'll be speaking about it, no doubt. Starting at 10 a.m, probably break at 11. I know, MJ Duff. I should put stuff up, shouldn't I? On screen, because not everyone can see it. I know, there will be a break, no doubt. Karma mess with the girls. I've never had, I don't know what Bloody Mary is. I've heard of it, I've never had one. Is it like tomato sauce or something? Is it like a vodka and tomato sauce? Vinted, my order is on the way. I bought some shorts on Vinted ready for my Boston trip, so they've been shipped today. I'll show you which one it is now. I bought this. I don't know if it's going to be any good or not. I needed some shorts, I did, for Boston, for my trip. Let's have a look here. Can you see that? Oh. Some red shorts. And is a bundle, so I got cheaper. And those ones. both brand new, never been worn, $10 each. $10 each. So Bev must have a wicked hangover. She probably out with Aaron Hack last night. Tomato juice with the entire buffet in a glass, jeepers. Rooster and Beretta was on the earlier version of Huggy Bear. What's the Bloody Mary? The original Bloody Mary is believed to have contained 7 ingredients. Vodka, okay. Tomato juice, okay. Worcestershire sauce, oh no. Black pepper, oh jeepers. Celery, achavi. Salt, oh. Tabasco, jeepers. And lemon juice. Oh, that sounds horrible, if I'm being honest with you. That sounds horrible, people. I know a lot of people drink in the mornings for hangovers. Do you think there's a chance, there's always a chance, that the case could get thrown after the wording protest firing documents, it states bias? Yes. Now, normally, yes. But in this case, no. Hang on. Erica.
Hi.
Right, court's about to start.
Okay. All right.
Come back on the break, all right?
You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
For the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so we have a lot to cover this morning, but what I want to start with, I was just handed a couple of things too that I'm going to need some time to read. What I'd like to start with is paper 613 filed yesterday. Defendants assented to motion to continue trial date to a date on or after April 25th. Who's going to argue that? Because just because it's an assented to motion does not mean it's not likely going to happen. So I need to hear argument on why I should do this.
I'll address the court with the court's permission.
Yes.
As I indicated to the court the day before yesterday, there is an issue, a very ripe issue that is currently pending before the First Circuit. We believe very strongly that if the First Circuit were to take some action as to count 1 and count 3, just to reiterate what I've already said, but I can sort of clarify it and narrow it down. If the court were to take some action on counts 1 and 3, which is currently before the First Circuit, for instance, if it were to be remanded for either dismissal or something else, additional hearings, etc., then that puts the entire case in jeopardy. Once the jury ultimately is impaneled and thereafter sworn, jeopardy will attach. There will be, if in fact there is action taken on count 1 and count 3, we will be in a position where we will seek a mistrial. Jeopardy will have attached. She will be held once in jeopardy on count 1, 2, and 3, and we believe that puts the entire case in peril. The case that we're defending right now, very clearly, is a murder case, ultimately, along with
All three indictments, correct? You're defending all 3.
But it starts with murder. That's the sun rises and falls on a murder charge. And there's also vehicular manslaughter, and then there's the leaving the scene, count 3, and the subordinate counts beneath count 2 as well. That's a very different jury and a very different trial strategy than simply count 2, if we were to be defending count 2 or it's the subordinate charges. So I think it puts the case in jeopardy if we do not have at least some time for the First Circuit to act and determine whether or not it wishes to act on counts 1 and 3. Hence, that's why I suggested to the court the other day that it might be more prudent and less perilous for the case if we were to put this case over for at least a few weeks. We've spoken to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth tends to agree that that probably is the better practice, and we've asked for the court to extend the beginning of the trial to April 25th, which is about a 3.5 week continuance, and I'll submit.
All right, does the Commonwealth want to be heard on this?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is relying on advice of appellate counsel. I don't contest any of the defense's perspective for wanting continuance. I think the Commonwealth's perspective is different, but not adverse. The concern is that this case in the federal court gets delayed for an extraordinarily long period of time, and we have an interest in this case going to trial as soon as possible. There is an expedited scheduling order, which could hopefully imply that there's going to be quick progress in the federal court, but we don't directly communicate with them or have any control. Our hope is that if there is a short continuance, it accommodates the defense's concerns. I understand the trial strategy for different charges is somewhat different. But most importantly for the Commonwealth, the hope is that it sets a benchmark that will allow the First Circuit to resolve the petition, or if they're going to allow oral argument, a benchmark to do it quickly. And so really the primary motive for agreeing to the defense request is that we hope by offering a short continuance, the federal court will act more quickly and that we can have this trial in April.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to grant the motion. All right. We have jurors coming in that were summoned months ago. I called the jury commissioner yesterday and asked how long it would take to get the right numbers that we were able to get starting April 1st. At a minimum, 10 weeks. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is we'll start impaneling on April 1st. It will likely take a while. If we get a jury before April 25th, I'll rehear you on your motion. We won't swear the jury because obviously that's when jeopardy attaches. And we'll take it from there, but we will start April 1st with impanelment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the next motion, and then we'll go back to doing them somewhat in order. Commonwealth's motion for a buffer zone. Jimmy, do you have an extra copy of what you just handed me? Because I don't know where I put it.
Can get one.
I have it here somewhere. I'll find it. So we did hear from people this morning. I know you all have. I have it. I have it, Jim.
Thank you.
I think Mr. McDermott gave you a copy of, I guess, what local merchants have requested.
We've received it.
Okay. All right. So I'll hear the Commonwealth on your buffer zone motion.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's primary concern is the sanctity of the jury and the jury process. We are concerned based on past reports and information that noise, interruption, and other uncontrollable events can potentially impact the jury's consideration in this case. They should be free from outside influence so it does not in any way oppress or push them in any direction, either way in this case. The courthouse is very close to the public areas where people congregate. It's been reported that during the trial, the jury would be able to hear outside noise and influences, not just honking of horns, but other types of noise that could be influential, intimidating, concerning. And so we've proposed what I think is reasonable and minimal recommendations to the court to move certain parts of the buffer zone, especially on the left side of the courthouse, where there seems to be a bit of attention, noise, and potential adverse influence of the jury.
And that's the same area that these merchants are talking about?
I've read that this morning, not being wholly familiar with the Dedham area. It seems that is one of their concerns. I think they mentioned an open market. In my memory from coming by on other cases at other times, there appears to be open markets in that area. And so if that's influencing their business, that is a separate but related concern that they have expressed to the court. And I do think that the court should be sensitive to the community's concerns. But importantly, that closeness and that amount of volume and influence on the jury, I think, can affect the sanctity of the jury. I don't think it is a strong imposition to consider the streets that have been identified in our buffer zone motion and have the buffer zone include limitations to those certain streets. And I think that will potentially help some of the outside impact and adverse influence on the jury.
All right. There's a portion of your motion that I disagree with. Do you want to be heard on it? About the court enforcing the buffer zone?
I don't believe the court has authority, nor should it be upon the court to enforce anything. I think law enforcement should enforce the laws and regulations as law enforcement sees fit. And so I don't think that burden should be imposed upon the court.
Thank you. All right, with that, does the defense object to the buffer zone?
We take no position.
Okay. All right, I'll take this under advisement. I have to figure out exactly how far this is, and I have not yet had a chance to read and consider today's email from the merchants. Okay. Yes.
Could I just have this marked for identification for this hearing, identification? And from the record, that came from the Dedham Square Circle, the organization that runs the Dedham Farmers Market.
All right. Thank you. So we can talk about the witness list when we talk about impanelment, when we really have the heart of the final trial conference. But I do need at least cities and towns from these witnesses. Neither side gave them to me on the civilian witnesses. So, and there's a lot of overlap, and you'll have to fix that for any final trial conference report anyways. All right.
Your Honor, could I be heard on that one issue, just briefly?
Which one issue? The
witness
witness list, okay?
Yes, we did turn over our witness list along with the information that's required under the new rules, which includes, telephone numbers, addresses. We gave that directly to the Commonwealth. We did not file that publicly.
Okay.
We'll
Okay.
happily add the towns for the court. But I would note that the Commonwealth has not yet turned over that information that's required under the new rules. I believe they put a footnote on their witness list. I think, they can't shield themselves from their discovery obligations. It's mandatory under the rules. We'd ask that they comply with, the requirement that they provide us contact information for their witnesses.
So there is a footnote. I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, the motion notes that the Commonwealth moves to be partially exempt from Rule 14 because of the past history of perceived harassment and intimidation of witnesses, which the Commonwealth believes is ongoing. I think a potential resolution to this to comply with Rule 14 is that we be allowed to provide it to the attorneys under seal. I think that is protecting the interests of the Commonwealth and the witnesses from
I don't have a problem with that. I still need cities and towns.
Of course.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So we will start with it's paper 593. The Commonwealth's response is paper 610. Defendant's motion eliminate to allow evidence of lack of bias. Who's arguing that for the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth first, Your Honor.
Well, it's defendant's motion. The Commonwealth opposed it.
You had asked who's arguing that for the Commonwealth. That's why
I'm
I
sorry,
didn't-
defense motion. Okay,
that's fine.
sorry, I apologize.
I could go first if you'd like.
Excuse me?
I could go first if you'd like, whatever.
I'm fine with him going first if you'd like.
Okay.
I think the heart of this motion is that the defense would like to introduce the ARCA witnesses as witnesses that were employed by the federal government. I think the reason for that is it creates the image or the projection that they are independent at the time they did their assessment and at the time they wrote the report. and then subsequently being employed by the defense has no impact on their objectivity at the time they did their investigation and report. I think this would be an unfair proposition for a number of reasons. It would undermine Rule 403. It would cause a trial within a trial. As we stand here today, the Commonwealth does not have a clear answer why this investigation was initiated, what the purpose of it truly was, the scope of it. We don't know every witness that may have gone before the grand jury. We do not know of all the communications between the federal government and different parties, including witnesses. We will, I expect, never have truly a full accounting of the relationship between the United States Attorney's Office and ARCA and what, if any, impact the defense had on ARCA witnesses at the time they did the investigation. What we know is it was a comprehensive investigation. We know that a number of experts were retained by the federal government, including the ARCA witnesses. What we also know is that there was an inquiry lodged by the defendant to the federal government to investigate her situation, her case. What we know is that the defense had the opportunity to provide information to the federal government advocating for their perspective on the case, including the specific perspective of Ms. Reed. We also know the Commonwealth was unaware of this initiation and engagement and had no input whatsoever. What we know is that the ARCA witnesses were supposedly tasked to conduct an independent investigation, and they were given materials. We do not know who decided what materials to give them. We do not know what materials in totality they viewed. We know many of the materials that they weren't given. And so clearly there is an undefined relationship between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office around this time of this investigation. And we subsequently learned that there was a continued relationship. And so today, as we sit here, we really don't know. What we know is ARCA listed materials that they reviewed that came from our discovery that we didn't provide. What we know is there was materials that they didn't review that were inculpatory. And so that's why we began by asking for discovery. We filed an extensive motion for discovery that the court allowed. It still hasn't been complied with. Perhaps some of it through no fault of the defense, because I don't think they will be able to comply with much of it. Other Rule 14 discovery obligations have not been complied with. We've received no information since that production on February 13th, nothing. And we know just inherently from that information that there is more. There are more communications, there's more interaction. And so it would be misleading to have ARCA witnesses get on the stand and then suggest that they were independently hired by the federal government and all of their attempts and efforts in report was wholly and entirely objective. Just to give one point that emphasizes the concern, the ARCA witnesses were never given information about DNA. And yet when they testified, one of the witnesses tried to address the issue of DNA because it was hurtful to their position. In their report, they say one of the reasons why they believe that there was no impact between the car and Mr. O'Keefe is because there was no DNA. Well, in fact, there was. There was DNA, and separately, there was a hair, Mr. O'Keefe's hair. And so we know they didn't have all of the inculpatory information, and then the question still remains, how did they learn of that? How did they learn of that information before cross-examination? And so I think what is most appropriate before Your Honor makes a decision on the so-called objectivity of these witnesses is they should come into court before trial, well before trial, and they should answer questions about their directives from the United States Attorney's Office. They should answer questions about the materials they received. They should answer questions about what they were told or what they knew about the case. They should answer questions about all of their correspondence with the defense, including phone calls, emails, text messages. All that should be produced. It's not a Lanigan hearing where I question their qualifications, but if we're truly going to think about presenting them as objective witnesses, they truly should be objective. And I think if we have an opportunity to question these witnesses, we will learn much more about the relationship. Inevitably, even if the ARCA witnesses come in to be questioned, as they should, well before trial, in my opinion. We do not have the opportunity to question the United States Attorney's Office. We're resigned to TUI letters, which inevitably have been unhelpful. And so I think it sets a bad playing ground to have them get up and say they were hired by the federal government, because then the Commonwealth will be inclined to explain the inculpatory evidence, the role of the federal government, the limitations of the federal government, the fact that the federal government has closed this entire case in all related investigations, which implies something quite the opposite of what the defense would like to propose. And so in a vacuum, it would be misleading. I think what the court ultimately should do is they should present these witnesses as they did at the first trial. They were hired independently. And then subsequent to that, the defense retained them if that's what they chose to do. We still don't know that because we don't have any Rule 14 discovery. And inevitably at trial, part of the credibility issue will be the information that they considered and the limitations on it, and ask them why they didn't ask for more information or why they didn't receive more information. Notably, we still don't have an answer to Mr. Klein, who was the third biomechanic person involved. And
Is his name on the witness list?
I haven't seen it on the witness list.
No, Your Honor.
And we still don't know why the defense chose to call 2 of 3. As you noted, that report is vague. And so it doesn't identify or articulate which witness did what. So it's impossible for me to imagine how you would choose 2 of 3 of those witnesses. But more importantly, you can't effectively cross-examine a witness because, as we saw from the second witness, Dr. Rentschler, when he disputed DNA, which we don't know where the source of that came from, he is not held to the opinion in the report saying that we would have found DNA. He can simply defer and say that was somebody else. That could have been Mr. Klein, could have been Mr. Wolf. We don't know. So that report really is quite unhelpful. And I think we need answers to these questions before any of these witnesses testify. And I do not want to be moving during trial to exclude the defense witnesses for failure to comply, but we haven't seen compliance, and I don't think we will. So my suggestion is to follow the protocol of the last trial, but before that, these witnesses should be brought in so that we can obtain actual records, not just asking the questions and rely on their word. I think based on their past performances, that's insufficient. I think we should have a right to the records to demonstrate the relationship.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron. Your Honor, the Commonwealth and the defense certainly have opposite arguments when it comes to what the jury should be allowed to hear about how the ARCA witnesses became involved in this case. Mr. Brennan speaks about the heart of our motion. The heart of our motion is that the Commonwealth wants to hide the truth from the jury. The defense wants the jury to know the truth. In the first trial, this court disallowed the ARCA witnesses from testifying about who hired them. We were therefore forced to ask oblique questions, trying to show the jury that we didn't hire them, that we didn't provide them with information, that we didn't influence their opinions and conclusions. But we weren't allowed to tell the jury that the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, hired them. So the jury was left to speculate about how they became involved. I think the court will agree that it's ironic in a way that the court excluded mention of the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office because the court rightly did not want the jury to speculate about a federal investigation. But by excluding mention of the federal government having retained ARCA, the jury was left to speculate incorrectly about how they became involved.
They were also instructed more than once not to speculate, right?
But the point of the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, they did speculate. At least one juror thought that ARCA was hired by Ms. Reed's car insurance or home insurance company. And think about the implications of that. If Ms. Reed's insurance company had hired ARCA, they would have had a motive to absolve Ms. Reed of responsibility. They clearly would have, that clearly would have adversely affected their credibility in the eyes of the jury, and unfairly so.
Let me ask you a question. If I allow, and I'd be very surprised if I did, mention that this was a federal grand jury and that the federal, how does that not open the door to all the testimony that Mr. Brennan just brought up that he'd be able to get into?
Okay, so first of all, and this is later in my argument, we're not asking.
So no, could you answer that now and then? I'll let you say everything.
Your Honor.
Oh, you just said it's late. Hold on. You just said it's later in the
I
argument.
know, but I said you interrupted me, and I was just about to say, but I'll address it now.
Okay.
We are not asking that the jury be told that there is or ever was a federal investigation. That phrase, federal investigation, never has to be part of this trial. We're only asking that they be told that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office hired these witnesses. That's it. We don't have to speculate about an investigation, whether there was an investigation, whether there was a federal grand jury, what that grand jury did, what that grand jury considered, nothing. That's not what we're asking. And the problem here is that without knowing that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office retained ARCA, the jury's left to speculate about how they became involved, and it all inures to my clients, to prejudice my client. Thinking that they were potentially hired by an insurance company of Ms. Reed really perverts the truth in this case. It's unfair to my client, and it's the opposite of the truth. There was another juror that speculated that the ARCA witnesses were just attention seekers, looking to make a name for themselves in a high-profile case. That's also the furthest thing from the truth. They had never heard of this case before the Department of Justice called them. That's how the Department of Justice wanted it. They wanted clean experts who would take a sober and strictly scientific look at the evidence. The federal prosecutors did not want them to be tainted by news reports or opinion pieces. And recall that the Commonwealth attacked ARCA on cross-examination for the discovery that they were not provided. That was patently unfair. ARCA should have been allowed to explain why they were given what they were given and who gave it to them. The inference is, and the Commonwealth suggested, that it was the defense that was playing hide the ball, when that inference is, again, the furthest thing from the truth. In terms of the information that the federal government got, Mr. Brennan engages in a ton of speculation about what happened or didn't happen based on nothing. There's no affidavit to establish any of that. I will tell the court that I received a subpoena for my entire file from the federal government, and I complied with that subpoena. We had nothing to hide. We provided everything that the Commonwealth provided to us, to the federal government. They chose what to give ARCA or what not to give ARCA. And they did that again to preserve the scientific integrity of their opinion. So, again, we're just asking that ARCA should be allowed to testify that they were hired by the federal government to prevent speculation about who hired them or why they became involved in the case. If the issue is we don't want the jury to speculate, the way to do that is to tell them the truth. We did not hire them. We did not influence their opinions. We didn't even know that they existed until that TUI request was complied with, and all of a sudden it was revealed to us that the federal government had hired these ARCA witnesses. And we read that information at the very same time that the Commonwealth read that information. Those witnesses, importantly, were available to be called by both sides. The Commonwealth chose not to speak to them. The Commonwealth chose not to contact them because the information was exculpatory. The jury should not be left with the impression that Karen Reed or the defense team had anything to do with hiring them or with their conclusions and opinions. The conclusions and opinions were revealed to us at the same time, and the court should guard against rank speculation. Mr. Brennan's other arguments about what they were provided or what the relationship was or what the understanding was, that's all cross-examination material. He's free to explore whatever he wants on cross-examination. So with that, Your Honor, we would ask the court to issue a ruling that does not mislead the jury about how ARCA came into the case.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Yes. Respectfully, the Commonwealth does not look to hide the truth. The reality is, if the jury is going to hear information, they should hear the entire truth, not a version or a slice of it, not one advocate's side of the truth, the whole truth. And if we interject that these witnesses were hired by the federal government and the jury is entitled to hear the whole truth, then they should know the motivations behind the hiring, the input from the defense team prior to their decisions, and what, if anything, they considered and what their directive was. We don't have any materials from the federal government regarding direction, scope, purpose. We have nothing. Now, I didn't know that Attorney Llandysul's file was subpoenaed. That's new to me. Perhaps the Commonwealth knew. I've never heard that before. I don't know how the defense knows what the federal prosecutors wanted. They've never discussed that with us. We don't have that type of relationship with the federal prosecution in this case or their investigation. We didn't have any interaction, not because we chose to hide from exculpatory evidence, so we were hiding from the truth. We weren't invited. We didn't know. Now, I hear now that Mr. Llandysul's file was subpoenaed and information, whatever it was, his entire file was given to the federal government and they chose whatever they chose. This report by ARCA was produced by letter February 12, 2024. We know from at least some of the materials we got, there's a document from Attorney Llandy on March 29, 2023, describing his client's best memories of events, a number of pages talking about the case. So there clearly is a relationship that we are not privy to. I'm not casting aspersions or trying to suggest there was anything improper about the relationship. I'm not suggesting that, but there was obviously a relationship between the parties that the Commonwealth was not involved in. And so we can't take a fraction of something and say we present them as independent witnesses when there was a purpose, there was an agenda, and it wasn't in the Commonwealth's interest, obviously. The ability to cross-examine a witness is only as good as the evidence and information you have. As you've seen from the ARCA witnesses, from my opinion, my perspective, respectfully, is when they answered questions, perhaps it was not perjury, but it was quite misleading, suggesting no relationship with the defense, talking about DNA with no DNA evidence. I do not think that cross-examining a witness, you should consider the witness a trustworthy guide unless they've established their credibility. I don't see that in these transcripts. So I will need materials to hold them in check and to hold them accountable for whatever it is their bias. And so simply cross-examining aimlessly is totally ineffective. It's a recipe for disaster, and that's not the type of examination we're going to engage in. If we're going to tell the whole truth, it has to be the whole truth. And I think that becomes a dangerous game. There'll be an entire trial trying to advocate influence or no undue influence with these witnesses. It's unnecessary. It can be resolved through questioning these witnesses prior to trial and following the same protocol you did last time.
All right. So if the defense intends to call the ARCA witnesses, we need to have a voir dire next week. All right. So we're going to move on. I'll take this under advisement.
Can I just ask the parameters of that voir dire, the purpose of that voir dire?
Unless Rule 14 is complied with, it will be for the Rule 14 information. We can discuss this later. Let's move on, and I'll hear any objections later. All right, so the next motion is the defendant's motion for stating grounds for objections. I'll hear you on that, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes, I believe my written submission essentially makes the argument, Judge, but
Okay.
During the last trial, as a result of our inability to state in one or two words the basis for an objection, we had to go to sidebar far more often than we'd like to. And we're also conscious of the fact that we have a jury sitting for weeks at a time away from their families, away from their jobs, and any sort of view that one side may be delaying the trial could engender some hostility from the jury. So, there were many times during the trial, I won't speak for my co-counsel, I'll speak for myself, where an objection was made. I had no idea what the basis of the objection was. And the court made a ruling on that objection. And I had no idea what the court's basis for the ruling was. We would go to sidebar, and the first thing the court would ask the Commonwealth was, what's the basis for your objection?
To make a record at that point.
Oh, I understand, but what's the basis for your objection? If it were that obvious that it could be ruled in open court, we should have known the basis for the objection. I didn't know it.
I agree with that.
And
You should have known the basis of the objection.
Well, I'm hearing it for the first time at sidebar. There were objections made that I thought had no basis in the law or evidentiary rules whatsoever. But in any case, this will avoid us having to go to sidebar multiple times. There were times when we had to sort of pick and choose when we went to sidebar because, again, we didn't want to engender hostility from the jury. My motion also points out, Your Honor, there's at least one case that talks about how an objection could be potentially waived if it is not stated with particularity. We think that this would, and look, different judges have different opinions regarding this. I've been in front of plenty of judges over my career who endorse speaking objections as long as there's no, trying to coach a witness or, trying to influence a witness in any way. And that's not what we're seeking to do here. The objection hearsay, the objection lack of foundation, just standard basic objections. I think there's no prejudice to stating them in open court. It will move the trial along more quickly. It'll allow my client to preserve her due process rights, and we'd ask the court to change its ruling from the first trial.
Okay, that motion is denied. So the next motion, defendant's motion, eliminate to exclude false and irrelevant statements of Michael Proctor, 591. Does the Commonwealth intend to put this evidence into the case?
We do not.
Okay.
So we can agree to that motion.
All right, so that motion's allowed, Ms. Giannetti. There's a defendant's motion for reconsideration of the March 6th court order denying defendant's motion to exclude witness Crosby. Mr. Alessi, what I'm going to do with that is if I can readdress that before rebuttal, before the witness is called. So we don't need to do this now. We'll wait and see what Dr. Russell's testimony is and if the Commonwealth's going to call the witness. All right, so we can address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And also, just so I'm clear on that, and to the extent we argue for the need for a voir dire, would that also be part of Your Honor's consideration?
So if I feel I need to reconsider it, that's the time to do it, after Dr. Russell's testimony. All right, there's a motion. It's 599. Defendant's motion, eliminate to prohibit the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. So we don't need to belabor this. We talked about this before. No one has contact with the jurors other than the court officers. So defendant's motion, eliminate to prohibit Norfolk DA and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. I'll also include prohibiting defense counsel and the media as well. No one is to have contact with the jurors. The court officers are the only ones that have ever had contact with the jurors. So there's that. So I think now we move on to something that may take a little bit more time. The defendant's motion eliminated to exclude the testimony of Dr. Judson Welcher. How do you pronounce his name, Mr. Brennan? Welcher, and the Commonwealth's opposition. So who's arguing for the defendant, and how long do you think this might take? Because we can do some of the quicker Commonwealth motions if you want.
I am going to make the argument, Your Honor, and I estimate 40 to 45 minutes for this motion.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, how long do you think you'll take?
It's really dependent on what Mr. Alisi says, but I can't imagine it's more than 15 minutes, perhaps 10.
Okay. All right. Before we go there, there are a couple of the Commonwealth's motions that seem pretty quick that I just wanted to know if the defense had objections to. To appoint a stenographer, we've already done that. Prevent identification of jurors and impound the juror names during trial. Why don't we do a few of these, then we'll take the recess around 11, and then we'll come back with the lengthier motion. So I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Which motion, Your Honor?
It's your number 1, 575. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to appoint court stenographer, prevent identification of jurors, and impound juror names during trial.
Commonwealth believes appointing a stenographer is a prudent practice.
We've already done that.
Okay. Preventing identification of jurors. This case is a case that has garnered extraordinary public interest. There are some concerns that in the history of this case, jurors have been identified by different characteristics, whether it's their hair color, their profession, and inevitably, as the trial progresses, it seems through sometimes the media, the jurors, although maybe not identified by name, have some of those characteristics promoted. That would cause, I would think, a strong concern by a juror that their verdict could be disfavored by one side or the other. That's the last thing I think anybody in the courtroom would want. And so the jurors, I suggest, should not be identified before, during a panel, and during the trial. I think the jurors' names should be impounded. There has been past efforts by many to identify jurors, interview jurors, get information about jurors that is then highly publicized. That will chill, I think, the process of deliberation in a fair trial for both sides. I think it is a measure that is accepted, it's appropriate, and under the circumstances of this case, I ask the court to do that.
All right. Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, we have no objection to appointing a court stenographer, impounding jurors' names and information, and in fact, we join in that request.
Okay.
The motion, however, also asks for the impoundment of all sidebar discussions. Before I address that, I guess I would first ask whether Mr. Brennan is pursuing that part of the motion.
I think that's a good question. Sidebar discussions regarding jurors?
Oh, well, if it's sidebar discussions regarding jurors, we're in complete agreement.
So sidebars are impounded regarding jurors anyway.
Right. So we're in agreement with that. I interpreted the motion, perhaps incorrectly, that Mr. Brennan was seeking the impoundment of all sidebar discussions regarding all issues.
It sounds like he is because of the fact of people listening to FTR.
Okay, well, that's what I'd like to address.
All right, so I'll hear you on that.
Thank you. So we do question the impoundment of all sidebar discussions.
Okay, you agreed to it last time, right? So this is a change.
This is a new trial, Judge.
Right, no, so just to be clear, this is a change.
I don't recall what we did or didn't do last time, but this is our position for this trial. Obviously, the reason some discussions are held at sidebar is to prevent jurors from hearing legal arguments on the admissibility of evidence. But this is otherwise a public courtroom. The public typically has a First Amendment right to know in Massachusetts what is going on in a public courtroom. And in fact, in Massachusetts, it's not just a First Amendment right, there's also a common law right to know what's going on in the courtrooms. And when justice is open to the public, it serves as a check and balance to the conduct of the parties and of the court. Consonant with these policies, in one of your recent rulings, Your Honor, the court recently cited to the strong presumption of Massachusetts law that a courtroom be open to the public. Therefore, there's both a state policy and a benefit to public disclosure of courtroom discussions and rulings. Of course, if there's something that is discussed at sidebar that involves information subject to a protective order, portions of sidebars can be impounded. If there's some other reason for a sidebar conference to be impounded, the courts can so rule at the time. But a prophylactic blanket impoundment covering all arguments made at sidebar would sweep too broadly over these important rights and policies. There's a lot of publicly available information about this case already in the public domain. There are commentators who write and speak about this case every day on the internet. Sidebar discussions become yet another source of information, but the court's able to guard against the jury being influenced by extraneous information outside the courtroom by instructing them every day, as you did during the first trial, that they're not to read or watch or pay attention to anything about this case outside the courtroom. And in that sense, sidebar discussions are no different than the daily news about this case that is discussed incessantly. And for that reason, we believe they should be generally made public.
All right. So last time they were sealed, and that was by agreement of all the parties. So this time there's an objection. What is the authority for me sealing or impounding sidebars?
I don't have an answer to that. It's something I'll need to look into because it is a legitimate concern of the Commonwealth, but there needs to be authority. And I can't say right now I have authority for it. I can tell you the concern is that many of the sidebars help vet out information that should not be heard by the jury. It's not the community that's the concern. Even the most diligent of juror in a trial of this magnitude and this length may hear extraneous information. Whether they're looking at news reports or not, whether they're simply getting lunch. If there's evidence that is deemed inadmissible and prejudicial to the jury, there runs a real risk if the public hears the promotion of sidebar conferences. It's not an attempt to stifle First Amendment. It's not an attempt to deprive the community of the full value of the public trial. Rather, it is the concern that this case, unlike most or any, seems to have a political event component to it. And factions and sides and heavy promotion. It's a cottage industry in ways, unfortunately. And that creates an enormous amount of social media and media attention, which I embrace for the First Amendment, but we want to keep the jurors from hearing information that would be prejudicial or extraneous. And given the length of the trial and the heavy scrutiny in social media, that's the government's concern. But I agree the government should have a legal basis. If you give me an opportunity, we can offer the court whether we have that basis or not, but I can't tell you that now.
All right. So I am taking a lot of these motions under advisement. I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Is there an objection to, it's 577, it's the Commonwealth's Exhibit 3, Motion 3, Commonwealth's motion for in-court identification. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, so that's allowed, Mr. Clerk. And the next one, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to admit the one photograph of the victim, 2 photographs of the victim's injuries as observed by medical providers during the autopsy. Is there an objection to
No
that,
objection.
Ms. Little? That's allowed. 578.
Thank you.
So the manner of death, so that is on the death certificate. So this is your number 5, Mr. Brennan, paper 579, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to preclude reference to and redact the manner of death contained on the victim's death certificate. I'll hear you on that. Yes.
Pursuant to Mass case law, Commonwealth versus Almonte and Wallace, as we've laid out in our memorandum, we would like to have the cause of death redacted from the certificate. Certainly, the defense can cross-examine any witnesses that are called regarding the manner of death, but this notation on the death certificate is extraneous and it should be inadmissible. General Laws, Chapter 46, Section 19, provides nothing contained in the record of a death which is reference to the question of liability for causing the death shall be admissible in evidence. Again, different when questioning a witness that is offering an opinion regarding the cause of death, but the certificate itself should be redacted and it should follow Massachusetts general laws and it should follow Massachusetts case law. For those reasons, we ask the court to redact any cause of death in the death certificate itself.
All right, who's arguing this for the defense? Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, the medical examiner who completed the death certificate concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. The Commonwealth is seeking to exclude this information from the death certificate because it is exculpatory. The Commonwealth seeks not only to have the court redact the manner of death here, but they're also not calling the medical examiner in this case, which creates certain issues. All of the cases cited by the Commonwealth in this matter deal with the issue of whether it was error for the Commonwealth to admit a death certificate listing the manner of death without redacting the word homicide, because it violates a defendant's constitutional right under the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. That is not the situation that we're presented with here. None of the cases cited by the Commonwealth that were just referenced by Attorney Brennan stand for the proposition that a death certificate listing the cause of death as undetermined should be redacted. If the court looks closely at even the cases cited by the Commonwealth, specifically Commonwealth versus Ellis, I'd urge the court to carefully read that opinion, because what it says is that the SJC identified the words that best practice dictates should be redacted from a death certificate. And what the SJC said is this, and this is dicta, it's not even true case law. The better and safer course is to exclude from a death certificate the words homicide, suicide, or accident in a criminal trial. Notably missing from that is the word undetermined. And that's because undetermined is not a finding of liability. That is what the whole statute was meant to protect from. So there is no case law that suggests that the word undetermined should be redacted from a death certificate. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof in this case. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a homicide occurred. And the Commonwealth's own medical examiner has opined that she was unable to make that determination in this case. That finding is relevant, it's exculpatory, and it should not be redacted from the death certificate.
So you say the medical examiner is not testifying?
It's not, I believe the medical examiner is not on their witness list.
Oh, I thought I saw Dr. Scorti-Bello. Oh,
Not on their witness list.
all right.
Just number 81 on the Commonwealth's witness list.
All right. I'll take this under advisement. I'll take a quick look at Ellis again.
I would just note, I apologize. I know Attorney Brennan did represent at one point that they are not likely to call the medical examiner. So that was my impression.
Okay.
Perhaps I'm incorrect.
That's fine. Thank you. All right. One last, hopefully quick one. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to introduce certified records from the Registry of Motor Vehicles. Is there an objection to that, Ms. Little?
No objection.
Okay. Probably one more quick, so that's paper 580, Jim?
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion eliminate with the intent to obtain Corey records of potential jurors. That's allowed as long as it doesn't disrupt the trial in any way.
Maybe we be heard on that?
Sure.
Your Honor, potential jurors are asked when they fill out the jury questionnaire whether they have a criminal record. They're also asked if they know anybody in law enforcement. They're asked if they've ever been a victim of a crime. And for every other answer on the questionnaire, the parties must accept the potential juror's answer, which that juror is giving under oath on the form itself. In fact, there are times when a court may deny an attorney from inquiring further about a clear answer on the jury questionnaire, precisely because the answer was clear and it was given under oath. It is solely through the issue of a past criminal record that the Commonwealth seeks to question whether potential jurors are telling the truth. If someone claims not to know law enforcement, the Commonwealth is content with that answer, does not ask for permission to conduct any further research. If someone claims never to be a victim of a crime, again, the Commonwealth is content with that answer and is not curious about whether the potential juror is telling the truth. In other words, it is the potentially hidden, if the potentially hidden information benefits the Commonwealth in their viewpoint, they're fine with that. The only way to make this process fair to both sides, therefore, with regard to this motion, would be to release to the parties the jurors' questionnaires in advance of trial so that each side can do their own independent research and investigation to vet the potential jurors in the pool. I know that there is case law to support the invasion into a juror's privacy regarding a check on the existence or not of their criminal records and a vetting of potential jurors' truthfulness. But it is interesting that the very first case the Commonwealth cites, the Hampton case, stands for the proposition that criminal records of prospective jurors are not an indispensable or necessary means to the selection of an impartial jury as a matter of federal or Massachusetts constitutional law. That was a case in which the defense had sought a query check of potential jurors, and the judge denied that request. And the SJC said it was fine to deny the defense's request. That means, Your Honor, that you would be justified in exercising your discretion to deny the Commonwealth's request to be allowed to invade the privacy of potential jurors, because pursuant to Hampton, it's simply not an indispensable or necessary way to select an impartial jury. Having said that, Your Honor, if the court is inclined nonetheless to allow the motion, we ask for an order that every bit of information turned up by the Commonwealth in their investigation of jurors be turned over to the defense.
I think that's the common practice of this office. What do you say to that, Mr. Brennan?
Is it the common practice of this office? Your Honor, is the court's question common practice of giving everything, or is the common practice of running queries?
It's actually seems to be both.
I believe I've been informed that it is the common practice, and that is the practice we would follow to give everything to the defense. I think the assumption that the Commonwealth would not want somebody with a criminal record on the jury might be misplaced. Somebody who has a criminal record shouldn't be precluded from jury service. In fact, maybe people who have a criminal record in re-entered society who the Commonwealth would embrace as jurors. But sometimes people forget or mistake that they have a criminal past. I understand may have happened in this case, has happened in many of my cases, and the nature of any past criminal record is sometimes helpful to see if there's an association between that and the charges in this case. So we would embrace providing everything to the defense and ask the court to allow our motion.
All right. If you remember, I give a catch-all too to the jury that sometimes we're in a hurry to fill out these forms. Sometimes that when we get these questionnaires, we think, well, this situation may not apply to me. So I give them time before they come up. And I specifically say, perhaps your experience as a witness or a juror or a defendant in a criminal case, or if there's any prior record, things that you may have forgotten. If you didn't include it and you remember it, please tell us when you come to sidebar. And inevitably, every trial there's somebody that says they forgot to say something, or they had a record that, got in trouble when they were 17 or something. So it happens.
Right, and that's an argument against the Commonwealth's motion, because you're giving the jurors a chance to correct what they put on the initial form. There's no need for the Commonwealth to do their own independent research to confirm or deny that.
All right, so you're asking me to flat out deny the motion? But if I allow it, you'll get the copies?
Correct.
Okay. All right, why don't we take the morning break at this time and we'll come back and we'll do that motion, the defense motion regarding Dr. Welcher.
Okay. Right, I'm not sure if Eric can hear me or not. I don't know.
You are muted.
We'll go, well, we're not going on break, we're just going to stay here. If Erica can hear me, then we'll see a bit of outside with her. But we'll see. Hello, boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, boots on the ground? Hey, they're there. Hey. How are we? Can you hear me? You're on mute. Yes, are you? Speak to me. I can't hear you.
All right, so I'm going to cut this off. Hold on. Sorry.
That's better. No, that's better.
Okay, sorry, I was connected to the speaker so we could all listen to the hearing. Is that Egan?
Happy days. I saw you, so I did say hello to boots on the ground.
What'd you say?
I saw people peeping in, so I was saying hello to everyone. Boots on the ground.
I know. Somebody said Pat announced that you had put in the chat like hi to boots on the ground or whatever. And that's what I told people. I said, oh, it's going live, but I said the mic's muted so everybody can come over and say hi.
Yeah, wave. I loved it because they were waving. I was loving it.
Yeah, everyone's
chat
here.
loving it.
All hanging out. There's still a good group of us, you know.
Good.
Crazy. This is all
did you hear about the jury? What's happening with the trial now?
Yeah, so what did honestly I didn't hear a part of it because there was just so many people here, but I'm gonna sit down real quick right here.
So
oh god. Shit all over my hand, whatever. Okay. So what were you saying? Go ahead.
So what's going to happen, in case you didn't hear it and the people who didn't hear it? So they're going to select the jury from the 1st of April.
Yeah.
As they were, but they're not going to impanel them until after the 25th of April.
Yeah. So they're trying to delay the. I mean, she's going to allow the delay. Is that what you're saying?
So she's not, but she is. So
she's not. But she is.
The jury are going to be selected from the 1st onwards, and then they're not going to be sworn in until after the 25th of April.
Oh wow!
So the trial will happen. So basically, the trial will happen when end of April, start of May. Basically, should do.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So
let's hope it gets dismissed before that.
Well, yeah, I doubt it. Not with her anyway.
I know. I know.
So it's a small, because obviously the defense wanted it to the trial start basically middle of May, I think, end of May, but it's going to be a bit sooner than that now. So she said that basically the jury are all coming in on active jurors are all coming in on 1st because it's already planned, so she can't cancel. Basically.
Yeah, I heard her say something about she called like the jury commissioner or whatever the hell it is. How is that even a job?
Well, I don't know, but
yeah. Here comes Aiden.
Oh, Aiden, his facial, tell him that his looks are fantastic.
Yeah, Aiden. Dylan said your facial expressions are fantastic.
They're amazing.
Oh my God, unreal. Hey, when they walked in, right? He went like this. Hey, he turned. He stood at the podium. He went like this. His hands. He was like this. He was so friggin' mad. It was fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah.
It was like real court TV.
Yeah.
Is it a break time now?
Yeah.
Break
15 minutes, I think.
Oh, yeah. What happened in that?
Mine or theirs? There's just a whole motion here, and he wants my phones. He's not gonna get it. That's just
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
He's going to take it under advisement.
Yeah. The judge was asking him all the right questions, though. I loved that. You know.
Like, first of all, they have her phone.
Right.
Yeah. So
what does it matter?
Yeah, it's like
it's clear. It's clear. Yeah. A clear fishing expedition. That's of course what they want. Absolutely.
I hope we can get all. The sequence of
They all
events.
just want to see the Intimidator. Who
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, gonna get going, tomorrow morning.
Is that Dylan? Hello, Dylan.
Aiden.
He said, hey, Aiden.
It's gonna hit this stuff.
Dylan from Alternate Corner. Dylan Davies from Wales. Yeah, he's coming in May to visit us.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Come and hang out with us for a couple of weeks.
I will be
Dennis
boots
is
to the
gonna give
ground.
him the full presidential welcome. Yeah.
All right, then you'll have to stop by our house.
Yep.
There you
You'll
go.
be in Canton. Yep. You'll be in Canton.
Yes. I was going to say to you as well, the judge that Aiden had was amazing.
He was. Look at him. He was unreal. Honestly, he was very. I don't know. I felt he was very fair. Very.
Yeah.
Wanted to hear both sides of it.
All you can ask for is a fair judge.
Yes. Exactly.
They're not going to rule with you every time. It doesn't matter as long as they're
Yeah.
fair.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
So yeah. And Dennis, you're right. I'll be there for the trial, Dennis.
Yes, you will be. I can't wait.
I know.
So he'll be here for the trial. That's awesome.
I might need to extend. I might have to ask Dennis for a place to stay for a little bit as well.
No, please. You know what? You don't even have to ask. There's plenty of room for you, especially
Yeah, I
in this
know.
movement. That's for sure.
I know.
2 months is coming, right?
Yeah, May. Not even. Yeah, roughly. Yeah, roughly 2 months now.
Right on time.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So
Hold on 1 second, Dylan. Give me 2 seconds.
yeah. I love it. I love it.
All right. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I was being fresh for a minute.
Oh no, do you know when you mute it, right? Can you hear me speak when you mute it?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll shut up because I don't know. I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not. So that's
No,
why
I like it. Yeah, you can continue talking while I talk my shit. No, I'm just kidding.
that's fine. Question for you, right? Do you know what the name of the judge was for Aiden?
Oh my God, what was it? Hey, what was the judge's name again? Do you remember? I can't think of the judge's name. Let me see if Meredith knows. Hold on 1 second.
Because he was amazing.
Hey Meredith, sorry to interrupt you. Do you know the judge's name that had eight? Yes. I don't know. Oh, all right. So none of us know it. All right. Yeah. I'll have to double. No, I
Did he not say, like, or did he not declare?
no, you're right. Did they not say like honorable so and so? I don't think he did.
We didn't catch the start of it. We missed the start bit of it.
Oh, the start didn't go on. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll have to double check. I'll have to look.
That's fine. It's all good. He was just great, so people want to know who he was because he was really good.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, Jill.
I was just saying that the chat liked him, so they wanted to know who he was.
Yeah, no, he like I said, he seemed really fair. He was great. I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah.
And not even just because of the way, like, because he gave it to both of them. You know what I'm saying? He asked fair questions on both sides.
Yeah. I don't mind if he rules you the way when people are fair. You know, I really,
absolutely.
You know, it's fair. You know, because a judge can never rule 100% your side. Never.
Right.
So
Right.
you know, just it seems that Bev can. It seems. You know.
Yeah. No shit.
She's like 99% Commonwealth. So
it's ridiculous. It really is. It's embarrassing. It's an embarrassment for the whole state of Massachusetts, honestly.
Well, are you there all day then?
Yeah, I mean, I try to be, anyways. You know.
Yeah, that's fine. Because I was going to say, because they got a motion next now with Alessi. He's speaking to me now, and then after that, it's probably going to be lunch, probably.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go set up downstairs. I'm gonna make sure so I have my laptop. Like we can listen to it better. Like outside's obviously really loud.
Hey. Yeah, but if you could get live over lunch as well, that'd be great because
yes,
people want to see you guys. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. Hell yeah.
And bring some people on, see what they think of it all and stuff like that. Because everyone loves boots on the ground. This is basically the reason we partner with Resistance Silence is because we've got the same ethos. It's all about you guys. We love you guys. You know.
Well, we appreciate that, honestly. It means a lot more than you think, because I think a lot of people too. Like, at first, I'll be real with you. Like being out here all the time, we had a lot of people that were online, like, like kind of like not talking shit, but like it was always an opinion. It was always someone always had something to say. And at the end of the day, like I've always respected everybody in this movement. I've always said we're all equal and that we all play our part. No one's better than the next and no one's bigger than the next. And we all have something to, talk about.
No, that was like
No. Oh, who was the judge?
He's like a substitute judge. Julian's on vacation. It turns out.
Oh yeah, but everybody likes him. The
guy was great, yeah.
No, the chat's lighting up, so we're trying to get his name.
I don't know who the hell he is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the paperwork.
Good, yeah.
So like I said, like we were out here and you had people online, just like, again, everybody can offer their opinions, everybody has their comments, and but opinions are like, butts. Sometimes they stink,
Yeah.
sometimes they're big and juicy, and sometimes they're good, and sometimes they stink. But anyways, like so like we had people in the chat like, oh, like, oh, like, just always kind of like negative stuff. And that's the other thing too, is like, you don't understand what it's like until you're down here. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people I know a lot of people in the movement too, I know have said like, they've been scared to come down, but once they did, like it was great and everybody was welcoming. And that's honestly really the vibe down here. And that's like we all, some people have bad days obviously and like stuff happens, but at the end of the day, everybody's really down here, is really chilling, just wants to, be here for the movement. I will say, I feel like a lot of people get caught up. There are some people that got caught up, and I really do feel like, I was gonna talk about this on Resistance on Tuesday probably, but like in the documentary, like they, how they said like, and you have like Christina Rex, who I can't stand, she's like a hack, but how everybody lines up and they welcome her and this, that, the other thing, and it's like they make us out to be like like. I don't believe she's a movie star. I don't think she's a celebrity. I think after this, absolutely. Do I get the allure of it? Do I get the whole like sense, because it's been sensationalized, you know what I'm saying? So I understand that. I totally understand that. But like, this woman is fighting for her life, and at the end of the day, when it's 8:50 in the morning and she has to get out, sorry, truck, and she has to get out of that car, right, and walk into the courthouse in front of that cunt up there to fight for her life, and to have like, embarrassing things said about her, and things that might not even be true or real said about her, and you hop out of your car, or you hop in front of her and think it's appropriate to put a camera in her face. And you know what I'm trying to say? So like, I think a lot of people kind of lose that too sometimes, that she's a real human being with real feelings and real emotions and real, she's probably tired after a long day in there, after being, verbally and mentally and emotionally, like it becomes physical. Everybody knows that, you know what I mean? So it's like one of those things where when we're down here, I try to be very mindful. I try to be very mindful of other people. I try to be very mindful of, of Karen and her feelings and her family, because I don't want to be an embarrassment to her either. I don't want to be the reason why people are online talking negatively about boots on the ground, or about the pink people in general. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I've always said, even during the buffer zone, like, back in the summer, like I always said, like, you have a pink shirt on, you represent me, I represent you. Christina Rex, I think, is a hack. I don't like her at all. She's also sat down, Paul O'Keefe, and she comes out here, tries to smile at us and tries to ask us questions, but then went on and said some crappy shit about us. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like annoying. But yeah, like I've always said that you're out here, you represent me, I represent you. So like, don't make a fool out of me. Don't make a fool out of this, this, movement. Don't make a fool out of anybody. And again, that content creators, you guys online, like that, we should all be, a movement is supposed to change. It gets bigger, it might get smaller, people might leave, people might come back. It's called a movement. It's not a square, it's a blob, we're moving along. We're gonna roll along and this train doesn't stop, right? So you just have to be mindful when you're out here. And I think that people might be a little intimidated to come down here. I totally understand that. But I promise, once you come down here, like you'll understand why, and you'll have a different perspective. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I understand it being just you, Rhode Island lately. Like, totally get that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been days I've parked out back of these and like had like a panic attack before I walked up here. You know what I'm saying? And then of course it's like being online and okay, are pictures gonna get captured of me? Like, I'm constantly troll food. They fucking love making fun of me. I don't care. I think they know I don't care. That's why they do it. Again, they could never they could never hate me more than I've already hated myself at one point or another. So like, I don't care what anyone has to say about me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I do family wise, like I have people that I care
Yeah.
about. Like I have a real life at home that like if this didn't exist, I still have a life that I love and that I can go on with.
Yeah.
You know? So again, we're all just real people down here. That's it, you know, and we're trying to make sure that this poor woman doesn't get hemmed up, and that's what's happening to her. And a lot of us live here. Some of us live closer than most, and it's affected them immensely. And that's like, this story is so hard, like the side stories, the, you know, this, that, the other thing. It's kind of transformed into like, again, this sensationalized story. It's totally understandable, you know?
So
Sorry, that was long-winded.
no,
I'm sorry.
it's perfect. Everyone's saying like preach, 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 and I just want to jump in for a second.
Yeah.
And just say October Girl and Deb, like, you know, they're saying they're a bit nervous being down there and stuff. If you go down there early, you got Kurt down there, Dennis is down there, all the people that you know from the chat. Go down there.
I promise you'll see a familiar face. Exactly.
Yeah.
You'll see at least one. I promise you that.
If you don't see one, you'll hear one, because Erica's got a big mouth, Dina's got a big mouth. So do you know what I mean?
The best way possible, might I add. No.
Yes, obviously.
I have to go plug my, sorry Dylan, 1 second. Guys, Timma, I'm gonna go inside. I have to plug my phone and it's gonna die. All right? I'm gonna go downstairs. All right. Because they're gonna go back in. All right. Are you gonna come in before you leave?
I'm gonna go.
Oh, all right, okay, all right. All right, so I'm just making, sorry, I didn't interrupt you. You can keep going. I'm just making my way over to the registry.
No, it's fine.
Can I borrow that speaker?
Oh yeah, where you going?
I'm gonna go in the registry.
Oh, let me grab Nathan. Do like it in there.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know, but good luck.
There is a machine.
Be right back. Can you grab the speaker? Can you grab the speaker, please?
You want me to?
Sorry, Dill. I'm making my way in there.
No, it's fine. So you're going to lose signal a bit, but that's fine, because jump back on during lunch break then, and we'll have a better
Wait,
chat.
I'm gonna lose signal, you said?
You're probably going to lose signal now, I think, aren't you?
I don't know. I've never had a problem in there before, but maybe.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just thought you.
Okay, so listen, let me go in there and get my laptop up and get my like Wi-Fi connected. I'll plug my phone in and I'll call you from downstairs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I'll
that's
call
fine.
in for the hearing. Is that okay? Can we stream the
Yeah,
hearing
yeah.
with you?
Do the same thing again. Do the same thing again.
All right, perfect. All right, I'll be right back.
No worries. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Right. So I'll leave Erica on there. Sorry, I must have misinterpreted what you said then, Deb. I thought you were, but yeah, set up a date to go up there. I mean, you all know Dennis Sweeney. We dressed up as a judge, like, you know. So, so yeah, I get it though. It's a bit like I would be a little bit anxious. Do you know what I mean? So, or just wait. I'll be out there in May, so you can come out with me anyway. So it's a hippie chick. I'll definitely be there. Yes, hippie chick's coming out as well in May, so she'll be there. Lisa Reed, are you still coming, Lisa Reed, to the trial? That is, to Boston. So if you are, then that's another one. There's 2 people that'll be out there. But yeah, I mean, definitely people, please go down there. He is so cool. Who's he? Me. You be in love. Yes, exactly. Lisa Reed. We're going to be there for the trial, my darling. So that's going to be awesome. Do you know what I mean? We'll still do Salem though on a Thursday, because I promised everybody we'll do it. But apart from that, then we could be there every day for the trial, and I'll stream and stuff. There you go. Exactly. Give Dennis a big hug, Robin G. Preach, Erica. So, you'll have the opportunity from the first, because they'll take about 2-3 weeks to get a jury and then into trial. So as I say, I'm looking forward mid-May, probably 2nd, 3rd week to be there. I can't wait. I'll still be streaming. We'll still be streaming. I'm not sure how we're going to stream yet, but we'll still be streaming. We'll be down there. I might have to ask one of the mods, Mexi Texi, maybe to put the stream on every morning, because Erin Hacker be on the bus. It's too early for Josie and Sarah P. So maybe Mexi will task Mexi with getting the stream set up every morning, and Resist Silence and us will be live down there, and then the stream will be on with a trial, and I'll get back to be on there. We'll work it out, but what I do promise you, there will be a stream, and there will always be no ads for Karen Reid. So there you go, Robin G. Me too, Robin G. Dylan will be biggest Welsh. I'll be the biggest. Well, I mean, I'll be the biggest in terms of fat, James, but not as famous. Yes. There you go. Now I want to figure out how I can stay extra days. I know, same here. Hey, Dennis, have you got a room in the inn, Dennis? I'm there every day till. Yes, exactly. So then I want to stream after that. So I want to be down then and stream afterwards. So I'll have a word with Mexi Texas. She can put the trial on for us whilst we're out of there. While Erica's away, how great is she, right? Don't tell her. Great people. Dina, Erica, fantastic people. Tracy, she's amazing. So, you know, whenever we got Tracy, Dina or Erica on, we love it. So when that guy is on, the pervert, I think his name's Leonard, I think he's a bit of a POS, like, you know. It's not unusual to be in love. It's not unusual to be in love by anyone. Da 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 da. It's not unusual to be something with everyone. Da 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 da. Dennis really leaving the trial starts for the day. Yeah. So what he does is, he goes home to watch the trial. He goes there to watch the trial, home to watch the trial then. So he's there for the 2 hours in the morning. The car arrives and then goes home to watch the trial. Hi, Dana. She's great, Dana. I'll be there going along too. It's all good, Miss Lynn. I can't wait to give you a little hug, Miss Lynn. We'll be down there together. Eric is wicked cool. She's wicked pisser. Here's a Sweeney hotel open in May. I know. Sweeney's. How much space have you got? I've been in Rhode Island. I'm hoping I can one day get a sitter for the toddlers and go, yes. Well, Deb is in Rhode Island as well, so you should go with Deb. Jennifer and Deb go together, you ass. No one wants to see you and me, Dana. They only want to see the ladies. I wonder why that is. Down to the courthouse. There you go. Deb and Jennifer can go together. Extend your stay. I'm sure something could be worked out. I would love to extend my stay, Donna. I would love to. I definitely would love to. You know, I say that now. I'd love to. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of impracticalities a little bit, but I'll look into it. We'll see. We'll look into it. But yeah, I would love to be there for the whole trial, to be honest with you. No worries at all, Jennifer. Usually watch at home. I'm there 6 a.m. during trial. Yes. So gotta get there early to see them. Get it between 6 and 9, Robin. Between 6 and 9, and you'll see him. Watch it, and then go over. We'll do a watch party. We'll do a watch party, Robin G, and then we'll sort it. Judge Doolin. Oh no, I think it was cancelled, wasn't it, Maureen? How far is Canton to Dedham? Not long. I think it's like 10 minutes if there's no traffic. Hippie chick. It's nothing. If you go in the morning, that is. If you leave in traffic time, it'll be a lot longer, obviously, but it's not long. I know that much. Are you going to be there April 1st, Dennis? He will be there April 1st. I know, I'll try to. I know. I will try to figure it out. Yeah, it's so tempting, Jimmy, to extend the stay. It's so tempting. It's just I also know a lot of people can't make it because it's so expensive as well. I know. It's about 50 minutes from me. There you go, Rhode Island. Kathleen will be there. Another one we'll give a wicked pisser. Wicked smart. Wicked smart. Guess who's back again. Erica's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Erica's back, but she's
All right. Hi.
Hey, you're freezing a little bit.
Hi. So I'm just gonna do this before it comes on. Okay. Nothing. We got it all set up. I think we're good.
Everyone loves you in chat, by the way.
Oh, awesome. I love everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are
They
great.
do.
I was really nervous about today, so.
You shouldn't be nervous because you've got a big gob on you, so you'll be fine.
I don't want. I just like obviously my anxiety. That's what happens, and I start.
No, but
talking.
you're fantastic. You're natural. Even Dana says,
appreciate
while
it.
Erica's
Thank
away,
you.
how great is she? Don't tell her I said that though. So.
Oh shit! Right. I love it. I'm just kidding. We have a love relationship. Okay, hold on. Look at them turning on the fan and everything. We just make ourselves right at home. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. End of May, we believe it's that trial start. We're not 100% sure yet, Crystal. End of May. End of April, sorry, we think.
Yeah, end of April, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Meet there, spend the whole day together. So if they do go, if you guys do go, then you can meet Erica, and you can go down to the where she's at. Oh, right, court's back. Hang on, I'll pour us back in.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh,
We're
it's
in the
back in?
corner.
All right.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Before we begin, realizing how much everybody has to do before this trial, I won't have the voir dire of the ARCA witnesses next week. We'll have it before they testify. We'll do it the day before they testify. And we'll give you until then to comply with all Rule 14 discovery and see where we stand. So we don't need to bring them here next week unless you made arrangements.
No, I didn't make arrangements. I just want to make sure that we're very well defined on what issue is before the court that would justify a voir dire. I just want to make sure I don't think that's been clearly articulated. I just need to know what the parameters are.
Okay.
We need to know. I think Mr. Alessi is going to handle the argument in substance, but I need to know what are we dealing with for a voir dire.
Okay. All right. So what I need you to do beforehand is make sure that all Rule 14 discovery is complied with. And if it is, then we'll see. Okay?
So it's basically
Yes.
defined on Rule 14.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that work for the Commonwealth?
My concern is if we have questioning of the witnesses the day before their testimony, and part of that includes the production of records, and they don't have the records with them, they're going to be unable to produce them because they would have to return home. And so
So we'll need that, Mr. Alessi, okay? Well in advance.
Yeah, understood.
That would be part of the Rule 14 discovery. If they comply with Rule 14 discovery in advance, you'll have all of that.
That was exactly my understanding, what Your Honor was suggesting, and we will comply with that.
So see where we stand. If we need to address it, we'll address it before then.
my discovery motion extends beyond Rule 14, and the reason why is it includes the communications between the parties, which is necessary to understand. So it's not simply Rule 14. We have a court-ordered discovery motion that we filed that includes the request for this information to show bias, and I don't want that to be overlooked.
All right, so talk to Mr. Alessi in advance. All right, and I'd like you to be able to tell me before we start the trial where you stand with that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what you still think you need, Mr. Brennan.
I'll inform the court.
Okay.
And I'm pleased to speak with Mr. Brennan at Your Honor's direction.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so now we'll go on to your motion, Mr. Alessi.
May it please the court. In my presentation today, with regard to Dr. Welcher.
No, I was just wondering if you're going to tell me what you're going to tell me and then tell me what you've told me. Do you plan on doing that or are you just outlining it?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
In my presentation today, Your Honor, I'm going to, just so Your Honor has the documents in front of you that I'm going to be referencing. I'm going to be referencing the 140 slide presentation
Okay.
what the Commonwealth has dubbed a report, which is approximately 12 pages of a letter dated January 30, 2025 from Dr. Welcher to Mr. Brennan. And I am also going to be referencing a case law that the parties have cited. What Dr. Welcher has submitted is notable both for what is submitted and what is not provided. Dr. Welcher has gone extraordinarily well beyond not only his area of expertise, but he has, and that's in terms of what he has provided, but as remarkable is he has not provided any documentation of how his methodology is tethered to any study, any common acceptance, or any of the Daubert factors. And this, again, is a pattern of the Commonwealth where they provide, as they did with Dr. Wolf, as they have done with Dr. Crosby, they provide long CVs, long qualification lists, and then are completely silent on the tethering of the methodology to a common acceptance or the apt Daubert factors. So that is the jurisprudential motivation for me to hit the case law with regard to why that deficiency is fatal to their burden of proof under the Massachusetts law. So I'll start with case of Canavan, the SJC's decision of 2000. And I am going to provide 4 parts of Canavan. Number 1, it's in head note 11. And this case was about, as the court may know, the Commonwealth, not the Commonwealth, a party proposing an expert that was commenting on, which was fashionable at the time, multiple chemical sensitivity. And the expert witness trying to state that an individual suffered from multiple chemical sensitivity. Here's what the SJC stated in response to the expert that was proffering that testimony, and it's extraordinarily close to what is happening with Dr. Welcher, what happened with Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Crosby. The SJC said there was no evidence in the record to show that Dr. LaCava, that was the proffered expert, used a reliable methodology to transform his general finding of chemical exposure to his more specific diagnosis of MCS, multiple chemical sensitivity. Immediately after that, the High Court said, and I quote, Dr. LaCava referred to the, quote, literature as confirming the existence of MCS and asserted that based on the examination and tests he conducted, the employee had symptoms highly suggestive of environmental sensitivity. However, Dr. LaCava did not identify any specific studies that showed the existence of MCS based on specific symptoms and did not identify tests that can be performed to prove that the patient suffers from MCS. Skipping one sentence. Thus, the only evidence on this record tending to show that the employee suffered from MCS was Dr. LaCava's assertion. The purpose of the Lanigan test is to prevent an expert from offering testimony to a fact finder that is not based on a reasonable or reliable methodology. We cannot conclude that the expert's mere assertion that a methodology is reliable is sufficient to pass the Lanigan test absent any other evidence showing its reliability. And I have used the Latin phrase ipse dixit translated into because he says so, or he said. And it's not my pejorative. That's the ipsy dixit, comes right and is used in case of cannabis. And that's what the SJC calls it when you don't tether a methodology to a study or common acceptance. It's just that expert witness saying it. The reason I perseverate on this is because that's exactly what Dr. Welcher is doing in a 140 slide presentation. It's exactly what he did in his 12-page letter to Mr. Brennan. Nowhere in either of those voluminous documents does he mention one word about two things he did. He did an analysis. He has a purported methodology, just like Dr. LaCava in case of Caravan. He doesn't mention one study to support his methodology. Unless there be any concerns, the law is clear that the Lanigan analysis is applicable to medicine, science, and technology. And clearly, Dr. Welcher is in the technology area. In the Dalbert Lanigan analysis, it's referred to as the hard science. So he also, Dr. Welcher, conducted an experiment. And I'm going to treat that separately from the lack of a methodology. So I want to stay just with the methodology that is purported to be used by Dr. Welcher. So keeping on with case of Canavan, Dr. Welcher also is proffering to provide opinions on the medical causation of the injuries to the right arm of the decedent. It's clearly what he is doing. Here is what the SJC said about causation. It's head note 14, and they labeled the heading of it causation. The SJC said, quote, "There is no suggestion that the judge conducted a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava used a reliable methodology to conclude that the chemical exposures to which the employee was subjected caused," and caused is italics in the opinion, "her to suffer from MCS. This was an error." They went on, quote, "Because understanding medical causation is beyond the knowledge of the ordinary layman, proof of it must rest upon expert medical testimony. Because and I'm skipping several sentences, because the judge below did not conduct a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava relied on a reliable methodology to determine that chemical exposures caused the employee's MCS, it was an error to admit the opinion." In the concurring opinion of Justice Greene, he added an important point. I quote, "Further and perhaps more importantly, the application of the standard will make little difference in how an appellate court decides a hard science." The issue was, what was the standard of review? Is it going to be abuse of discretion? And the concurring justice said, in hard science, it really doesn't make a difference. But here is apt for what we're here for today. The goal of Lanigan, as was the goal of the preceding tests, is to keep unreliable or so-called junk science from fact finders, thereby reducing the prospect of the return of verdicts or the rendition of decisions with dubious validity. So I rehearse apt provisions of the case of Canavan because the SJC sets forth what the burden is of the proponent. And I know Your Honor has heard me make this argument before, but I am now providing the SJC decision for direct support, what I've said with regard to the experts, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Crosby, and now Dr. Welcher. Next case I provide is Commonwealth v. Meeks. And that is another SJC decision. And if I'm not mistaken, I think all of the cases that I'm providing in my oral argument are cases cited to by the Commonwealth. as part of this motion. I'm not 100% sure with regard to Meeks, but I think it's a decision that they cite as well. And oddly, all these decisions favor the defense. So here is, I'm only going to need to read one part of Meeks, even though it's a very long decision of 2006. It states at 2006 Westlaw 2819423, and this is on page 53 of the Westlaw copy. Quote, at trial, this court will require the Commonwealth's firearm identification witness to provide on direct examination, et cetera, et cetera. Last sentence. Such discovery is essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial. And I've made this argument many times before about the prejudice to Ms. Reed from the pattern of the Commonwealth to provide experts, long reports, long CVs, completely silent on tethering the methodology to a study, etc. And the SJC points out that that information is essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial. And with regard to the last case that's really more apt to the experiment that Dr. Welcher apparently performed, not apparently did perform, that is the subject of his slide presentation. And this is, there's various experiments, but the most prominent of which is painting someone's arm blue, painting a hand yellow, and then trying to use the results of that experiment to support some wayward theory as to how the SUV made contact with the decedent. There's no doubt that's an experiment. So it's important when I get to that experiment, what the legal standard is before such an experiment can be admitted in evidence, and what's the test under the Commonwealth v. Davis and Lanigan as to how an experiment could possibly come into court. So you've heard of the case, and I know Your Honor knows of Rintala. We basically cited it for the proposition of qualifications, but substantively, we haven't talked about it. And I know Your Honor is well familiar with it, so I'm just going to summarize what's apt for our motion. What the High Court said there is that the precise question is whether Giulianelli, this was the paint expert proffered by the Commonwealth, possessed sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity to determine forensically when and how the paint was applied to the basement floor in the victim's body based on the information he was provided. And a large part of Rintala was, listen, this person was a paint engineer at his company and he had a lot of experience in that. But what he really didn't show and didn't have was experience forensically addressing the question. And that was certainly a big part of Rintala. So the court, to that point, said there is a significant distinction, however, between what Giulianelli had done in the paint industry for over 20 years and what the Commonwealth asked him to do in this case. So the court went on and discussed the difference, and it said he also, this is Giulianelli, he also did not do any research on the topic or search for any academic or industry materials on this topic. So the court, with that predicate as to what was lacking, which is completely the same as what's lacking with Dr. Welcher and his experiment, the court said this, and this is on Westlaw copy 14, head notes 19 through 22. I quote, expert testimony also may be based on or informed by the results of experimentation. Skipping. The conditions in the experiments must nonetheless be substantially similar to those at the crime scene for the experiments to be of any value, and where new hard science is involved, an appellate court will always take a hard look at the trial judge's decision to admit or exclude the evidence. So here's what happened that's very apt to Dr. Welcher. Our analysis of Giulianelli's approach begins with the important principle that judges should closely scrutinize expert testimony where the testimony is prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, as opposed to testimony flowing naturally from an expert's line of scientific research or technical work. There is no evidence whatsoever in the Commonwealth's papers that Dr. Welcher had ever performed this experiment as part of his line of scientific research or technical work. From all indications, it appears that he performed this experiment specifically and exclusively for purposes of this litigation. And that's where the SJC started. So they immediately said, if it's just experiment done for this litigation, we right off the jump have a big issue with it. The SJC then goes on with this very, very questionable area of experiments and said, rather than flowing naturally from his work, therefore, his experiments greatly differed from the work he ordinarily performed and the observations he had experience making in the key. And his opinions were developed solely to assist the Commonwealth's prosecution of the defendant, which from all indications appears exactly the purpose of Dr. Welcher. And here now to the tethering of the methodology to a study which Dr. Welcher does not do at all. The court said, footnote 31, because Giulianelli conceived of and designed the experiments without any stated basis in existing science or literature, and because neither the Commonwealth nor the trial judge applied the Dalbert-Lanigan factors, it would make little sense to attempt to apply them here. The SJC said, we're not even going to go do this analysis because the proposed expert didn't cite to it. So we're not going to guess at what happened. And it then said, relatedly, and I'm quoting, the Commonwealth has not pointed to any basis in existing scientific literature or research for Giulianelli's methodology or experience. Instead, it appears that Giulianelli designed these experiments on his own without any guidance. Reading down below, quote, Giulianelli's experiments also do not appear to have been performed consistently with basic scientific principles. We have no evidence in anything the Commonwealth submitted that the experiment of Dr. Welcher was performed in accordance with any scientific principles, because his report and the slide presentation is completely bereft of any citation to basic scientific principles. Next, the court said Giulianelli did not repeat or validate any of his 6 experiments is also significant. There is 0 in the current record that Dr. Welcher repeated or validated his experiment. Nothing. That is the legal standard for experiments in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's not the defense creating the standard. It's not the defense suggesting what the standard should be. What I just read is a 2021 opinion of the SJC. With those important legal precepts stated, I now turn to the letter, what the Commonwealth provides as, or calls a report, which is the January 30, 2025 document from Dr. Welcher. And I start on page 9 of that report. And if Dr. Welcher had adhered to his own standards about what a biomechanical engineer is to do, my presentation would be much shorter. So let's see what he said the role of a biomechanical engineer is, and then what he did. Because this goes to the point of him exceeding the scope of his qualifications wildly. So on page 9, he said in the first full paragraph under numeral 11, he says, in the middle of the paragraph, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. I have not made any type of diagnosis. He then goes down below, in 2/3 of the way down, he says, injury causation analysis is a multidisciplinary endeavor that employs objective medical and biomechanical data and analysis to determine whether a MVC caused a pathological condition or symptom diagnosed clinically. He continues, the entire body region will be covered under 3 of the 4 main branches of impact biomechanics, which are injury mechanisms, mechanical response, tolerance, and the biofidelity of surrogates. Thus, injury criteria are needed by biomechanical engineers to describe the relationship between one or more physical parameters and the injury they cause. These criteria usually take the form of a simple mathematical expression or a force or acceleration level. I couldn't agree with him more that that is what biomechanical engineers do. And he then goes on the next page, first full paragraph, I understand my current assignment in this matter is to analyze the available data in this case, including but not limited to the data in and damage to the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570, and to determine the events that applied forces to Mr. O'Keefe that resulted in the damage to his body, structural failures, fractures, injuries. I agree completely again. That's what a biomechanical engineer is supposed to do. And what is it that he's talking about with force acceleration? At the risk of getting a little too nerdy, but it's really important, what biomechanical engineers do is they apply Newton's second law of physics, which is force net equals mass times acceleration. That's the mathematical formula. Because biomechanical engineers want to know what's the force being applied. And when you do that, then you can then say, okay, is this force capable of causing this result? And if that's what Dr. Welcher had done, again, my presentation would be very short. But that's the setup that he says are his guardrails, his boundaries. Now let's see what he actually did in this case, is where we have great objections. It's his conclusions and opinions, which take up about 1.75 pages only on page 10. Let's see what he did and how he honored or didn't honor his own standard. And I'm going to, hopefully to assist the court, identify what I believe should absolutely be disallowed from him opining on. Conclusion opinion number 1. I'm not going to talk about things that we aren't contesting. I want to go to the things that are clearly wayward and improper. 1C. He cites to Julie Nagel and occupants of Richard D'Antonio Ford F-150, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxim, arrival in time outside 34 Fairview, not seeing anybody exit Lexus or damage to the Lexus. What he is doing is he is not only using, but he's trying to credit contested testimony.
So let me find out, do you intend to introduce that testimony, Mr. Brennan, through this witness?
I intend to introduce that testimony prior to Dr. Welcher testifying. If it's not in the record, he would not be able to testify to it, but if it is in the record, he can refer to it as part of his opinion.
All right.
That's a very apt question, and Mr. Brennan's answer underscores the issue. So what I understand completely the foundational evidence issue. I understand all of that. But the transcending issue is an expert witness can't use contested testimony because experts are not allowed to credit and talk about the credibility of witnesses. It's clear case law in every jurisdiction, including Massachusetts. And he does that throughout his report. And we've provided in our supplement correction the clear case law. I'm not going to go through it because I know Your Honor knows this. It's almost Hornbook law. So based upon Mr. Brennan's answer, it only underscores and establishes our concern. So 1C should be excluded. Now to 2. 2A Romanettes 3 and 4. Romanet 3, 2A3. No evidence light was broken at 1 Meadows Ave. When does a biomechanical engineer get to testify about a contested issue and say no evidence? That's not for a biomechanical engineer. And when he set up his own boundaries, he didn't talk that he was going to be looking at contested evidence. Romanet 4, 2A4. No fragments of taillight on or in snow behind O'Keefe Chevrolet. That's an evidence, collection of evidence, preservation of evidence, etc. It's not for a biomechanical engineer. Then he goes on to 2C. Testimony of Jen McCabe. That's his heading. Karen Reed stated to her, etc., etc. In other words, given Jennifer McCabe's testimony, and then he talks about what he believes Ms. Reed knew. That is not only trying to credit testimony, we've got now a biomechanical engineer that is going to be stating the Commonwealth's case for it. What is the biomechanical force calculation for talking about Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, Jen McCabe's, or frankly anybody's testimony? It's unprecedented. Now, continuing on page 11 at the top, and this is C Romanet 1:1, 42622 Julie McCabe, 42622 state grand jury page, etc. Grand jury minutes. It's testimony. It's testimony of lay witnesses. Inherently, he is crediting that testimony as truthful. That's not what any expert can do, let alone a biomechanical engineer. Number 3, the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570. So let's cut through the euphemism of orientation. What he is referring to is pattern recognition. He is saying that the pattern of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right forearm are supporting his opinion. Where is his qualifications to determine pattern recognition of a wound on a decedent? They don't exist. 4, and that should be stricken and not allowed. 4, perhaps the most egregious of all, and I respectfully submit what I've pointed out are incredibly egregious. 4, the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed 2021 Lexus impacting, etc., of his head on the frozen ground. So there are several maladies with that statement. First, where is his qualifications to testify as to frozen ground? He's not a pedologist. He's not a hydrogeologist. He's not a geologist. He has no basis to testify in that regard. But more importantly is his phrase, the totality of the evidence. And if Your Honor now looks at what he considers to be the totality of the evidence, it is extraordinary. He is, and I will state each one, he is becoming a medical examiner. He's becoming a lead investigator. He's becoming a cell phone data forensics expert. He is also, once again, talking about testimony of individual witnesses. So he says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and of his head on the frozen ground. So what he's doing is he's now talking about cause of death and manner of death.
Do you intend to introduce that evidence, Mr. Brennan?
Wouldn't be introducing evidence of frozen ground through Dr. Welch. Is there other parts of the,
Cause of death.
he would not be offering the cause of death. I think the spirit of the report is putting all the information together to see his observations, but I recognize that he's limited to his field. The hard ground and the cause of death are not within his bailiwick.
All right, thank you.
Again, appreciate that apt question, and I'm going to go into why there's still an issue. So I think it's best just to go through each one.
Sure.
Thank you. So 4A, he says and this is what he means by totality of the evidence. Cell phone data. Where's his qualifications to discuss cell phone data? That's a data forensics. We had obviously many moments I'm sure your honor may wish to not remember, but with regard to Mr. Green, et cetera, we went through a lot of issues about the expertise needed, the methodologies, the various tools. Where is his qualifications to talk about cell phone data? There are none. It's improper. So A in its entirety should be stricken. C, forearm lacerations 3 above. So that goes back to the euphemism orientation where he wants to talk about pattern recognition. And it's interesting that the Commonwealth vigorously contested Dr. Russell, and we all know her credentials on pattern recognition, but yet they're proffering a biomechanical engineer to talk about pattern recognition. D, air temperature and frozen ground. I'm understanding, if I understand correctly, that the Commonwealth is now stipulating to excluding that. And it's really the frozen ground aspect of it, of D. Then E. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
I don't mean to interrupt. The frozen ground, we're not going to bring in. The air temperature is important because it talks about the density of the strength of the taillight. And that's part of the conclusion. So there'll be evidence before he testifies about the weather we expect. Okay. And you can rely on that to talk about how that might affect the taillight. But frozen ground, we agree, that would not come in through Dr. Welch.
We have no objection to the air temperature testimony of Dr. Welcher.
Okay.
E, hat line and fracture location consistent with fall and posterior head strike. Extraordinary. Even the medical examiner in this case wouldn't venture onto that. But that is clearly an example of what I'm talking about in terms of Dr. Welcher going well beyond his field. He's talking about hat line and fracture location. That's a wound to the back of the head. And to make matters worse, he makes clear fall versus assault. He's making a distinction between a fall and an assault occurring. We've contested Dr. Wolf on that issue. Now with regard to F. This is the wayward, undocumented experiment that Dr. Welcher conducted. F, Romanet 2 should be excluded. It says drop test conducted by me with a hybrid 3 falling backwards, measured heads, G's of approximately, et cetera, et cetera. That experiment I've covered in what the case law requires for him to show. There is zero support for this experiment. I went through in Rentola, I won't repeat it, of all that needs to be established before an expert can talk about an experiment. Dr. Welcher supports his experience with zero. This very experiment that he did, this drop test, has zero documentation of where the methodology for that is supported by science. Recall in Ritola, the paint person conducted an experiment and the SJC said, yeah, you conducted it. Yeah, you know, this is your area, but you've got to show all of these things, including where is this supported by the scientific method? What studies? Did you repeat this experiment to make sure that there wasn't an error rate of concern? Every single deficiency in Ritola is extant with Dr. Welcher. His experiment must be excluded if Ritola is to have any meaning in Massachusetts jurisprudence. G, Julie, Nagel, and Ford occupants. Again, what does he say? Pulled in behind Lexus and never saw anybody enter or exit Lexus or walk into 34 Fairview. He's crediting, again, testimony and contested issues with regard to some important issues in the case. Unprecedented, the biomechanical engineer gets to come anywhere near that. And we provided, again, the clear case law where in Massachusetts that's not allowed. And as egregiously, H, people inside of 34 Fairview on evening of 128 and early morning of 129. H, Romanet I. John O'Keefe never entered 34 Fairview. Is there any more of a contested issue than that? But yet he's proposing to testify and state that. What biomechanical engineering principle is being applied there? The answer is none. Except for Karen Reed, everyone at 30 and outside 34 indicated John O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview. Even more egregious than H. Romanet I. So with regard to Dr. Welcher, I have, again, genuinely tried to assist the court with regard to blue penciling his report to make clear, based upon the case law, what is within his bounds and what is not within his bounds based upon his own stated parameters. And with regard to the case law about commenting, not being able to comment on a witness, crediting their testimony, Commonwealth v. Quinn, which we cite, says such testimony impermissibly intrudes on the jury's province to assess the credibility of the witnesses. So not only is Dr. Welcher beyond his qualifications, but he's intruding on the province of the jury. And the Massachusetts courts state such testimony, the kind where an expert witness assesses the credibility of another witness, could substantially influence the jury's decision about whom to believe. And lastly, and importantly, should the Commonwealth try to save this wayward part of the report by saying, well, you know, is he really directly or explicitly doing it? The Commonwealth v. Lopez case, and I quote, vouching for the credibility of a witness, here's the key part, whether explicitly or implicitly is impermissible. So I believe it's explicit for the reasons I've given, but even if the court were to conclude that some of his references to witnesses is not explicit what he's doing, it certainly at a minimum is implicit. So with regard to the experiment, the case law is clear as I have recited. With regard to this experiment prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, not repeated, not retested, no documentation in the scientific engineering literature for the methodology or the experiment, dooms Dr. Welcher's experiment. And the bases in the jurisprudence of Massachusetts couldn't be clearer. experiments come to courts with an extremely jaded eye, as Rintala talks about. Both eyes get even more jaded when it's created purposely for the litigation. And what is clear from the case law is the prejudice to the defendant in these cases by allowing experts such as Dr. Welcher to stray into all of these areas. In conclusion, Dr. Welcher is not qualified to do anything more than what the ARCA witnesses did, which is talk about and calculate forces and then determine whether or not those forces are sufficient to, and based on physics, are sufficient. So, Your Honor, we would request that because all of these deficiencies so infect all of his report, meaning the experiment is the entire basis for his opinions. You pull out the experiment, he has no basis for an opinion. You pull out a lot of his items, there is no basis for his testimony, and it frankly shouldn't be the job of the defendant or the court to fly spec his report in his slide presentation. And that is the final data point I want to hit, which is his slide presentation. We have a 140-page slide presentation that is unintelligible on its own. You can't understand it, and the report merely references it. It doesn't explain it.
Let me stop. Mr. Brennan, do you intend to use this PowerPoint presentation?
Parts of it. It certainly needs redactions. Any reference to witness testimony needs to be redacted. Opinions on credibility needs to be redacted. But there are different demonstrations that we do expect. The demonstration at Meadows Road, which clearly depicts that the cars didn't contact the taillight, we want to produce. The drop test, similar to ARCA's test, we intend to offer that. But as far as the extraneous commentary, no, that's not intended to be, it's not proper, and we wouldn't even try to produce it.
Do you intend to use all 140 or however many?
No, we were comprehensive in the production to the defense so they could see the data points, how it was produced. And so we've included, you see many of the slides is the cameras showing the different data downloads. There's only a fraction of that we would show. What we would show is the drop test, the demonstration of the Lexus hitting Mr. Welch's arm. And also we would want to show the Waze locations based on the data that will be introduced through other witnesses and after it's been attested to and its reliability.
Okay.
If I may be heard on that?
Sure.
Thank you. I still don't know the answer to your question. The defense is entitled to know.
Right. So this will have to be provided to you prior to it's done.
Thank you. And do we have a date so we can adequately prepare for trial, Your Honor, in cross-examination?
When will you have the redacted slides?
I could have them by Monday.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if we have an issue, still, can we submit something to the court? Don't need another court hearing, but if Your Honor would like it, we're happy to do it just to get the basis.
Sure. So you'll get what you're entitled to, and which is just a narrowing down of what you already have. And then if you need to respond, you can respond and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So in conclusion, Your Honor, the proffered information from Dr. Welcher is, in my experience, unprecedented. It is all-encompassing. It veers extraordinarily beyond his own stated boundaries. And even if he didn't state his boundaries, it's clear he's trying to perform roles, even with regard to what the Commonwealth has just said they're stipulating not to produce, still getting in extraordinarily to other disciplines for which there's no documentation. My last point is the point made by the Supreme Judicial Court. These experiments, especially of the insufficiency of Dr. Welcher, cannot be admitted into courts and go before juries for the reasons of the improper influence on the jury. And secondly, the methodology has to be tethered to a study or something in the literature to give the court, as the gatekeeper, a basis to say, this is science. This was done pursuant to the scientific method. And Dr. Crosby, Dr. Wolf, and now Dr. Welcher are completely absent with regard to that tethering. And as the SJC says, that deprives the defendant of cross-examination and a fair trial. And I don't know why the Commonwealth, I've been saying this for months, literally, as to why the Commonwealth doesn't produce it, either in reports or in their responses to our motion. I am left with one conclusion, Your Honor, and that is they don't want to provide it, and they want to, as the Commonwealth's favorite phrase appears to be, do trial by ambush. But that can't work with a defendant in a criminal proceeding. The Commonwealth can't ambush, and that's not my standard. That's the standard of the SJC. So we respectfully request that Dr. Welcher's report and his testimony be disallowed in its entirety. We will, of course, await the narrowing as Your Honor has ordered, and we would urge at a minimum that the defense know clearly what this witness is going to be allowed to testify to, and we would like to avoid an evidentiary hearing because I think it's pretty clear what the parameters are, but I have to reserve, Your Honor, our request in the alternative for an evidentiary hearing if what we get from the Commonwealth continues to be the vagueness that we've been getting all along. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Vernon.
Oh, please. I'm particularly disappointed that Mr. or Attorney Alessi sees this as some type of trial by ambush. I'm not going to digress the way he has, but a case study in that is the ARCA, and that's why I'm concerned about waiting until the day before trial to get simple Rule 14 discovery. ARCA and Mr. Welcher have some similarities because they're biomechanical engineers. Now, in our production, we gave over 8 gigabytes of information from Dr. Welcher. We gave any reference material, whether he was going to use it or not. We gave all studies, all data, anything that he considered, even if it was irrelevant, we provided to the defense. It was an extraordinary production. I've never seen a more complete production. But Dr. Welcher gave his entire file to the defense with all of the raw material, all of the studies, all of the reference material. It's not limited to this report. As you can see, Dr. Welcher is extraordinarily thorough. You can see in the letter report all of the different things that he looked at, far beyond what any other expert has looked at in this case, far beyond, I dare say, what ARCA even considered in this case. And so it is obvious, but maybe not to the defense, so I will narrow it, that Mr. Welcher, Dr. Welcher, cannot come in and talk about the opinions or testimony of witnesses as it relates to their statements. So, for example, as Attorney Alessi points out, 1C, he won't be able to come in and would not want to come in and say that the witness did not see damage to the taillight. She'll testify to that herself, that there was no damage. In fact, all the witnesses did not see damage to that taillight. As to 2C, the testimony of Jen McCabe, that is for reference. The testimony of Jen McCabe is for Jen McCabe and the jury. He will not be offering testimony of Jen McCabe or offering anything that relates to it. Similarly, 2.1 regarding Julie McCabe and grand jury minutes, he won't reference grand jury minutes in the abstract, let alone the details of it. Number 4, he will talk about the weather if it is already in evidence. the proper basis for an expert, but he will not be talking about the frozen ground. Similarly, in 4G and H, this is reference material regarding Julie Nagel and the Ford occupants. They'll testify to what they did and what they saw. And the people inside 34 Fairview, even though every single witness says John O'Keefe never came into Fairview, that is left for the witnesses, not for Mr. Welcher. And so the basic argument of the defense is that this biomechanical engineer should not be testifying using his principles and his education about demonstrations. What is suggested is that there's no evidence that he ever engaged in these demonstrations before, that they were exclusive for litigation, they weren't tethered to a specific study, and the methodology for each one is not outlined in a report. I wasn't sure if he was talking about Dr. Welcher or he was talking about the ARCA experts, because when I'm looking at the ARCA report, which apparently they're very comfortable with, we don't even know which witness did what. Importantly, when we look at the ARCA report, you have one witness who decided to build a potato cannon for no reason that we know of. No evidence that anybody threw a glass, but apparently it was a cool idea, he cited on the stand. That wasn't tethered to a specific study. That didn't lay out the methodology of the potato cannon. That wasn't repeated or validated. There was no specific literature that was referred to in that report. And yet, not only were they allowed to offer this evidence, it wasn't inappropriate. Now, it would be nice to know a little bit about the potato cannon, maybe a picture or a video or some specs on it, or maybe some details on how it actually operated. See, these are the things that Dr. Welcher provides to the defense. He doesn't just provide the information, the raw data, and the studies. He actually shows the demonstrations. He doesn't hide from his basis of his opinions and conclusions. He shows and demonstrates them with videos and pictures and photographs, quite unlike ARCA, where it is just simply a conclusion based on just trust me. And so when you look at the production by Dr. Welcher, it is not comparable to the standard that the defense accepts for their experts. He is a biomechanical engineer. That is a combination and study of engineering and physics and science. And it also details medicine. He's not a medical doctor. He's not diagnosing an injury, but it includes all of those arts. Now, this is the same thing that ARCA says in their report. If you look at their report, they talk about the study. And they outline what they believe the study of being a biomechanical engineer is all about. In fact, one of the complaints by Attorney Alisi is Mr. Welcher's drop test. If you look at the ARCA report on page 10, they do the very same thing, except that they don't show it. They don't actually demonstrate it. It's pale in comparison, but they give the conclusions and they give a chart. No different. And so there are no medical diagnoses by Dr. Welcher. These are his opinions based on his study of the evidence, and he goes to the extent of actually demonstrating those different assessments that he has made. In particular, the defense takes issue with basically everything he's done. And just as a general perspective, they would like the ARCA witnesses to come in and say that the injuries were not consistent with striking the taillight of the Lexus. That's what they want to say. Dr. Welcher's opinion is different. It's the same engineering, it's the same science, it's the same concept. It's just a different opinion than they like. So if they like the opinion, all of these standards that Attorney Alisi is insisting on are excused, but if they don't like the opinion, somehow should be excluded. They're really polar opposites when you think about the perspective and the opinions they give it. They both have a different opinion about the taillight causing the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. One the defense likes, one they don't. It is the same science, same study, same analysis. And so if it's acceptable for ARCA, it must be acceptable for Dr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher actually downloaded the text stream data. He didn't ignore it. He didn't know that it didn't exist. He didn't fail to consider it. He actually downloaded it himself. He is experienced. He looked the material, studied the material. The text stream data is critical in this case because it shows time and place with the new information that we have. So we know from the Waze information exactly where that car went from the waterfall to the flagpole. We know where it did and didn't stop along the way. We know, based on the phone data, Mr. O'Keefe's phone data, when he was in the car until. We have all that evidence, and as a bioengineer, he can consider all of that technical data, which will be introduced through other witnesses at trial before he testifies. And it's important. The location and timing of that car is important. This is all science and data. It's not witness testimony. It's science and data. And it puts that car at that flagpole at the time Mr. O'Keefe is there with his cell phone, locked into the Bluetooth in that Lexus until he gets out of the car after 12:30. And within 2 minutes, we allege this collision occurs. And there's Apple Health data, there's location data, there's cell phone battery temperature. It all coincides. He should be able to consider these things in his study. This is what he does. The demonstration at Meadowbrook, John O'Keefe's house, is depicted by measurements which has been provided, science and data, by the ring videos, which will be independently admissible. And we see the gentle nudging of that Lexus into Mr. O'Keefe's car. And there has been allegations, claims, suggestions that that's where the taillight may have broken despite the other contrary evidence. You can see in the presentation, he actually shows not only the nudging in the car leaving through the ring video, but analyzes it, and you can see exactly where those two cars came into contact, and it wasn't the taillight. You can see through his demonstration or through his study of the materials he presented that the snow is on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's bumper until the nudge, and you can see the exact spots where the snow comes off. This is science and data. This is an opinion. This isn't witness testimony. And the jury should see that very evidence. It'll be admissible not only through him, but through independent witnesses. The defense takes issue with Dr. Welcher providing an opinion that the lacerations and cuts are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight. There has been many claims about alternative sources, which the Commonwealth disagrees with, as to those abrasions. But if you've seen the PowerPoint that's been presented and provided to the court, will be presented to the jury, it shows the symmetry of the arm and the location of the arm, the height of the broken taillight, and it shows with great continuity the height, location of that broken taillight and how it relates to a bent arm. And that is based on engineering, biomechanics, the same things that ARCA employs. They just didn't do this. And so that's not witness testimony. That's not beyond the bounds of anything. That is powerful evidence, and we intend to introduce that. And then, as I mentioned, finally, the drop test. This is the same information that ARCA proposes in their report. For some reason, I don't think that was offered as evidence at trial, but it's clearly within the bailiwick of this expert. And so we will file on Monday a PowerPoint presentation redacting all the inadmissible parts of it, which is witness statements. And we expect to present the demonstrations to support the opinions as corroborative evidence of those opinions rather than just naked opinions. And there will be no trial by ambush. Now, we will be studious in getting that information to the defense. We would like them to be as studious getting us the ARCA information. It does concern me delaying that information because, as Attorney Alisi eloquently said, you need time to prepare. We know he's a very prepared attorney. We'd like to prepare as well. And if we wait to get records and information and know who wrote what part of the report, we won't be prepared. There's a third engineer in their team that wasn't called. We'll have to add him to the witness list if he has any relevance. We won't know until we question those witnesses. So I think also inclined to ask the court to consider we have that questioning well before their testimony. But we will meet our commitment and provide those slides on Monday.
All right. And Mr. Alessi, again, you've already said you agree to talk to Mr. Brennan about the reciprocal discovery. Okay.
May I be heard to respond?
Sure.
Thank you.
Like with Dr. Welcher's report, what Attorney Brennan did not say is even more important than what he did say moments ago. He didn't state or even address where is the methodology employed by Dr. Welcher tethered to a study, the scientific literature. He kept using the phrase, it's science and data, quote. Someone alleging that it's science and data doesn't even begin to approach that the methodology is established in the literature or satisfies the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. So, Your Honor, on the record before you, there's no better evidence that that tethering doesn't exist than the absence now for the fourth time upon challenge of that in Attorney Brennan's comments. That dooms Dr. Welcher. Now I want to address the false equivalency argument of Attorney Brennan. Attorney Brennan said falsely just now that the ARCA report does not set forth the methodology. There are 14 footnotes in the ARCA report. I just looked at them again. Footnotes 1, 2, and 3 tether the methodology of the ARCA experts to the literature. The methodology is documented. I do not understand how an attorney can get up and say a report doesn't have something without having a basis for saying it. On a key issue that is disputed. Attorney Brennan also falsely stated that ARCA did exactly what Dr. Welcher did with regard to medicine and medical issues. That is completely false. ARCA, as is clear as day from the report, and I'll repeat it, did a force net equals mass time acceleration calculation and said the forces that come from 15 miles an hour, 24 miles an hour, and then so the unknown is the force, the F in the calculation. What is known is the M and the A. The M is the mass of the head and the mass of the arm. The mass of the head is 11 pounds. The mass of the arm is 11 pounds. You then take the acceleration theory, even assuming the theory of the Commonwealth, which we can test, which is it's 15 miles per hour or 24 miles per hour. You multiply the mass times the acceleration, and you get a force. And then they said this force is expected to cause or not cause these types of injuries. That is a proper biomechanical engineering analysis. The ARCA experts didn't get into pattern recognition with regard to the wounds, the orientation, etc. But most importantly, there is no equivalency between what ARCA did and what Dr. Welcher did. With regard to Mr. Brennan stating, quote, this is what he does, referring to Dr. Welcher. The question is not, is this what he does? The question is what he does rooted in science. And what it means is not just any science, it has to be a commonly accepted, his methodology commonly accepted or satisfying the Dalbert factors. And Mr. Brennan did not contest one aspect. He didn't say, Your Honor, here is where what Dr. Welcher did can be found. It's commonly accepted, either in court opinions, which the court could take judicial notice of, or in peer-reviewed literature, because it's not there. And with regard to the 5 non-exclusive Daubert factors, I covered that in my presentation in the beginning. I'm not going to repeat it, only to say that Mr. Brennan didn't address any of those 5 factors to show a proper foundation for that. With regard to what Mr. Brennan called arm experiment, relating to a bent arm, relating to injuries, I understand what Dr. Welcher did. The question is not what did he do, but is it accepted in the medical literature? So with regard to the arm experiment that Mr. Brennan just went through, he talked about it, but he didn't mention once where that's rooted in the literature. He finally concluded by saying, this is within the bailiwick of Dr. Welcher. I don't know what this is, but bailiwick is a tautology. It doesn't say anything about whether what he did is rooted in the literature or that it satisfies the Daubert factors. So, in conclusion, Your Honor, I go back to Rintala, I go back to Meeks, I go back to Case of Caravan. The Commonwealth has not today, not before, this is their 4th time, has not satisfied what the Supreme Judicial Court requires in these instances. And what it has come down to is the defendants, which stands in a different position. This equivalency between ARCA, I've shown, and it's easily documented, the court can see it, that contrary to Attorney Brennan's false statements, ARCA did cite to and tether their methodology to the literature. But when you have a defendant on trial for the seriousness of the charges here, to have no methodology, to have no tethering to the literature, that's, as Your Honor knows, the gatekeeper's function to stop those opinions from going to the jury, to ensure not what the defense has created, but what the Supreme Judicial Court has created, which is the purpose is to allow for cross-examination and a fair trial. They haven't satisfied their burden. They have the preponderance of the evidence burden, and the consequences should be borne by the Commonwealth, not the defendant.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll hear a quick response.
Regrettably, I know Attorney Alisi has decided to join the fray of disparagement. Now, he has said 3 times that I've made false statements. This isn't the first time that Mr. Alesi has tried to portray the Commonwealth as being disingenuous, because they know full well this is being covered by the media, and they want to create a sense to dehumanize anything that they don't like, whether it's the government, the prosecution, the witnesses, or the evidence. There's no place for it. 3 times. This follows when he made representations, reckless representations in court, that Brennan lied 10 times. We found some of those transcripts, and I took enough dignity not to mention it, because I didn't think I needed to, that the transcripts were not even accurate. Mr. Alisi was actually wrong when he was claiming I was lying about reading reports. Now, I don't want to stand up here and have a dispute, but when you use words like false statements as an officer of the court, they better be supported. That is a strong statement to repeatedly make, and it's a tactical one. It's purposeful. Attorney Alisi is joining the fray, and that is all part of the strategy here. Now, if you look at page 13 and 14 of Dr. Welch's report, perhaps that was missed in the review. There are resources in that report that number 26 different items of resources. And so if we're talking about support and tethering, it is at the end of the report. It's not footnoted like ARCA, it's at the end of the report. It's all there.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to try and get some motions in quickly. The motion regarding the chalks, is there an objection to the Commonwealth's motion requesting the use of chalks and directing both parties to provide visual presentations in chalks prior to using?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. 583. Is there an objection to the Commonwealth's motion in limine to allow the expert Celebrite demonstration? We had it before. Is there an objection to that from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this something that can be done quickly, or is this something you need more time on?
15 to 20 minutes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to have to table this. We may end up coming back tomorrow.
I can do it unless you tell me what
No,
Your Honor's
let's see what we can get before the luncheon break. The paper number 585, it's the Commonwealth's number 11. Motion eliminate to admit the victim's out-of-court statements relating to John O'Keefe's state of mind, the quals, bins, types of cases. So is there an objection from the defense on that? If there is, I'll hear it quickly from the Commonwealth on its motion.
There is, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
Evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind is particularly relevant in this case. In addition to the charges, this has a domestic aspect to the case. We know from his statements that he was in a relationship with the defendant. We know from the statements that there was a tumult in that relationship, and many of those statements are reduced to writing. The state of mind of Mr. O'Keefe is reflected in those statements. There was no time or reason to fabricate. You can tell by the content and the volume of them that there is a legitimacy to them. And it is clear based on that and other testimony that he was in the course of attempting to end the relationship with Miss Reed. And so his statements, especially over the course of the day of this incident.
All right, so what's the time frame? It's so over the course of the day, I realize that the Aruba incident is too remote and you're not using that, but what's your time frame for me to be able to evaluate
As
this?
far as his messages, I will
Or
look.
the statements or the evidence that you're trying to put in under this doctrine?
His niece would testify, as she did in the last trial, about the tumult in the relationship.
Okay.
And we'd introduce the same text messages that we introduced at the last trial, reflecting Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind about the relationship.
Okay.
And there would be nothing different from the last trial other than the fact that we are not going to pursue the Aruba information. So it is actually a narrower time window than before.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may be a little more brief given that explanation by Mr. Brennan than I intended or anticipated. I will say that where the Commonwealth's motion fails is in its explanation as to the relevancy and how it comes in under a state of mind theory. These are obviously hearsay statements. In some cases, they are multiple hearsay statements, or potentially multiple hearsay statements. John O'Keefe's state of mind is irrelevant unless there is a specific admissible evidence that he communicated those statements, and we'll have to sort of take them as they come, given I don't have the full breadth or an understanding of the full breadth of the information that is being sought. Mr. Brennan just indicated it's going to be consistent with the last trial, so that gives me some target range. But without knowing more, under a normal hearsay or even state of mind analysis, it's irrelevant unless there's a specific admissible point that he communicated that, or point at which he communicated that state of mind to Miss Reed. She was aware of his state of mind, and very importantly, that the information that was communicated to her was of such a nature that she would have acted on it in a manner that's consistent
Right,
with.
that's what we were talking about, the bins, calls, those points that need
Correct.
to be made.
And that's what I'm getting to. With that last point, and to drive this point home, that's preposterous. The idea, there is no evidence to support that last point, that this type of information, let's say, for instance, it's information that he wanted to break up with her, or he was mad at her, or he was angry at her about something, some incident, some specific thing having to do with feeding the kids donuts or not feeding the kids donuts, or they had a what was considered and what was testified to in the first trial as a very normal row or argument about something as insignificant as that. The fact is, the state of the evidence is that on the night in question, it's uncontroverted by even the Commonwealth that the two of them were getting along extraordinarily well. The facts are borne out in both videos that are uncontested. They're borne out in witness statement that went uncontested, that they were affectionate, they were happy together. They were described by basically everyone on the Albert side, the McCabe side, as well as individuals who also saw, that were not related to those families, who also saw Karen and John interacting throughout the evening. And they all said that they were getting along very, very well. One person described them, the court may remember this phrase, as lovey-dovey. I think that it's pretty clear that through this testimony, or through this rubric of bringing in John O'Keefe's state of mind, the Commonwealth really wants an opportunity to call one or more or several witnesses who will basically say he wanted to break up with her, she was not a good girlfriend, he didn't like her. That is an assassination of her character. Couch it in whatever terms he wants, but that's really what it is. These witnesses will have no corroboration, we expect. I'm leaving the text messages aside. If there are text messages between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, that may be a different analysis, but certainly where it comes down to the witnesses, like the niece, they'll have no corroboration or no documents, no writings, no recordings, no videos, no audios, nothing but their word. And to allow a witness to walk in and to say negative things about Miss Reed with no way of verifying those statements is highly prejudicial. It's not just prejudicial, it's far more prejudicial than it would ever be probative in this circumstance. Even if he did, even if the evidence was that he had discussed breaking up with other people, there are two major impediments to the Commonwealth's request. First, there is no evidence that, for instance, from the niece, I don't believe that there will be evidence, that was imparted, or those specific conversations were imparted to Miss Reed. The state of the facts very clearly show the opposite. If we look at the circumstantial evidence, the videos of Miss Reed at both C.F. McCarthy that night, as well as at the waterfall that night, showed the two of them getting along, completely inconsistent with two people who were talking about breaking up. John O'Keefe wanting to dump her and her knowing that she was going to be dumped, which is what the Commonwealth is generally suggesting. And second, there's absolutely no evidence that even if she thought that John O'Keefe, if she was aware that John O'Keefe was unhappy in the relationship, that he might want to break up or in the relationship, that would have been a catalyst for murder. And that's where the rubber meets the road in this analysis. That's what the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove before this evidence is admissible. And that's a ridiculous stretch. They'd been together for about 2 years, notwithstanding the prior relationship many years earlier. She had her own career. Karen Reed had her own money. She had her own life. She had her own job, had her own house. She was not dependent upon John for anything, not for money, not for room and board, nothing. They were, at the end of the day, just dating. The fact that she had some text messages with other individuals, or an other individual, Higgins, is actually evidence that she knew she had options, and John O'Keefe likely knew he had options as well. Both of these individuals were not tethered to each other in a way that if one wanted to break up with the other one was going to murder the other one. And that's what the Commonwealth would have to prove to make this admissible. There's no suggestion in the facts that Karen Reed would kill John O'Keefe rather than simply break up with him or allow him to break up with her, and they both go on their own way. It's absurd. And there's no evidence that she was angry with him that night before she got out of her SUV. All of the evidence that we have, all of the uncontroverted evidence that we have, establishes exactly the opposite. They were a loving couple out one evening, having drinks with friends, in a good mood, and happy with one another. We cite a case called McGaw McGraw,
I'm familiar with
MAGRAW. And just for the record, I'll state the site. I think it's at 426 Mass 589. And the McGraw court provided a very defined quote that I think is illustrative for our purposes, Your Honor. Quote, a murder victim's state of mind may be material to the defendant's motive, but only if the defendant knew of the victim's state of mind, and most importantly, the court's words, not mine, and most importantly, would be likely to respond to it. The best evidence that this second prong cannot be met is the fact that the Commonwealth will attempt to bring in these prior statements of John, which, if believed, Miss Reed never acted on. In other words, they're going to bring in prior statements to say she would necessarily act on it and act on it in a violent way that would take someone's life. But at the same time, they're stuck with the very clear fact that if in fact that's true and it was imparted to her that he was unhappy in the relationship, she never acted on it, not once. And the moment that we do have frozen in time that we can go look back on is the night of January 29th, or the evening of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, in which they were both getting along perfectly well, completely in opposite of what the court in McGraw defines as necessary for that sort of evidence to be admissible. The reason that the Commonwealth's theory for admission doesn't make sense is because it's not really their theory for admission, I suspect. I suspect that it's more that they would like to have someone or some people get on the witness stand and assail Miss Reed's character, make her look bad, and say that she was either a bad girlfriend or that John was not happy with her. It's an attempt to inflame the jury, to make them dislike her for something that has nothing to do with the evidence that she hit him with her SUV on the night in question. And it's a very transparent attempt. We strongly believe that this attempt does not meet the evidentiary standards that are required. The Commonwealth cannot meet those standards, and pursuant to McGraw and its progeny, we would ask that this evidence be deemed inadmissible.
Okay. Quick follow-up.
It seems the thrust of the defense argument, and I appreciate their advocacy and argument, but it's not shared by the Commonwealth, is that they were lovey-dovey and got along well that night. Well, at the time of this incident, it seems there's substantial evidence that Ms. Reed was not happy with Mr. O'Keefe. On 2020, transcript page 43, line 1, she was asked, would you say that you were angry with John that night? Her answer was yes. She was asked by Ms. Voss on June 20th, 2023 about that night or the day before. And she says, I was temporarily frustrated. It wasn't an argument. She also says to Ms. Voss, were you worried at him or pissed at him or both? I was pissed until I fell asleep. Now, in addition to her anger, she specifies some of the tension. We heard from the testimony of Jen McCabe that when she gave directions to John O'Keefe, she mentioned a mother of a child who Mr. O'Keefe had a prior relationship with. That this is minutes before we allege the collision happened. And so in the interviews that she has provided to these different outlets, she discusses the fact that she hears this information and that there was an issue or some type of interaction about the fact that he was previously dated another woman. And this is a conversation that takes place minutes before the collision. And so we have statements from the defendant herself that show the discord in the relationship, the anger, being pissed, the motive. Without reading them, because it's unnecessary, there is substantial corroborative evidence. Not only that the text messages, which are corroborated by the niece's testimony, but the imminency of it, that this is happening in real time, moments before John O'Keefe's death. And so all of this should be admissible. It's all supportive of each other.
Your Honor, if I could just correct the record very quickly.
Sure.
If anything Mr. Brennan just said was true, he might have an argument. My goodness. It's important to get some of the facts right. You got to get some of them right. The conversation that he just referenced with Jen McCabe was the next day. It was the next morning, not minutes before the collision. He's read the every time he stands up, he says, "I've read the I wasn't there. I've read the transcript." We got to hold him to that burden, Your Honor. You got to get the facts right. That conversation with Jen McCabe was the next morning after John O'Keefe had been found, after he didn't come home.
I'm sorry, I just need to correct.
I'm sorry. I was talking to my client real quick. I'm not quite done. This was during the time after 5:07, after the SUV leaves, we see One Meadows, and Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts get together. And as they're looking for them, as they're looking for him and searching for him, that's the point at which they have the conversation about being some other woman, or why he might not have come home, or what her mindset might have been at the time. It's after the fact, well after the fact. The other issues concerning Karen Reed's statements about being upset, or in Gretchen Voss's words, were you pissed at him? It was in context of when. When were you upset with him? When he didn't come back out, when he didn't come back to the car. After she left, she was angry. That's where all the voicemails take place. That's what she was talking about, having been angry. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, no evidence in the record. I want to make this as crystal clear as I can. No controverted evidence, no suspect, no evidence at all that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had a single crossword that night before he ended up missing and she went home. Before he ended up walking out of the car, going toward the house, and she ended up leaving when he didn't come back out. Zero. The only evidence that was propounded throughout that entire day was hours and hours earlier that morning, dealing with, did you feed the kids donuts? And yeah, I did. You know, I don't like it when you feed the kids donuts. She was spoiling the kids. It was not enough to enrage anybody. It's ridiculous. And the evidence that it didn't enrage anybody is the fact that they ended up later that night together in a lovey-dovey environment, getting along fine, getting along wonderfully. That's why the Commonwealth cannot make their burden to establish that this was the type of information that she would have, by necessity, acted on, and not just acted on in any way, acted on in a way that's consistent with their theory that she would have received the information and murdered him for it. That's the hurdle over which the Commonwealth cannot leap for the admissibility of this type of evidence. It's far, far more prejudicial than it is probative.
Okay.
Before accusing somebody of getting it wrong, the person accusing should be right. I know that Mr. Jackson, Attorney Jackson, was present during the Voss interviews, but apparently they haven't listened to the interviews or read the transcripts. Page 88, line 22, not the next morning. When Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. Similarly, page 92, line 1, totally contrary to what you just heard. Totally. There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, when I was driving, she said it near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. She broke up briefly with her husband. Not my words.
All right. So we're going to break. We've got a lot of ground to still cover. I suggest that we take the personal attacks completely out of this. Hold on. Both sides. I want to get through these motions today. If we don't, I'll bring you back tomorrow. I'll bring you back Monday. Let's get through these motions. Leave all the attacks, all the falsehoods, all of that. Leave it all aside. Let's focus on the motions and get through this. So I'll see everybody at 2
Your
o'clock.
Honor, if I could say one more thing. As the court ponders this last issue.
I'm not even thinking about it for the next hour. Let's leave it. You know.
Well, that got hot quick.
Before he could back at me.
Right, Erica, they're coming back out.
I said, I told y'all. I told y'all. It said the owner cracks up. So funny.
Right, they're coming out. They're coming out.
They're coming out.
They're coming out.
Here, say hi to Henry.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Henry.
Hello,
Henry.
Mr. Henry.
Hey, walkies. Walkies, Henry. Walkies.
Henry, you're gonna be famous. Look. If you're not already, honestly.
I think Henry is famous already.
Dude, how about his hoodie?
Yes, that's great. That's great. Brilliant.
How you guys doing?
We're all right. It just got very testy there at the end between everybody. So
I know.
I saw that. I saw this
Obnoxious.
Yeah.
So will Karen come out for lunch then, Erica?
Honestly, I'm not sure. If it's an hour, probably, because I'm pretty sure they keep the O'Keefes inside.
Yeah, it
And
is
they
an
like
hour.
bring lunch into them.
Yeah, there you go. It is an hour then. So
Oh, they said an hour?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she said if they don't finish today, they'll be back tomorrow and back Monday.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? So if they don't finish this here, like, what does that mean? Like that, like instead of just saying like, oh, let's wrap it up now. What are you gonna let them go to lunch, come back, and then be like, all right, I'm done for the day? You know what I mean? She's an idiot.
Yeah, I know.
I hate how unpredictable she is. Is that me?
That's no. Hang on, I need to mute it. It's the court. Hang on. Damn you! Where's it gone?
Look at my forehead. All the trolls are gonna have a field day with me.
Right, I think I got it. Yes, I got it.
Look at him. Ew.
Mute it. So yeah, it might be
Hold on
back
one
tomorrow.
second,
We don't
guys.
know.
Jack's coming out. I'm gonna show you guys everyone coming out.
Oh, there you go.
Got Jack, Meredith, Deanna.
That's
Steve,
Court
that's
TV
Steve
Jam.
Cooper. That's Steve Cooper.
Weird. Yes.
Oh.
Your girl. Lucky.
I know. How dare her? How dare her? And you can't say they twisted your words, baby. You said it.
So lucky we said
You said it.
double check. What's that? How you doing?
There's Theodore.
Oh yeah, I'm going back. I think he's a fuck. Yeah, you better stay the fuck over here.
Here she comes.
Here comes the fucking dream team.
Yep.
Dream team.
Good job, guys. Yep, we're not in the buffer zone yet.
Guys, give me some more.
I'm gonna stay up front too. Look at this is what they do to her. It's ridiculous. People think it's like a joke. It's absolutely absurd. Especially in a state where it's innocent until proven guilty.
You guys going to Morrissey's office?
There you go. See?
Hey, Mama.
Hi.
Hi, baby doll.
We just walked her to the car for lunch.
Are they coming back?
Yes.
That's what she said.
All right, I'm on my way.
Not even trying to be funny, Dylan. Okay, you're coming? Yay. All
Are
right,
they
yay,
coming?
Gina's
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yes.
I'm coming.
All right.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
No worries.
We
To the
love you
courthouse, she
guys.
means.
Bye.
To the courthouse, she means.
Dylan, Karen just blew a kiss to us, so there you go.
Oh, lovely. I missed it.
No, it's all right. She's in the car anyways, but I could see it. We're good.
Yeah, that's right. As long as you can see it, it's fine.
What'd you say? As long as what?
As long as you can see it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was looking at Dina saying she's coming. I was like, bloody hell,
Yes.
Dina.
Yeah. She's on her way.
She's on her way. Yeah, so there'll be another 55 minutes before we go back to court.
All
Anyway,
right.
so what's the temperature out there? As in, what's people's feelings out there? Give us what people think, about all this hearings and stuff.
I don't know. Let me go. You know what? Let me go. Let's go walk across the street. I mean, obviously, we as a group on. Oh, sorry, my bad. You're good. We as a movement, like always. Yes. Okay. Hold on. We as a movement always try to keep it. I'm just gonna walk with Minnie and Mike to his car real quick.
Yeah,
We
it's
just
fine.
always try to keep it like. Don't talk to her, Mike. Ugh.
Does Minion Mike know he's famous then?
Minion, do you know you're famous? Dylan said.
Yeah, Mike.
I'm on live.
Oh, hey, how you
Alternate
doing?
corner and
Hi,
he's
Mike.
listening to silence.
You all right, Mike?
Good yourself?
Good, thank you, mate. Can't wait to get out there now.
Oh, you
We're
blocked
gonna.
out.
No, he said I can't wait to get out there. We're gonna take him out. Have a good night.
Definitely.
There you go. What are you doing now?
We just got Karen in the car and take care, guy. You too.
Security.
Yeah, honestly, and she appreciates it. She's very gracious. She needs it though. Like these guys are like vultures, and they like hound them, and they literally like, it's like a pack thing. It's so
Yeah.
wild the way they surround her and her like attorneys. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Not good. Not good.
Yeah, yeah. So Mike's here, Kurt's here, Jason, the whole gang, Pat, all of them.
Bodyguards. She's got her own bodyguards. Look at that.
Exactly. Yep. I just like to walk with her in case she needs it. Some days she's pretty much good, but some days there's a little gap in it. So I've taken, just like whatever, do what I have to do. I don't care.
Yeah, why not? It's good.
To be honest with you, all the days out here start to mesh together. Okay.
Yeah.
Like it's such a. You sure? Yeah. Thank you. It's such a. It's been such a like a surreal experience, so like you asked the vibe out here, honestly, like it's like it is every day on like everything's like kosher, we're all cool, like everybody's, there's no antis here, so it's kind of like it's kind of hard to be negative, at the
Yeah.
end of the day. um
They'll be there probably at one point or another.
oh, absolutely. You know what I think is so funny, right, is that have you watched the documentary?
What's that?
No.
So in the documentary, right, they show like it's kind of crazy because they were here for like a while, and like the pieces they showed, I felt like were like not like they were like all the same, like it was just like all within the same couple of days. You know what I mean? But anyways, the antis were here like one day, and one day they showed up with like 5 of them, and then the next time they showed up at court and they were on one side with their blue shirts. It was like a day of trial. My point is they were here like one day.
Yeah.
And it makes it look like in the documentary that they were here like consistently. It's so crazy to me.
Yeah. But people are asking, where was that documentary streamed?
Oh, hey, all right. Yeah, text me in a little bit. All right, be safe. Love you. Good luck. Sorry, saying bye to Timma. The documentary was on HBO and HBO Max. Allison taking pictures of the boys.
She's great.
Yeah. It was on HBO. What was it? HBO Max, right? The documentary, and then here, like, you can watch it on cable. Like, I had DirecTV. I watched it on. In Boston, it's 285. It's the ID Investigative Discovery Channel, I believe it's called. Yeah, that's what I watched it on. So they did like a 5-part series and then like a 3-part thing because it saved twice on my DVR. I don't know why. I don't know if it was a hiccup in the system, but it's because they aired it like a bunch of times. So when you save it once, you know what I mean? But yeah, they keep playing it. So it's pretty cool actually. It's about 6 hours altogether, I think.
You've got beautiful skies as well. Look at that. The
I know,
sky.
right? Sorry, I'm just trying to put something away.
No, it's fine.
Like, yeah, it's beautiful out here. It really is. It's a little windy, but it's not too bad. What
We
would you
don't
say the
hear it.
temperature is? I don't know, like 60, maybe, well, like probably like high 50, yeah, mid 50s. In the shade, in the sun, it's nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just
So you,
chilling.
Tracy saying I couldn't be proud of our little team. So well done, you,
Oh,
Erica.
thanks, Tracy. You're the best. I love you.
She is, isn't she?
We do
She
have a
is.
pretty good team. We do.
I know. You never hear Dana giving compliments to me, so.
You never what?
Dana doesn't give any compliments ever, It's all Tracy
Oh no,
giving
I know.
compliments.
I know. Dana can keep his compliments all to himself. It's fine.
I like to rip Dana. Dana's great, but I
Dana
like to
rips
rip
me
him.
all the time. That's the problem. Whatever. I've learned to go with the flow. No, I'm just kidding. He's a
No,
whole
it's
kid.
good.
We
You can
we
have a
get along.
laugh.
We always have a good time. That's the best part about this whole thing.
Look at it. You ass. He's like, you ass.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Who me? Yeah, I think he's saying that to you, Dylan, not to me,
No,
right?
me.
No.
I'm the ass. I'm the ass, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm
All
the ass.
right.
He always says that about me.
So funny.
No, but it's good. What? Oh, I thought I lost you there for a second.
Huh?
I thought I lost you there for a second.
Oh.
No, it's all good. It's beautiful though. That building's beautiful. You've got such beautiful buildings.
Yeah, honestly, Massachusetts has like a lot of historical buildings. Like, I don't know when they were built, but yeah.
Man, Lincoln stayed in.
Yeah. Oh, one of the houses down this street, I guess Lincoln stayed in. The temple thing? In the temple.
Off the one after that.
And then there's like a river over there, like a lake or something. It's crazy. It's
Oh,
really pretty
fine.
out here. I live in the city, so I mean I'm surrounded by water too, um but it's nice out here. It is.
What was I going to ask you as well? You'll know this better than me. So, the buffer zone now. Then, so what are they trying to do with the buffer zone? Are they trying to make you
So
extend it, or
all I saw in the motion that was filed, yeah, they're trying to make it 300 feet or 400, 3 to 400 feet, and then they said that like officers can use excessive force. I'm just gonna grab this out of people's way. Thank you. Um, that's like officers could use excessive force and stuff like that.
so? What does 300, 400 yards
You
look
out of
like
here? I'll
then?
see you later. All right, take care. What'd you say? I'm
What?
sorry, Dylan.
No, it's fine, totally fine. What does 400 yards look like then? Because what was it before? What was it beforehand?
So, all right, so I'm directly in front of the courthouse right now, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys want to go for a little stroll? I mean, we got really nothing else to do, right?
No, that's go for stroll.
Yeah, all right, cool. So, I'm out front of the courthouse. Let me get my shit together here. Is anyone staying here for a little bit? Anyone gonna stand here? Anybody? No. Good if you want. No, I was just gonna leave my cup here, but nobody's really here right now. Come on, I'll walk. Let's go. You want to take a walk with me? Huh? Yeah. We're just gonna walk down to the church. I'm gonna show Dylan how far it is from here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is the courthouse. This is where they come. They come in, and this is
Yeah.
where everybody is. That's the street. That's the Registry of Deeds building. That's Tim and
Hey.
Nathan. Tim and Nathan.
Yeah.
And then so if we're gonna go this way. I think we're on High Street, right? So you walk High Street, and then can you see? All right. So then there's a church up here, right? Now this big
Yes.
white church on its property, it has another building out back, and that building out back. Oh my God, this is the running guy. That's always He always runs in traffic. I don't understand it. He looks like Jesus. Or what people think that Jesus like. Okay. Anywho, sorry. Give me 1 second. Huh? Oh yeah, right. Leave him alone. So this is the cops are always like standing here too because they like to babysit us. And
Yeah.
then if we go that way, that's behind the Registry of Deeds. That's where everybody usually parks. And then we're gonna go straight up High Street. So this is where basically Karen pulls into this driveway,
Yeah.
and then she gets walked from there to here to this corner, obviously to court. When
Yeah.
when the buffer zone was established, we had to go we could not, well, here's the thing, right? Like the buffer zone, the whole thing about the pink thing, right, was because they couldn't be goofy or silly enough to put, oh, they can't wear a certain color, right? So
Yeah.
the whole point of that is because when the buffer zone, it said nothing of brand, like nothing with her face on it, nothing that FKR, like nothing like, even, I don't even think like, even if it said like, John O'Keefe, whatever, nothing, right? So I would say what, right about here?
Yeah,
Right about here was where the first
Oh,
um,
wow.
thing was. So that we had to say about that far back. Well, again, you could go in the buffer zone, you just couldn't have anything on. And if
Yeah.
you had anything on, like you couldn't share, you couldn't beep, you couldn't like promote beeping, you couldn't hold a sign, like stuff like that. Like talk about straight like Germany. Like it's
Yeah.
insane. It's so insane to me. Like these are you're literally it's in our fucking amendments, isn't it? I'm
Yeah.
so bad right now. I'm a little, but so like anyway, so she would pull in over there and there's like a little chain fence or whatever. And then around trial time, we established like, okay, all right, here's the buffer zone, whatever. Now it's funny when they first did it, we all stood down there, like past this way, because it was 100, what was it, 100 yards? 100 yards. Is it 100 yards, the buffer, those first ones, Scotty? I'm on with Dylan. You want to say, you mind saying hi?
200 feet.
Sorry, so it was 200 feet. So it was obviously surrounding the courthouse, right? So we could have went this way. We could have went straight the other way. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
obviously we're going to be on. So when it first was established, we were on the other side. And it was kind of like cramped because that's on the way to like the little Dedham, like kind of center area. And plus, like, we don't want to like piss off any of those people down there, like,
Yeah.
whatever. And it was just not really safe and cool, so. But then when we found out like this was gonna be, I think at that point we still thought like, all right, there was a chance like it could be dropped, like, it wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And I was texting Christoporo and you guys.
yeah,
Like, come up here. It's better.
yeah.
Then
So
after that,
everyone started coming up here. So actually, it's funny, just by coincidence, honest to God, I did not do this on purpose because I didn't realize I would be doing this today. Scotty would somewhat naturally park here at times, right here. And then you'd have the Sweeneys. And then you'd have like sometimes Chrissy, sometimes like it depends. And then literally where my truck is right now, that's where they would save my spot.
Oh.
Or like the one in front of it. And what we would do is I would pull in the morning. I would like drop my tailgate. Everybody would kind of like hop out, grab something, set up. Tim here, of course, being one of them. He was always like my right hand man. Allison, Chrissy, we all pitched in. We all kind of did, honestly at that point, like it was just, kind of like early on, like who was that? Oh. No, Timma drives a silver car. We all did, like the Lord's work at that time, you know what I mean? Because it was not easy. It wasn't. But at the end of the day, we all pitched in. We all did it together. And then we kind of just got in this like little groove. And,
No, I appreciate it. I think I almost died.
huh?
What, today?
What?
Yeah, just now, man.
Hold on. So anyways, we would set up like a tent here. Sometimes people would park over here across this street. And again, we were all on public property. We maintained it. But like at the end of the day, like I would pick up like cigarette butts. Like we made sure we took the trash with us. At one point, like they were cool. Like they let us like sit on the lawn and kind of like get out of the sun if we had to. And then people started, not really people, the churchgoers unfortunately started complaining about us, which again, understood, like if it's their property, you abide by what they have to say. That's just the way it goes,
Yeah.
So we did, and we were respectful. And honestly, there's a woman that lives, I'll show you right over there where that fence is. She come over, she praised us all the time and how good we were and how like we made sure that we made a hole when people walked through, how like we made sure we took our trash with us. We left everything as it was. Like she's like, yeah, is it a little noisy during the day? She's like, but what does that matter? Nobody's home during the day anyways, So
Yeah.
people were fairly decent about it. But right in that, bye, have a good day. Hold on one second. No, I'm past. Could you pass it in? Oh, yeah. Right where that 670 is, Karen during the trial was granted access. I don't know how they worked that out, however they did, but that's where they kind of went in to have lunch and do their thing because at first I remember she would leave, like they'd get in the car like she did today, right? She'd
Yeah.
leave, they'd go somewhere safe, like somewhere they could talk and relax, hang out for a little bit, and then they'd come back. Um, I think that probably got a little, exhausting at times. And then, of course, for the trial, you have to kind of be in and out real quick. You can't just. So they would walk back here, and it was honestly, like I said, as it went on, the crowd got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
It was insane. It really was.
It was huge.
Yeah, it really was at some point. And even on the documentary, that it kind of bothered me on the documentary too because like I said earlier, like they just made it seem like people were out there like fangirling and stuff like that. And it made because then it's like it gives into their whole like, oh, she's the happiest, murder suspect or whatever.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, this state is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, and none of them have done that. But because we have, we're the bad guys,
Yeah, I know. So in terms of the next buffer zone, though, that's going to be even further down the road then.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah. So, okay, so this is, okay, so where Scotty was, what did he say, 100 feet? So
200, 200.
200, so Scotty was 200. So, I mean, I would say, yeah, probably all the way back here.
You're
Again,
not going to.
now it's like, now you're interfering with neighbors, right? Right now you're interfering with neighbors. Now it's not just a church, like that's really not even here during the day. We didn't really bother anybody, Dylan. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, and so it's just obnoxious.
But
I
so
mean,
you're
I
walking
say
down.
what right here? That's far.
Yeah, it's probably even more than that. But yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're just so far away.
I know. But again, like we should be able to protest. Like this is America. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
100%. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I don't agree with any of this. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know.
But well, so tell me a little bit though. What used to happen in the mornings though? Because didn't he used to cook some food or hand some food out and stuff like that?
So basically, what would happen is at the beginning, like a lot of the time, like I would have like to do like carpool. So I would I'd get here as soon as I could, but there was like an early morning crew. You're talking again, Dina, you know what I mean? The Sweeneys,
Yeah.
a bunch of other people, Cheryl, Julie. I could name them, and I couldn't even if I name them all, I'm gonna leave some of them
Yeah,
out, and
you
I
can
don't
leave
I
them out.
don't want
Yeah.
to disrespect anybody. So,
Yeah.
Scott, they got here as Lauren, they got here as early as they could. So a lot of times, people would even just do drive-bys. Like seriously, like they'd come down this road, they'd stop, and they'd be like, "Here, take this, take this, take this," and it would be like Dunkin' Donuts. It'd be like a thing of coffee, like a whole box of Joe, like like crazy. But then we started like people basically, excuse me, people would basically see us on like the lives and be like, hey, like, how can we help out? And that's when I say, like, she's here. um,
Dina.
yes, that's why I say like people online are so important because you guys helped support us all summer. You know what I mean? Like we got a lot of donations via like online as well. People at one point someone came by. I don't even know who started it. I couldn't even know like give credit. But like at one point somebody came by and they were like, here's a bucket. Like I'm gonna put this out that way people can make donations. Hey, what's your Venmo? Let me write your Venmo down so people can send you money. And a lot of the time, like it was just everybody pitched in. Like, at the beginning, I will say, like, this is none of anyone's business nor concern, but like, I took a hit at first. Me and a couple of the ladies took a hit at first, and then we made sure everything was funded after that, and I think we did a fairly great job at that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Good. Well done. No, it's important. That's important. I know a lot of people speaks highly of that because that's important. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, a lot of
good.
it, is on honestly, like again, we're out here this whole time, like where it's a long day, you know what I mean? Like it can be stressful, like it gets hot, it gets cold, like, whatever. But regardless, we need to take care of ourselves. We need to take care of each other. And when you're eating a meal, like funny, when you're eating a meal of food, like it's a sense of community. You know what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, it's like, you know, It gives you that sense of community. Hello. How are you? I love you too. It's so good to see you.
Oh, you're still
Looking all
on.
sexy. I am.
Hi,
Hey,
Dylan. I got my
hello.
John Lennon glasses on.
There you go, sexy. Look at that.
Yesterday, all my troubles
so
Seems so far away. We love it. We're karaoke.
I told you we're going to karaoke, baby.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
have.
have to drink heavily for that.
We're
To karaoke now? I thought we were going bowling.
no, yeah, we are.
Bowling.
We are.
Bowling karaoke?
No, bowling was for Leanne's birthday.
Don't you just said that line?
No, she knows.
Oh,
She knows.
all right.
Yeah, yeah. I lost the vaccine hearing.
Hey, Erica, as well. Tell
Huh?
me, have you
Yes.
got how can people contribute towards like the food and stuff for the next trial?
I mean, it's totally up to them, you know, but like I I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't wanna give I have a Venmo obviously, and that's totally fine. I totally welcome that, or Cash App, whatever you guys need to do. But my thing is I just want to wait on that only
Yeah,
because let's just see what happens and how far you know what I mean? And
but there'll be
honestly,
something.
yeah, yeah.
There'll be
And
something near
again,
the time.
here's the thing, Dylan, right? I don't want to start taking on that role yet, just yet. I would. And here's the thing, I don't do it because I have to. I don't do it because anyone asks. I do it because I want to, because it makes me feel good. You know what I'm saying? I don't need notoriety. I don't need, any of that.
Yeah,
I just enjoy to being out here and having people know that we're out here and we're pissed off enough to be out here and we take care of
yeah,
each other and we have a good community vibe and we've never caused trouble, never an arrest, thank you, never an arrest, you know what I mean, never anything crazy like that. That's the whole point of this, so but anyways, long story long, I just want to make sure that like we don't even know where we're going to be able to set up yet,
yeah,
that's like my biggest thing. So I don't know. I'm not nervous. I don't get like I don't scare easy like that. But like I feel like no matter what, we have so many like really intelligent, like smart people in this movement that like we'll figure something out. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
100%.
So
No, but I asked the question because I know lots of people will be asking and saying how can we contribute, and because they're not
yeah.
there. So nearer the time there'll be more details about it nearer the time, won't there? So
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I totally appreciate that. Really, it does make me like really happy that people are even considering that, honest to God,
yeah, I just thought about it now because I know it's important. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of love for the boots on the ground. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
There's a lot
absolutely.
of love.
Absolutely.
Well, myself
And
included. So that's why I want
yeah,
to get out there. So
yeah. They
more
can
than
donate
anything.
to you too, so you can get out here.
Yeah, I know. I
If
need to
they
extend
can't,
my
if they
stay.
can't make it, they'll have to buy you a drink or something.
I know, well, because I need to extend my stay now. So yeah, contribute. Let me stay out there longer for the trial.
Hell
Um,
yeah, that would be awesome.
so yeah, well, I'll have to look into that. But yeah, definitely want to catch a lot of
All
the
right.
trial if I can. So what? So are you one of those? Do most people stay? So what happens? So do most people stay all day then, or do people come back for the evenings, or how does it work?
So it depends, honestly. Like it was funny. Okay, so again, during the trial, like, or even during the hearings, like you had the morning crew, you had the kind of mid morning, like all day crew, like that people kind of stayed, like, all day. And then you had the people that came after work and stayed till the end of the day, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Some people came before work an hour or two and, did what they could and they left. Then, some people came right after work or drove by and, it was cool. It's stuff like that. Some people couldn't do it every day. I wasn't here. I promise you, I was not here every single day. There were days that, my kid was sick or just, shit that I had to handle. Not many, but you know what I'm saying? That in May it was nice. There was at one point where they had kind of gone on a little like break. I think Bev had like another case or something, and it was right around mine and my boyfriend's anniversary. So we took a little trip to Vegas. It was awesome. It was like it was like the perfect timing. Like he had gotten laid off and it was just like perfect. We had like got our tax money back. We were like, let's go, let's just do it.
yeah,
We've been together 18 years, so it was cool.
that's
So
all right.
yeah. So yeah, we just it really is. It's crazy. Like people every single day, like the Sweeneys like never fail. Like it's crazy how many, and again, but then you have the people that can't make it every day and they support however they can
Yeah,
and whether that's giving to Karen's fund or that's given to Turtle Boy's fund or that's given to somebody to get lunch or that's given to you're buying coffee for somebody or whoever, like we've gone like down the street to like the Dedham the breakfast place or the whatever the little diner there, and like people have called and like paid the bill. Like that's so like crazy to me. Like I really that like stuff like that blows my mind. It
Yeah,
really
that is.
does, because it's like, and like it's just the thoughtfulness of it. And again, like I see it for as like you thought you couldn't be here and you're thankful that I'm here. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Like
yeah.
it's cool.
No, and Data says because you're going on Resistance Silence next week, and I'm going on the April 23rd. So I'm going on Resistance Silence on the 23rd of April to discuss my Boston trip, to know what's going on. Where my dates are set in stone, but I might not be now because I might extend my stay a little bit. So we'll see. So we'll discuss it on the 23rd to see
Yeah.
I might extend it
What does he mean?
further.
Hopefully you know something. What we're gonna be doing?
Not for, yeah, yeah. So what's happened with the trial? Hopefully, we'll know the dates for
Oh.
that. Then hopefully, I will know. Or can I extend it a little bit more? Do you know what I mean? All that stuff, you know.
See, that's how crazy I am. I thought he meant like, hopefully you know something by April 23rd, like about your trip, as in like with scheduling like events each day you're here.
Oh yeah, I'm just turning up. There's only one day I know I'm doing on the 22nd of May. 22nd, yeah, 22nd of May. I'm going to Salem. That's a Thursday. That's the
Sweet.
only date I know.
Salem's a lot of fun.
So I had to put something in. So I'm doing that on the 22nd because people
Yeah.
have been pestering me. Apart from that, I'll be doing whatever. But also, obviously the trial's on, so
Yeah.
that'll be take up a lot. Then just the weekends. Then we got a couple of
Yeah.
weekends.
Yeah.
Dive bar Mondays I want to do.
Of course.
Do you know what I mean? Hey now, and then duck boats,
Hey
karaoke,
now. Yep.
Chinese.
Yep.
So there's a lot I want to do. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, we'll
yeah,
make it work. I promise. I
yeah.
told Dennis and Brenda, absolutely. We're gonna get it together and make sure we'll have a lot of fun. I know we will.
And
Make
I'm
sure that.
arriving at one day after Dennis's birthday, so
Oh,
um,
sweet. We'll have to
what
go celebrate. Maybe we'll have to go to like CF McCarthy's.
I have to do something. Yeah, I have to do something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I've been looking forward to it. So, but
Absolutely.
you're on Resist the Silence next week, aren't you?
I sure am.
Next Tuesday. So there you go.
Yep.
They're getting the big hitters in now, and then they're ending with me, I think. So.
Yeah, they probably just bringing me on so Dana can be mean to me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
You
kidding.
need him alive. You need all of us alive, I think. So
I'm
I
just
think
kidding.
you'd be fine.
Yeah, right. Tracy would never allow it.
She would. With you, she probably would. No. Erin Byrne is in the house. Erin Byrne. Erin. Is it Erin?
Hello.
Byrne? Ernie. Hello. And yeah, there's a lot of love for you in the chat and stuff like that. We're on break, people. Lunch break till 2:00. So an extra
Yeah.
half an hour to go. We're just trying.
Thanks for hanging out, Dylan. I feel bad. Like, do you want to take a break or anything?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Once I'm going to grab some lunch in a second. Once Court's back, or when
All right.
Court's back. But no, I enjoy it. I enjoy this, like, because the thing is, right? We see Court, which is fine, whatever. But this is the part that myself and lots of others want to see is, you guys, and
Yeah.
what do you do? And
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally understand that. Absolutely.
and when I say there's a lot of love for you guys, there's genuinely, for me anyway, on my channel, there's a lot of love, because this could happen anyway. Do you know what I mean? What's happened to Karen? So to see you guys doing what you're doing, you're setting the blueprint.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. What's up?
Man, you taking off? Or?
No. I'm coming back on with it. I just wanted to grab some water and stuff. I didn't have any water.
Walking around.
Yeah. I was showing him like what we
Yeah,
like,
no,
and he said that's what he literally just said. He's like, we appreciate like the kind of insight of what you guys do all day, and
That's fucking
yeah,
fine. Just
it's not like, and again, like people think like, oh, they don't have jobs, like they don't have lives, and no, like honestly, like I busted my butt at work yesterday. I actually had a really good shift, so shout out to my job, which is able, and I have a very supporting husband, and my daughter is 17. You know what I'm saying? So again, not that I have to explain myself to absolutely anybody, because I don't. Again, I only listen to my boyfriend, my husband, my hubby, and my baby girl. You know what I mean? And that's it. Those are the only people I'm ever held accountable to. So at the end of the day, like, I'm just proud of myself for pushing through. Because honestly, I think I said it to Dina. Like, I think it was after Tuesday, I was very like, for the first time, ever, I was very like, wow, I'm tired. Like, this is, like, I can't believe we have to do this again. Like, I'm actually like, shit,
Yeah.
like, wow, I don't like, it was a very weird feeling. I'll tell you that much,
Yeah, I can imagine.
Um,
I can imagine.
Hold on one second. I want to show you something real super quick. So there was a girl the other day that was here, and I didn't recognize her. I haven't really seen her. She had like a really funny shirt on. And then she was standing out front, and she was like knelt down. And it looked like she was like selling something. I didn't know what it was, right? So we ended up going to lunch afterwards, and she came with us, and we talked to her. And she was like, she texted me after and was like, "You guys are great. Like, thank you for being so welcoming. This, that, the other thing." She lives like 2 hours into New Hampshire, so she just made it down here on a hat like that. She could. She works from home, so she said she is capable of like, being flexible, but she can't
Yeah.
always make it. So she made a bunch of like stuff, a bunch of homemade stuff. I'm gonna show you guys and this is like a sneak preview.
Yeah, that's fine. We like a sneak
Okay.
preview.
Just like a sneak preview. And I'm gonna put together we were just like talking and she's like, yeah, she's like, I have all this stuff, but like I didn't get to she's like, I don't care like the price, there's no price of it. But I said, well, why don't you give it to me and I'm gonna put together some baskets and I'll raffle them off. And again, it's just homemade stuff, but it's very quirky. It's very cute. It's very like you could tell she put a lot of love and effort into it, and I think they're great and they're very funny. So you have like a bottle opener, and it has like
Oh.
Karen. It has the whole gang on it.
Wow, that looks amazing.
Right? Unreal, right? So then wait. Turtle Boy hurt my feelings.
Oh, what's that in the back? Oh, Gemma
Did
cake.
you see it? Hold on. Like, do we have time for this? Like, do we have anything?
Yeah, we got time.
Okay,
We got
okay.
25 minutes.
Hold on, look at it. So Turtle Boy hurt my feelings, and then it's
Jen, Toothless McCabe. Look at her. Look at the
and
face
then
on that.
yeah, and then so mug on this one, right? And then you got hold on. So anyways, a shit ton of these bottle openers, a couple of these things. She's made like cute little things that say "Do not disturb, only fan," and it's like the fan from the courtroom.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There's beer mugs, and it's like a Karen Reed trial season 2 drinking game, and it's like take a drink every time Hank the septic tank lies and makes baseless accusations about the defense or misread, and it says please drink responsibly. Take a drink every time Auntie Bev sighs unnecessarily when she must do her job. Take a drink when Maestro Alessi comes out to put the prosecution and pathetic witnesses in their place. Take a drink each time rain delay Lally walks into court and hangs his head in shame. Take a drink every time you see Spanky visibly sweating. And then it says sidebar, finish your drink. And then it says take a drink every time. Take a drink every time a witness tries to organically bring up fake witness intimidation. Take a drink each time Sir Brennan or Bulger brings up Turtle Boy. Everyone drinks if Auntie Bev actually uses the words overruled. And then it says drink every time Jen McCabe says the documents would help. It says disclaimer, if disclaimer, this game should not be played until 3 p.m. during trial. If this game is played too early, it may result in a blackout state or liver damage.
That is amazing.
Right? Unreal. So she made this. Like it's like you hang it on your wall and it's like, for a bottle opener and a catch. But it's got like the cans and people on the back of it. It's funny.
Wow.
Yeah, unreal stuff. So, anyways, like there's little things like Patty Whackers. It says Polly Pocket Bev.
It's great though. I mean, talented people.
Yeah, yeah. I have these little rest things. They're like for like phones and iPads. They have like just like the QR code
Yeah.
on them, like stuff like that.
I was going to
So,
buy one of them for my flight to
huh?
Boston. I was going to buy
Yeah.
one of them, but in the end, I didn't bother. But like, I did look
Well,
at that. Yeah.
Now you don't. Now you don't have to.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. But yeah,
And
no. So again, I just wanted to I'm gonna put together like a couple of things. We'll probably just raffle them off or whatever. She didn't want anything. Like she wants like some people to just like donate. Like she didn't ask for a set
yeah,
price. It wasn't anything like that,
that's why
So
raffle is great because people
yes,
donate it. Do you know what I mean?
yes, or giveaways, right? They're called giveaways now.
Yeah, giveaways. Sorry, giveaways. We've got here, Erica. We've got Hippie Chick who's coming out to she's coming out to Canton from
Sweet.
Indiana. And
Nice. When?
she just changed her flight to extend it one more day, and
Sweet.
she got $300 back. So
There you go.
she's going to be out there for a week in May as well. So
Awesome.
So yeah, so that is really
But let
really
us know
good.
where you're staying.
I think she's staying on the air, not far. Actually, I won't say where she's staying just in case, but I
Yeah.
know roughly where she's staying.
Like close to Dedham or like closer
yeah.
to Canton? Oh, okay.
But
I mean, they're about
in
20
between.
minutes apart. Not too bad, you know?
No, it's in between. She'll be
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good.
So no, that'll be fine for her. Yeah, no, it's quite easy then. There's one thing I'd say, Canton's got loads of hotels.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
They're just so
Yeah.
expensive though. So.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
You know, it's unbelievable. So.
Yeah. You're better off, honestly, a lot of Airbnbs too now pop up, you know? So sometimes you're better off doing that.
I've done an Airbnb, but it's so expensive. It's unbelievable.
Sometimes, that's the worst part. Sometimes they can be expensive, but I know it sucks, honestly. And this whole economy just sucks in general, you know?
It does. It's not, Massachusetts is not a very cheap place at all.
No,
but
it's not.
It's worth it though. It's worth it to come out and see you guys. So, you know.
That's why if you have a donation link, people should be donating to you.
To be fair, people have in the past. They have. I was very grateful to a lot of people.
Keep it up. Good. I'm glad. So,
yeah.
Anyways, so listen, you're looking at a life. What is a day in the life of a boots on the ground, and you know, and we know because he said people appreciate it. They appreciate your point of view.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
we literally we try to hang out here and it's like a protest. You know what I mean? People beep, we make noise.
Cars down.
No, we're not
We are not looting or they think we're terrible.
Hold this, I can run to the restroom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't see the chat.
Oh, there's nothing much in chat. We're just sort of talking about different things. We were.
Uh-oh. Shit. I went to go to chat. Oh, there, I got it. It's back.
You got
Yours is different than mine.
I know, because it's not the app. I think you have the app. I don't have the app.
Yeah, I have the app.
Boomer.
Boomer.
I can.
She's younger than I am.
Well, I clicked the link from Dana. They didn't say anything about an app.
Yeah, because you can't see the chat.
Sorry. I know. I was going back and forth.
Hold on. Hi, Phil, Ernie Byrne, Rhode Island lady, Robin G, hippie chick, Jennifer.
I have a picture with Robin G.
Jennifer, Dana, Gary, Heather, sassy bartender. All right.
Someone said hey now a little while ago.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go home and rewatch all this because
he said
I turned it on too at the part when Karen walked in with her whole team into court. That was fucking priceless. Oh my god, it was amazing.
Brendan was so pissed off.
Okay.
Oh, he looked stunned. I loved it. I absolutely adored it. What time is it in the UK?
It is 20 to 6.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'll be streaming to about 9 o'clock tonight, probably, my time.
Oh my god, it's like 5. You've already been on for almost 6 hours.
Yeah, not far from 6 hours. Yeah.
I said,
yep. I was dying in work. I was trying to listen in, and then there's swears and everything else. I'm like, shit.
But did you hear that there might be another hearing tomorrow, maybe?
Yeah, this is how my life is now. I got out a little bit. Oh, there's a motorcycle. It's motorcycle season starting up. We all know how much I love. What?
I'm sorry. Remember you said something there. Someone said something. Oh, I love pics of you, Dina. Remember, it was Robin texting me. I love you, Robin. Remember you said something about a chow mein sandwich, right? So I completely forgot.
Yeah.
Woo! I love me a motorcycle!
Dude, it's not my baby daddy's. It's not my baby daddy's. My husband's bike is so.
I know it is. It's beautiful.
Yeah. He's been working on. He's going up this weekend.
I love him.
You said a chow mein sandwich, right? I completely forgot. That's like a Taunton thing, I think.
It is Taunton. Everyone used to go to Taunton by the Green. There used to be a Chinese restaurant there, like 1, 2 in the morning to get chow mein sandwiches.
It was Bobby Silver and his girlfriend that talked about them.
I used to go there all the time because I lived in Norton.
I said they are popular. I said
Yeah.
not everywhere, but definitely. And then I got home and I'm like, shit, it was Norton. I knew
If you
it.
were drinking in the Norton, Mansfield, South Attleboro, Middleborough, like all in that area down there, I live down by there. You would go after, you're out drinking, you'd go to the Chinese restaurant to go get a chow mein sandwich. They were really good.
Sounds disgusting, but
Well, no, when you're younger and you're drinking, it's between ramen noodles and, chow mein sandwiches.
How, Dina, are you all right to do this for the next 10 minutes on your own?
Yeah.
Because I just got to pop and get some food.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I can't see the chat though. This is what sucks.
Just keep.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me give Erica her phone. Hold on. Just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me see if I can. Hold this for a minute.
No, he's not as high. But
Just give me 2 seconds.
Hey.
I'm a holder.
Put your face on if you want. Come on. Come on. Like if I shake my phone, it'll go faster.
Shake.
Like
All
that.
right, hold on. Shake it. Hold on, StreamYard.
Let's get up somebody.
Paste. Join.
Can you guys see her?
Hold on a second, because I'll be able to see the chat.
See these glasses? I need
Look at
that shirt. How do I get that shirt? I want that shirt of her.
That's on.
I thought I seen it.
All right, I'm in the show. All right.
Ooh, that's horrible.
Yeah, Erica.
yes.
All right, I got it on mine so I can see the comments. There we go. Robin G. Chow mein on hamburger bun. I buy the box of the roomy and make it at home.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
What did I do?
I hear you.
Oh, yeah, we're all in it. Okay. Oh, you're muted, but we can see you. Okay. All right. Hi, Jill.
I'll come back and be too.
Down here is my protest husband, Kurt. Is that what I know? Is that I never heard of them? They're just chow mein on a sandwich bun. That's all. We'll say hi to Kurt. He is the myth, the legend, the security guard, the everything.
Is that me in the?
Yeah, that's you right there.
Oh,
The ab one?
no, I didn't know what that was.
That's Erica's like boob.
Yeah.
Erica, it's like pointed at your boob. The camera's pointing at your boob. Dun, 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 dun.
What's it when Kurt's on?
Drunk meal. Erica sent you a pic. Can you show Dina? Oh, Robin G sent a picture to you. Hey, if you're passing out money.
No, I know, no shit.
$1.
Easy. I know.
want 20s.
Blow it up, I'll look like a hunter.
She sent you a picture.
Oh.
Not like in your shirt though, Tina.
Oh my god, I love it.
Oh my god.
Is that a
that's
teddy bear?
adorable. Hold on. Yeah, that's when I was dressed as a teddy bear. Turn it around. That was at the craft fair. Can you guys see? Hold on. Let me see. Oh shit, my John Lennon glasses. No, it's not showing it. Nope.
No, sorry, we'll have to show it inside.
Yeah, we'll have to show it another time. Not like in your shirt. That was a funny night. I've done that twice by mistake, actually, in my shirt. I don't know if I can. Dylan did something, so I can't even turn the camera around. You get that picture? I do have it. I think it's in one of my photo albums. I went to transfer photos and I lost like 300 photos from down here, which I don't even know how to retrieve yet.
I'm gonna run inside. They wanted to do like a real day in the life of people, so I'm gonna go in the bathroom and then I'm gonna go plug my phone in and I'll sit downstairs and wait till they're back on.
Okay.
Okay, because I have my laptop and stuff, so I want to charge my shit.
All right.
All right, I'll be back.
Yep. We'll see you down there. And I was there for both of your shirts visit. Well, one time was at the Halloween party that Turtle Boy and them threw. And then the other time was when I went back for the VIP meet and greet with Tom Hamilton from Aerosmith. We did that meet and greet. And I put you guys down and my skin touched the phone and it flipped. Thank God it wasn't down any lower than what it was. Erica Madden has chow mein sandwich at Star Drive, and oh, I bet you they're good too. That's a little ways for me to go to Taunton. All right, we're going. I don't think I can turn you guys around. Oh, yeah, I can. There we go. Are we crossing? Don't give it to me. I don't want it. We can hear you. Oh, sorry. I'm putting you guys on mute for a minute.
Well, I got me and Scotty crossing the street, going back over. What's up? I'm gonna go say hi to Karen real quick. Can you guys hear me? Oh, Dylan's not here right now. All right, cool. I just want to make sure.
We were watching the stream. That's how we knew.
What happened?
Talking about.
They've just muted us all, but it's fine. Lady Di. Lazy, how are you, my darling? They're both. Hang on, let me do this.
We're walking
Okay.
her in. We're walking her in. She's good.
Yes, she is. She's strong. Thanks, guys.
You got this. Thank you. Absolutely.
There you go, folks. The dream team's going back in.
Yep. Kick some ass. He said always. He said always. All right, I'm gonna
There
run
you
to the
go.
restroom. I'll be back.
All right. What'd you get for lunch, Dylan?
Well, I'm cooking it. I'm gonna have a bacon sandwich.
Oh,
I'm
hi.
cooking it.
What's going on?
How you doing, dear?
I'm on my new routine of what it's going to be like if the trial starts, and I got to work first in the morning, then come for the afternoon crowd.
Oh yeah.
I know.
No, not gonna be good.
I know.
It's already bad.
I know. I know.
Whatever.
Is Mike clearer?
Oh, I'm switching everything off here. Hang on. I'll try to change the settings. Hang on.
I'm just coming back down. It's a long trip too. I'm going to join Erica downstairs in a minute to watch it. She's setting up and she's got to charge her stuff.
Fine.
Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to be. Yes, hang on.
The weather's turning nice. If I see another
There you go.
motorcycle, I might just stop them and hop on.
I was just trying to make you bigger. Oh, hang on. Erica's going to the toilet. Hang on. Let me take her down. Erica, we go to the toilet. We don't want to see you in the toilet.
She's in the. She got you in the bathroom.
I know. I was thinking it for a minute. She's going to show us everything.
I'm not that perverted, you sickos.
Come on, pay for it. This is OnlyFans.
Hey, just remember, there's no wiretapping.
No.
Turn the volume off, Erica, while you're in the bathroom, so you don't get
She has.
wiretapping charges.
She has. It's all good. So I'm making you bigger
good.
now, Dina. I was trying to make you bigger so people can see
Okay.
you. So you're bigger
As
now.
if I'm
There
not
you
big
go.
enough. Go ahead, make me
Ah,
bigger.
there you are. Bigger boobies. We want to see your boobies. Like, you know, so
Well,
you're
you've
bigger.
already told the world about my piercings, so.
I know. And you told everybody you were coming as well. So that's two things you've done there.
Well, you know, it's a different type of thing in the movement now where I got to come in the afternoon. It totally sucks.
Yeah, I know. It's
You know,
different.
because I'm a morning person and, you know, it makes you want to really quit your job.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's just different. That's all.
Well, it's different, but it still sucks. Hold on, I gotta light my cigarette.
Nothing wrong with sucking sometimes, Dina. Now and again.
There we go. Because I would get here at like, sometimes as early as 3 in the morning, 3:30, when the media got really bad, and save parking spots, and I'd watch the bomb squad go around the courthouse. Oh my God, I gotta dye my hair. The grays are coming out. In the morning before anyone got here, the bomb squad went around with the dogs, and
Did they?
cased the
Wow.
courthouse. Yeah. I have pictures of it way in the beginning, but they would come out and do their circle of stuff, and then I'd see whose car was what for the media. I get so angry at the prosecution, but Dino always makes me smile and go, "Oh, hey, wicked sight,
Thank you,
wicked
Sight.
pisser, wicked sight."
That's a nice comment.
I know it is. Oh, so there's a lay on the thing. Hold on. Someone lost their little thing. It's cute. We'll keep it.
You'll keep it.
We'll keep it. We'll keep it. We're gonna go down with Erica too. Oh, she's back.
You go down with
That
Erica.
was a long pee, Erica. What are you doing? I'm live streaming.
It's okay. I gotta go get some sleep.
Okay.
That was not a long pee.
Hey
Say
now.
bye to Kurt.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
Kurt. Bye, Kurt.
I love you.
Hey now.
All right, guys. Finally got a sunny day for a change. Some decent weather.
Yeah.
I know the motorcycles are already out. Arr. Kurt's got a motorcycle too.
There he is. There's Kurt.
Dino reminds me of an old friend of mine that I no longer get to see. Aw. But I love her in a non-restraining order kind of way. Ah, that is cute. Well, because everyone, I do like Will, but not like that. Will's like back in the 70s, everyone thought Farrah Fawcett was beautiful and everyone had a poster and you admired it. I like, I need a Farrah Fawcett Glare poster.
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
No, not at all.
Nothing wrong. So you're going down to Court of Deeds now to watch the rest of the afternoon, yeah?
Yeah, to watch it. You'll be live streaming it, so you don't even need us on here right then, and you know what I mean?
No. I'll hopefully come back on when the when she comes out after court.
Yeah.
To catch you then,
Let me know when it's gonna say. I made one. It's got nipples. Ah.
You got famous nipples now.
Oh, I can go. Oh, nice. Thank you, sir. Stay safe, my friend. Thank you for your service.
People like you are worth it.
Well, like you, good cops are worth it too.
What time are you going to be getting here?
Oh. That was a very nice Dedham police officer.
Flirting. Look at that. Your flirting game was on.
Christina Rex.
Oh, right. Okay.
Cunt.
I'll be kind. Someone lost a leg. Is it anybody's?
No.
No? Hi, how are ya?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm live streaming.
Hello.
How are
Hello.
you? Alternate corner. Dylan.
Hello.
Say hi.
How are ya? Josie, say
Very
hi.
well.
Put it on Henry.
Hello.
I know I'm gonna. Let me go down here. Hold on a second. Stage. We'll put it on Henry. Hello. Yeah, I gotta work a little early and first road trip.
You weren't here.
No one's more disappointed than I am. People want to see Henry.
Henry.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Henry. He turned for.
You're freezing.
He's got a little turtle outfit on. It's a turtle outfit.
There you go. There you go.
I watched it.
I caught up.
Hey, my Waltham girl. Hi, how are you?
Court is at the top right-hand corner for people watching. So just waiting.
I found it on the ground. I didn't know whose it was. Okay. So I just picked it up and brought it. What time did you get here?
15.
Yeah. I got my Proctor shirt on in the back of my car. We'll see it. Ooh, hold on.
We
Oh,
just
I
still,
heard music. I was
that was a
you're
court music,
jamming
still
to
waiting.
something.
We're just waiting for the.
Oh, they're not ready yet?
No, they got the music going. That's the music.
Supporters run on Duncan's.
Yeah, I can't wait. I've not had Dunkin's for years.
Oh, be careful. No tripping. Hold on, there's Kelly.
Oh, we saw Kelly earlier on.
There's Kelly and Esty.
They're going back in, are they?
Let me mute him.
There you go. Those three was how to take respect. I don't think everyone's running out of the specs, I think, now. I know Brenda Sweeney bought a load of them. You should watch your Mighty Meat because it's been quite spicy. Yes, if the spores hadn't demanded answers, proctors would have never been looked into. That's right. That is right. Dina's freezing a lot. Yeah, I think she's not got good service right now. But hopefully court will be starting momentarily. Let me just do that for law crime then to see. Not law crime or not live either. Let me just do this, refresh this page. Our court is on. I think they've what do you call it, dollar store. What they've done is they've shipped it more to Canton now because there's not enough. They've asked for more in Canton. Keep running out. Right, Adina's gone. So we'll just wait now for I'll just bring Dina down. Is she back in? No. Right, I'll minimize her again then. There she goes, she went off. College basketball here, there you go. Let me put this up here then. Okay, so they should be back momentarily. Fuck, hang on. I'm just gonna go and answer the door quickly. There you go. Here we go. Right, here we go. I'm going to get my food now. Right. I'm not sure where the volume is for court because I've not got it muted or anything. So.
Talking about voir dire, so I don't want to run out of time for that. So what I plan on doing is finishing these motions by 3 o'clock. We'll give each side 2 minutes. We'll see how we do with that. And we'll try and get through this. Juror questionnaires, have you provided those? Remember we talked about it the other day? Have the two of you worked out a juror questionnaire?
I know you asked us to. We have not. We haven't
All
spoken.
right, so today's the final trial conference where I'm supposed to have all of this, right?
Understood.
Can you do it before you finish? Well, let's see where we get with the motions and we'll see about that.
And Your Honor, if I could I finish that last point that I was about to make just before we broke?
30 seconds, Mr.
It
Jackson.
only take me 30 seconds. I want the court to be super, super clear about this one point. What Mr. Brennan referenced, and I understand why he would reference it in the transcript of the Gretchen Voss interview. The reference to the she called John and talked about Ashley's home or Ashley's house. The she was Jennifer McCabe. But on the 28th, calling John to say 34 Fairview is down the street from Ashley's house. My client was not part of that conversation. That was between Jen McCabe, as she testified, and John.
Okay.
Then the next day is when the conversation, according to Jen, took place about Ashley and could it have been some sort of an interaction or an affair or something like that.
Okay.
My only point in making this, and I just want the record to be super clear. Is
I
that
understand what your point is in making
there
it.
was no animus, no evidence of animus on the night inquiry.
I understand that's your position. We haven't heard the evidence yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure
all
that's
right.
clear. Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Jackson, you can stand up again. Is the defendant pursuing a third-party culprit defense?
That's going to be my colleague, Mr. Yannetti.
So you have 2 minutes, Mr. Yannetti. That's sort of a yes or no, and then I'll hear the Commonwealth.
And I'm sorry, I did not hear the question. Yes.
All right. So I'll hear you on your motion, Mr. Brennan, and then a 2-minute response. Jimmy, keep track, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. During the first trial, Your Honor made a ruling prior to defense presenting any evidence or questioning any witness about third-party culprit the defense needed to provide a sufficient evidence to pursue or place that issue in front of the jury. The defense, in my opinion, looking at the opening argument, ignored that directive by the court. The very first words of the opening were directed to third-party culprit. And thereafter, throughout the case, there does not seem to be any boundaries, parameters, or identification of the walls or the length of third-party culprit. The varying representations by the defense over time make very unclear what the third-party culprit evidence is, whether it is a particular person, includes particular people, or unknown. We know from the defendant's statements that there was a position taken on the front of the courthouse steps that everybody knew who the third-party culprit was. That position changed in the Ted Daniels interview when they were asked about third-party culprit, Mr. Jackson, and the defendant said they did not know. And so despite the recent position that they did not know who the third-party culprit was, in our argument the other day, Attorney Little identified Brian Albert as third-party culprit, Mr. Albert. And so there is this vacillating position on who the third-party culprit is and what evidence they suggest supports third-party culprit. I took an opportunity to go back to the arguments last year for third-party culprit. I have a transcript, and it's equally undefined at that point. And so what we have now is the defense with a hope or an expectation or intention to pursue third-party culprit, but we have no basis for it. The court has been very clear on third-party culprit, and they can't just come in and start accusing people arbitrarily of committing the crime of murder. Section 1105 of the Master Rule of Evidence makes clear that evidence that a third party committed the crime charged against the defendant.
So I will read again the Mass Guide to Evidence. I'm familiar with the law on third-party culprit. Your time is up at this point.
See,
I've read your motion. I've read your memo.
Okay.
Or the pleadings.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yannetti. Jim, why don't you stand when it's done? Can you stand when it's done?
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Well, then we'll hold it. We'll hold it to the end.
That's fine.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'm going to hold you to 2 minutes. I've got the Commonwealth's motion on the Celebrate demonstration. I'll hear you for 2 minutes on that.
My 2 minutes start when I get to the podium?
Yes.
Thank you.
The courtroom demonstration that the Commonwealth proposes is incredibly vague, and it, to the extent it can be understood, is impermissible. I'm fully aware of what happened in trial one. Not only did I read the transcript, I went back and watched the video. The Commonwealth states that they want to conduct, I'm reading verbatim on page 1, a courtroom demonstration of how data was stored within Jen McCabe's cell phone. That's it. No elaboration what it's going to be. They're looking to me this is a blank check. Similarly, with regard to Jessica Hyde, we'll use a courtroom demonstration to show jurors information and data on both the phones to explain concepts and to illustrate particular information of importance. Vague again, we have no idea what it's going to be, nor does the court. And there are similar statements, and also on page 2, they concede they want Mr. Whiffen to use the highly disputed extraction reports to demonstrate Celebrate Software. It says this demonstration would closely mirror the actual Google searches, but we don't know how. It's obviously not going to do it. And lastly, with regard to the law, section 1006 talks about the witness presenting the summary is not permitted to state deductions or inferences. That's right in the note to the rule, and that's exactly what they want them to do, is to give the deduction and the inference that the 227 timestamp means it came to at 6:30. It's in direct violation of the rule. It's secondly, under 1006, the appeals court held that because the presentation selectively presented excerpts of other exhibits and evidence in such a way that it served to both bolster the Commonwealth case and rebut the defendant's case, it was not merely a neutral summary. It was more akin to an argument than evidence. The Commonwealth concedes that's the case. And with regard to Commonwealth v. Sosa, page 14, the only thing that was allowed in Sosa, the case they cite, it says the complete video footage contained several camera angles of the property, and the condensed video merely was a compilation of that which already existed. They just shortened it down. What they're proposing to do is anything but that.
All right. I appreciate your brevity too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. The demonstration we would be asking Ian Whiffen to engage in is the same demonstration as he did at the first trial. No different, based on the same qualifications, based on the same experience. It is essential that the jury understand and be able to see the data in action so they can appreciate the legitimacy of how the data is stored and how those windows are opened. As far as Jessica Hyde, we've provided a number of different reports. We would like to provide chalks that come directly from those reports. So if there's anything that's particularly offensive in those chalks, I'm willing to discuss it with the defense. There would be nothing new or different than hasn't already been provided. It would be simply blowing up the photographs or the exhibits in her reports so that the jury can read along and see them.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll get a decision quickly to you in that. Does the defense intend to bring up any bad character or misconduct of John O'Keefe or any witness?
No, bad character evidence is inadmissible.
Right.
To the extent that evidence could be used for like motive, opportunity, all the alternative, under proposed rule 404, we reserve the right, but we would approach sidebar before introducing any such evidence, and certainly not against John O'Keefe.
What do you say, Mr. Brennan?
If we have advance notice, I think that's appropriate. I don't want to wait until we get the sidebar. If the defense has an intention of offering what would otherwise be prior bad act evidence, but they think it meets an exception under the rule, then they should propose that evidence so we have time to consider it.
Especially if you intend to open on it. Are you doing the opening, Ms. Giannetti?
I will not be doing the opening this time, and I do
Okay.
not believe we will be opening on that at all.
All right. So, okay. So what I'll do is not during the opening and only with advance notice and a ruling.
What would the advance notice be, Your Honor?
A week before a week before the evidence starts.
Thank you.
Okay, that's paper 587, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion for an offer of proof regarding calling District Attorney Morrissey and victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. And it also includes a request to exempt from sequestration.
Your Honor, with regard to this motion, we have on principle, we have no objection to an offer of proof as necessitated by the court's guidance.
Yep.
The issues do go strictly to trial strategy and attorney work product. So any such offer of proof, we would ask we make that ex parte. I can tell the court, just to kind of streamline things, we would not be seeking either of these individuals in our case in chief. They would be merely impeachment if necessary.
Okay.
Certainly, we could make those offers of proof at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm satisfied with that. What's the Commonwealth's position? You satisfied with that?
I am. I would like the victim witness advocate to be able to.
Yes, the victim witness advocate, he'll be able to come in for trial.
I wasn't worried about the sequestration aspect of it. I should have mentioned that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so they're both exempt from sequestration. Okay. So the other motions do seem like they may take a little bit more time. I'm going to well, actually, let's try this one, see how we can do with this. So the Commonwealth's motion eliminate to prohibit reference to the pending internal affairs investigation, sustained findings unrelated to this case or unfounded allegations. Well, this is in a little bit different posture now than when the Commonwealth filed it back on March 10th, right? With Michael Proctor being fired. Do you need some time to reconfigure this, or you want to just be heard? And for this, I'll give you both 3 or 4 minutes.
I think it'd be helpful to have more time. I can report that when we learned that Mr. Proctor was fired, we filed a request for all the IA files. We included the defense, and I understand there was a production produced to us.
Oh, okay.
To both of us. Now, I have not seen it.
Okay.
It may be voluminous. It's something I'd like to review. I'm expecting that there may be many pieces of material in that production that is going to be relevant to the defense in this case. And if I have a chance to review it, much of it I may not object to, but there are some fundamental things I'd object to. Traditionally, ultimate findings or opinions of an advisory board or a body aren't admissible. So there will be some constant argument about what is objectionable, but I think a review of the material is helpful so we can better define what is in there and what should be admissible and what shouldn't.
All right, so you just received it. When do you anticipate being able to review it and forward at least what you feel the rules require you to forward? And then if there's anything else that I have to decide, how long will it take you to review it and provide defense counsel with everything that you believe you're required to provide them?
They have a copy of everything that we got.
Oh, okay.
So we had them on the email so they could get everything that we received. We don't have anything they don't have.
Oh, okay.
So it's really just an evidentiary argument. Can, for example, a firing, can that come in that he was fired? Can the conclusions of the board come in, whatever their positions? Maybe they found him acting unbecoming of an officer. I don't know. But those type of conclusions are what I'll probably object to. The raw material, I haven't read it. I hear it's voluminous. Need some time to read it.
Okay. How much time?
Well, I think till the end of next week.
Is that a same timetable you would have whoever's arguing it for the defense?
That's fine, Your Honor. I would just ask for notice about what specifically the Commonwealth is seeking to exclude. There were some, even just in the motion that they filed, there's inconsistencies.
Yeah, but I think it's all different now, right?
Exactly, but there's
So-
just inconsistencies between the title and then what's actually in the body of the motion. So as long as I have clarity, then I know what to address.
Okay. All right. Is this something we should come in the day before impanelment and deal with?
I'm happy to come in if the court's available.
Want to do that?
That's fine, Your Honor.
I'd rather not have anything, but I think it makes sense that we at least give you that time and then the weekend. And if you go through it, I'd like something by next Friday too. If there are materials that the two of you are disagreeing about, so that I can view it next weekend and then we can have a hearing the following Monday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does the court intend to have a hearing on the Monday after that? I just would like some time to be able to review their position so I can have time to respond.
So you need until next Friday. I'd like to do it before we start the trial, but I suppose we could start the trial and then hear it.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Can you
I'll move
have,
as quickly as I can. I have a lot of
Okay.
obligations over the next week. I'll try to facilitate it. I just don't know.
all right, without knowing how much is in dispute, Ms. Little, you have no idea how long it will take you to address that, right? So.
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, by the 28th, you're to provide the defendant with anything that is disputed and when you, or that you feel should be excluded. And when you provide that to the Commonwealth, I'd like you to let me know as well.
I will.
All right, and then Ms. Little, why don't you tell me on April 1st how much time you need to finish up? It may be nothing, you may have it and we can do it. So I guess we won't meet on the 31st on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
All right. So on the 1st, you'll tell me how much time you need. All right, so Mr. Brennan, since we are making good time, I'll let you go back and finish what you were saying when I gave you a 2-minute, when I cut you off after 2 minutes on third-party culprit. And then Ms. Giannetti, I'll give you both up to 5 minutes on this. 5 minutes is a long time, Ms. Giannetti. Let's see how you do.
If the court's inclined to admit the evidence, then I don't need to speak at all. But if
Well,
you're
last time I said I wasn't excluding it, you just couldn't open on it. Right? So that's where I'm at this point, and I'll hear the different sides. So
if that's the ruling, Judge, I don't need to be heard.
and I know, Mr. Brennan, you wanted it in advance, but you know, I guess I'll hear you on your motion on that. Then.
The requirements of providing evidence to support third-party culprit are clear. The evidence has to be relevant, it can't be speculative, and it can't tend to prejudice or confuse the jury. If it involves hearsay or inadmissible evidence, there has to be a substantial connection between the crime charged. And so what we would want to avoid is what appeared happened in the last case when it was just a broad-based attack on anybody. There has to be relevance between who they choose as a target and the crime itself. Looking at the transcripts, I do not see that they've met a substantial basis between any particular individual and John O'Keefe. If we start from the premise that every single witness who testified that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview. Every witness, there is no substantive evidence that John O'Keefe ever entered that home. So to open up an invitation for the defense to start to present evidence, sometimes alleged prior bad act evidence or character evidence, is unfair because then it becomes a mini trial for each witness. And so I haven't heard any basis or any proffer by the defense that would substantiate any particular witness is a third-party culprit. Now, there are some cases that saying you don't have to actually identify the witness. Those are particular circumstances where there is still substantial evidence that an unknown person had committed the crime. That is not the case here. They have used names liberally, randomly, and those names have changed throughout litigation, whether it's in trial, after trial, but we've never seen a proffer by them. Who is it that they're going to claim as a third-party culprit? What evidence do they have that they want to introduce? There has to be parameters and limitations if they're going to try to introduce third-party culprit evidence, not only about who the person is, but what evidence are they going to introduce? Otherwise, we're going to spend half the trial at Sarbar fighting whether this is substantial, whether it's supported. And so no proffer has been made. I think there's an obligation to the defense to identify who the third-party culprit is and what do they want to introduce. Do they have a witness? Do they have evidence? Do they have any records? Simply assailing people's character randomly is improper. It's unfair. And then it causes the Commonwealth to have to spend extraordinary time rebutting, which is going to confuse this jury, and it's prejudicial. So I think that the court should order the defense to articulate who they claim their third-party culprit is and exactly what evidence they're going to introduce to support that claim. It's not until they articulate it we can really fashion an argument for the court, whether we think it is appropriate or whether we think it's insufficient. But now it's just an empty box where, as in the last trial, the defense can simply get up and blame anybody and everybody. And that's not the way the court and the courts have seen third-party culprit evidence. There's a standard, there's an obligation. It hasn't been met. So at this point, the court should preclude third-party culprit evidence. They shouldn't have, they can certainly pursue some type of critique on the police investigation, but as far as third party, without a proffer and a finding, there would be no guardrails, there'd be no parameters, and it would be chaos.
All right. So, Ms. Giannetti, I will hear from you, and I'd ask you to focus on, could you tell me whether this is pure third-party culprit, third party as it goes to Bowden, or is it simply somebody else did it and we don't know who?
It's the second alternative. In other words.
Okay, so that's a little bit different, Mr. Brennan, not pure third-party. I'll still go ahead. You can go over there. It's a little bit different if it's third-party as it goes to Bowden, but we know that it's not admissible if the police didn't know about that third party and not act on it. So are you going to tell us who? Last time you told me you don't have to prove that, but can you make an offer?
It's still our position that we don't have to prove or narrow it to one potential third-party culprit.
Are you saying it's several?
3, yes.
Okay, so can you tell me the 3 that you say it is?
Sure. So the potential third-party culprits that we have identified are Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. I have, evidence with regard to each. I'm sensitive to the fact, Your Honor, that, and I have a lengthy argument prepared detailing the evidence against each of them.
Do you want to put it in writing?
Well, I'm just sensitive to the fact that the court is seeking not to, pollute the potential.
So we can do this over here.
It's up to Your Honor.
Why don't I see you preliminarily over here?
Oh, Yannetti's on one. I fucking love Yannetti. I love Yannetti. He's spicy. Spicy today. Look at them. The boots to the ground. Whoop, whoop. Yannetti. Hey! Hey!
Hi.
How are we?
Good.
Good.
Dina just sent them a picture of you draw it on the screen.
Yeah, it's boring otherwise, isn't it? I'm taking requests.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, he said he'd take requests.
What?
I'm trying to get better.
Well, the penis was great. I like that.
Our penis is a staple. That happens
We
every
got
time he
people-
goes up.
Yeah.
Let me
Hey!
my hand.
It's around here.
As long as you
Fine.
don't put any balls on it, it's good. You're gonna see it.
Hairy balls. Hey! Hello. Look at all that.
Dylan,
Hey
the
now.
alternate. Hey now.
Hey now. I don't know if I got Jen's. I
Street
did a
squirrel.
drawing
Oh, he was in
yesterday.
here earlier.
Dylan,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to make a nice little, caricature, or however you say it, of me and Erica with little phones in our hands, but no like boobs or abs.
Yeah, you boobs. You both got huge boobs. You got boobies.
She can speak for herself. I'll take the boobs and abs. She
Yeah,
can talk.
you both
I don't
got-
know what she's talking about.
You both got boobies.
Yeah.
I call them Katuchi.
Yeah.
Katuchi. Katuchi.
Katuchi, what the
I
fuck's
can't
that?
say charcuterie. Like what is it?
Oh, charcuterie. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know.
Char. Char.
It's charcuterie.
Charcuterie. Charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
I call them charcuterie. Whatever.
I call it cheese board, but yeah.
Yeah, cheese board. Exactly. That's exactly what you know what it is? It's cheese and crackers with pepperoni, bitch. Someone just went on Instagram. Oh, all right.
Fuck. What do I get for this back? Oh, here we go. No, wrong one. I don't know what the judge is doing. Come on, judge. Oh, look at the chairs now. Let me just try and see if I can find this then for you, Robin G. Where's it gone? Turn around every now and again. I get a little bit too right. Here we go. I got it. Let me close this very quickly. So this is my gen drawing from yesterday. So that is Gemma Cave yesterday, the devil. Hello, everybody. Hello, Sasmas. So she's a bell end. Lion Jen is a lion bitch. Tail. That is the drawing for Gemma Cave. That will be my screenshot for Gemma Cave. The mofo. That's what we do. And that's the heart thing's a cold heart. A cold heart for her. There you go. I better get back to court now. But yeah, right. That's what I do. I need more. I need to challenge myself a little bit. Oh shit! How do I do this now? Court is on break. Right, hang on then. Eric, you can go back on. They're on break. Oh, there's still sidebar. Still sidebar there. So the Louvre. How do you say it? Louvre. Is that in France or something? Louvre.
Dylan, can you move our faces in the page, and so we can see Scotty in that picture next time?
Oh yeah, hang on.
All right.
Hang on. Turn around right now. Every now and again I fall. Turn around right now. Every time I fall. Hang on, I'll take us off. That they can have the full shot. There you go. Hopefully that works for you. They are on sidebar, Sassy. Paris, there you go, Frosty. The Louvre. The Louvre is on fire. The Louvre, was it on fire one year? I have to put us back there to cover the Court TV stuff. Save. Right, hang on. Erica says it's delayed from us to my laptop. Where is? There we go. It's all good. Erica's sucking on something quite big. Fantastic. No worries at all. You're more than welcome. Yes, I'm trying to. I can do clowns and stuff like that. I'm just trying to do a little bit more now. She got that.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that was good.
Tina was fresh.
I said she's often sucking on something.
I know. It was just a tiny bit of it. It was just a tiny bit of it.
Yes.
Long and thick. Love it.
Love it.
Sidebar. We've got another sidebar. What's going on here?
Always.
Dylan,
Yeah.
do you still got the little character thing you did of me with the big boobs?
Somewhere, probably, yes.
Go put it up. The hell with the trolls now.
I don't know where it is. I have to go look for it now.
All right, you look for it, and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, we're still a sidebar, so we've got plenty of time.
You know what's been coming out in the last month is the friggin' the dance we did for the Glera. They're having a field day with it.
I know.
I'm like, I look at it and I'm like, damn.
Oh, you look good.
You know what? Put it up a little bit more. It inspires me a lot.
No, seriously. No, you can tell you've looked good. On my phone, what? What is she talking about? Hi, Scotty Too Hottie. I can't hear. He's my favorite. That's what I call Scotty Too Hottie. That's what I call him.
47 pounds, but it's inches.
Oh, they can hear us.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes,
No,
we can hear you.
no, we're not talking about anything bad.
No,
I just
you're
didn't
fine.
realize we were still moving.
No, it's good. It's good because I'm trying to do something else. I'm trying to
I
do
take my
dinner.
job as Dylan's pronunciation coach very seriously.
Yes, you
Dude,
should.
one night I was in self-appointed. Dennis said, Jesus, quiet down. Gary Beaston, why'd you say on my phone, Erica? Like moves with the V. I don't know. But the pronunciation thing cracks me up because especially when you come here, you're gonna like be looking at all of the town names and being like, what the hell? Yeah, what together, Dana? All right, it's back.
Dorchester's really Dorchester, no, not
Dorchester.
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 The defense has to make a decision as to what you intend to provide me so that I can make this ruling. So, all right, next is the Commonwealth's motion in limine to exclude the expert testimony of Garrett Wing. I know nothing about this person other than your motion just says that all you have is a CV. Does the defense intend to call this person?
I'm going to address that, Your Honor. How would you, I want to make sure I'm within your time constraints, so you want me to stand
Like
up?
2 minutes. Just my first question is, who is this person and why haven't you complied with your reciprocal discovery obligations?
Your Honor, because this witness is pending Dr. Crosby, and he's presented because of Dr. Crosby. So it depends upon what happens with that. If Your Honor is ruling on the motion for reconsideration, then we can have a better answer to your question. But that's the purpose, is to address if Dr. Crosby is going to be allowed to testify, and if so, as to what. And we're happy to provide, once we get that determination, provide all the things that I think Your Honor has in mind.
Well, I've already ruled on Dr. Crosby, right? It's just the reconsideration, whether I think I need to rule on it or not. I'd like you to provide the discovery on this, just so we can keep things moving and we don't have to suspend the trial.
We will do so, Your Honor.
All right, so what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
Well, discovery deadlines have passed, and the Commonwealth shouldn't be in a compromised position of receiving late discovery and trying to deal with it. So I'd like a time certain.
You probably have it, Mr. Alessi, right? You're very well prepared. Do you have all your reciprocal discovery that you need to give the Commonwealth on this witness?
I do not, and not only do I not have all of it, I need to go take a look at to make sure, in light of recent events, that I provide everything to the court. So I can meet a fairly short deadline, assuming I can communicate 3 days.
Can we do it by Monday?
Yes.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So 607, Jim, is the defendant will provide reciprocal discovery by Monday, the 24th. All right. The motion, Commonwealth's motion eliminate to exclude defense expert Michael Easter's opinion of the investigation. So I'll hear you on that, Mr. Brennan. I figure this is probably lengthier than the others.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I figured this might be more than 2 minutes, might be lengthier than the others we've had.
The defense would like to call Mr. Easter to essentially testify about his personal opinions of the investigation, and then to purportedly give opinions about the police investigation, their failure, in his opinion, to pursue certain leads, and to give opinions about their efforts regarding writing reports. This is, from my perspective, tantamount to having a witness come in and vouch for the credibility of defense arguments and essentially summarize arguments. This really, from my perspective, is the role of the defense attorney, to cross-examine the witnesses, to point out the inadequacies, to introduce any documents they have if they want to try to impeach the witnesses, and then the witness would have the opportunity to respond or explain or admit any type failures. This is an attempt to bolster a potential Bowden defense and a third-party culprit defense. It would involve having Mr. Easter come into court and give his own personal opinions about who a target was or who a third-party culprit may be. That would be totally improper opinion and inadmissible. They would want Mr. Easter to come in and to go through protocol of the state and local police and point out what he thinks is failures. So essentially, he's a witness that would come in, promote the defense theories, tout reasonable doubt, and suggest why somebody else committed the crime. I've done quite a bit of research. This is not a summary witness. This is not a witness that has any relevance other than his own personal opinion. This former FBI agent was a full-time member of the CAS department since 2013. He is not in a position to determine the best practices of local or state. If there are different rules and regulations that the defense will attempt to introduce, that will be a separate grounds of whether they're admissible and whether they can confront the witness. And a witness always has a right to explain or challenge accusations against them. And so I see that this witness is really simply a summary witness for the defense, but not summarizing information that the jury can then digest like information in data records or phone records. Rather, a summary witness of a witness who wants to come in and give their personal opinions about this case. I don't see any grounds for admissibility for Mr. Easter to come into this case and give his opinions regarding whether he thinks the police investigation was appropriate or not, or whether he would have directed somebody to do something different, and inevitably whether he thinks somebody is a suspect that was not pursued. That is all in the province of the defense in their case and in their cross-examination. So I don't see any relevance whatsoever of Mr. Easter.
All right, who's arguing for the defendant? So I need you to start by telling me what you expect him to testify to.
I can certainly tell the court that we do not expect to seek testimony or elicit testimony from Mr. Easter as to a third-party culprit.
All right, but who is he? He's a retired FBI agent?
Correct.
So what purpose are you calling him for? What's his testimony on?
To opine on the adequacy of the investigation. He is an expert as it pertains to investigations, investigative protocols, the adequacy of a proper investigation, what investigations should look like, what a proper investigation should look like.
How is he an expert on that? How is that a field, and how is he an expert on it?
I'll go
Is
through
it
that.
something he's done? Has he testified on that in other courts?
He's testified in dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of courts on issues related to investigations. He was a lead case agent for the FBI for many, many years. He taught issues concerning or taught issues specific to proper investigations and investigative techniques.
So do you have a report and CV and all that material
Yes.
that you can share with me?
Sure.
All right.
I've already shared it with the Commonwealth, but I'm happy to share it with the court as well. If I think I can address many of the court's concerns as it pertains to his expertise and why the law in the Commonwealth allows, in 702, allows him, someone with his credentials, to testify to a very specific issue, like, for instance, something beyond the normal capacity of a layperson or a lay juror, and that is proper investigative techniques. A lay juror might not know, for instance, that collecting items in solo cups or grocery bags would be improper. Mike Easter certainly would know that and could opine on whether or not that followed standard protocols. What he's not going to do to assuage the Commonwealth's concerns, he's not going to or we're not going to seek to elicit testimony from Mr. Easter concerning a third-party culprit or who that third-party culprit was, but merely what investigators should do when they walk up to a crime scene and how those crime scenes should be dealt with, etc.
So is the basis of his testimony just crime scene, like collection of evidence, or is it
witness
when
interviews?
somebody tells you somebody may have done it, you're supposed to go follow all those leads? Which is it?
That too, both. Because if someone tells you as an investigator someone else may have done it, you're supposed to follow that lead. That is a proper investigative technique. Of course it is. But it also includes, as the court just noted, things like cordoning off the crime scene, maintaining proper logs, evidence recovery, evidence photographing, logging materials that are moved from the crime scene over to the crime lab, how that's supposed to be done, what types of logs are kept and why those logs are kept, how you bag evidence, how you secure evidence, how you maintain the integrity of evidence, and things of that nature. There is certainly, I would indicate to the court that 702 in Massachusetts mirrors very specifically 702 in the federal courts. It's literally, I looked at them side by side. They're nearly word for word. And the advisory committee notes for Federal Rules of Evidence 702 is very, very instructive on this particular issue, specifically as it pertains to somebody with the expertise in a field like crime scene investigations and investigative protocols. And what the advisory committee notes say is, quote, 702, the rule is broadly phrased. The fields of knowledge which may be drawn upon are not merely limited to, quote, scientific and, quote, technical, the scientific and the technical, but extend to all specialized knowledge. Similarly, the expert is viewed not in a narrow sense, but as a person qualified by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. Thus, within the scope of the rule are not only experts in the strictest sense of the word, for example, physicians, physicists, and architects, but also the large group sometimes called skilled witnesses, such as bankers and landowners testifying to land values. Now, again, obviously, we're not dealing with a banker or landowner, but the advisory notes and the advisory committee on the Rules of Evidence 702, the Federal Rules of Evidence 702 clearly lay out this is exactly the type of field that is subject to expert opinion. Clearly, the Rule 702 allows for experts with specialized experience, specialized knowledge, specialized education beyond that of an average layperson, in particular, in a field without, or in a particular field without resort to, for instance, the generalized scientific methodology that we've heard so much about in some of these motions in limine. I can go through some of his credentials, but Mr. Easter is eminently qualified to provide the jury information about proper and accepted investigative techniques and protocols. As the court noted, or as I just noted to the court, he was an FBI special agent for more than 20 years. He formally coordinated with multi-agency investigative gang task forces in Los Angeles. He worked with multiple agencies responding to dozens of crime scenes, including shootings, stabbings, abductions, child abductions, both domestically and internationally. He was the lead case agent who oversaw arrests and indictments. He received awards and recognitions for his work with the FBI, as well as with state agencies in which he was a task force member. For 11 years, he primarily assisted homicide detectives from LAPD, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and the Los Angeles District Attorney, numerous other agencies as well, state and local agencies, with investigations and prosecution of thousands and thousands of homicides, robberies, kidnappings, other violent crimes. His work and assistance on investigations in LA and across the United States and ultimately internationally has been noted by not only the FBI, but those agencies as well. Just a few of Mr. Easter's experiences and involvements in some of the domestic and international cases include the 2015 San Bernardino mass shooting.
So are these all on his CV that you're going to give me a copy of?
Everything, I believe, all.
I don't need you time again of the restraint. If you're going to give me a copy of the CV, I can read it. You don't need to recite it.
It's either, what I was reciting is either in the CV or in his report.
Okay, so that's what I need. That would be much more helpful to me.
Then I don't know what more the court would like.
So I wanted to know specifically what you intend to have him testify on, but if it's in his report.
It's in his, it broadly is in his report. I don't know exactly every question I'm going to ask him, but I can tell the court in broad brushstrokes. Obviously, we're going to ask him, we've already asked him to review. He's reviewed NOD 1 through 59. We're going to give him the additional NODs that we've got as well. He's going to review everything. And from that, he's going to, I expect, render an opinion about whether or not the investigation followed standards and training, best case practices for an investigative
So I guess
technique.
that's my question. So without seeing the report, where are their standards and best practices? Is that something that somebody can turn to and see codification of it, or is
So-
it just his experience?
No, it's not just his experience. Those standards and practices are oftentimes reduced to writing. They have been reduced to writing with the Massachusetts State Police. So he's reviewed the protocols that are in place for the MSP.
Okay.
He's very familiar with FBI's protocols for investigative techniques and investigative protocols. He'll utilize those skills and that knowledge base to assess his opinion, or to render an opinion and a conclusion concerning what he believes are the proper protocols that should have been followed in this case. That goes directly to our Bowdoin defense, and he is the primary expert that we would use to propound that Bowdoin defense.
All right, can you get me that report before you leave? Do you have it extra?
I think
All right.
I think we probably have an extra copy of it. Yes.
Mr. Brennan, did you want to respond?
I do. Mr. Easter was a agent who did CAST. He did the CLSI. He may have been in hundreds of cases. I'd like to know what cases he's come into court and given his subjective opinion about how he feels an investigation was done. Not a report, not an assignment, but as an expert witness in Bowdoin. How many cases has he gone into court and testified and been allowed to testify about his personal opinion? His experience in the FBI is different than Canton Police Department and the state police. This is just Monday morning quarterbacking, and it's an attempt to bolster argument by counsel so that they can use some type of opinion to lean on when they're arguing to the jury. They should have doubt because of the police investigation. I don't see any recognition under 702 or in law where somebody can come in and subjectively give their opinions. If there is a state police protocol that wasn't followed, then the defense can see if that state police protocol is appropriate. If they're speaking to a state police officer, question them about it and ask them if they did it and why. If this person comes in and gives opinions, there'll be a slew of opinions that are shot like a shotgun approach that will never be able to have an opportunity to explain. Are we going to call in the Canton Police Department again and call in the state police for a second round so they can explain why they chose certain actions that Mr. Easter is criticizing? I don't think this is an appropriate ground for an expert witness. I don't see any cases, I've looked through the state and federal court, that allow an expert to come in on a Bowdoin defense and give their subjective opinion about an investigation they weren't involved with. I don't know that this witness has ever been qualified as a Bowdoin type witness in any court. He may have testified, but about what? And so I think this is a very dangerous proposition. What if the Commonwealth wants to counter and bring in a state police officer to say that the investigation was fantastic, that everybody did a remarkable job under the circumstances? What if we bring in a witness to talk about the fact that the evidence is so overwhelming that it should imply a certain finding by the jury? This invites that. This invites a debate between people's personal opinions. That's done outside of the courtroom, not in a courtroom. We will never have an opportunity to be able to have all the witnesses come back to explain what this witness subjectively thinks was a deficiency. I don't think it's appropriate for expert witness testimony. This is argument by counsel.
Your Honor, very briefly, I gently disagree with Mr. Brennan. He indicates that we want to use an expert to bolster our argument. There's another word for that, or another phrase for that. It's called presenting a defense for someone charged with murder. He indicates, well, what are we going to do? This guy's going to get up there and testify. What am I supposed to do? Call a bunch of other Canton PD officers to talk about how great their investigative techniques were? Yeah, there's another word for that. It's called rebuttal. That's what you're supposed to do. And then he says, well,
You wouldn't
hang on.
be objecting if they called somebody in rebuttal to reinforce a great investigation?
Oh, no. Mr. Brennan said, what if I called in a Massachusetts state police officer to say that this was the best investigation ever? I have two words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that. I'd love a shot
Okay,
at that.
so I said, let's take personal.
That's not an invective. That's not a personal shot at Mr. Brennan. I'm just saying, do it. You want to call in another expert? That's a classic battle of the experts. That's fine. I'll put Mike Easter up against any expert they want to call. But the reality is, Your Honor, we are entitled to present a defense. And part of that defense, the Bowdoin defense, is the adequacy of the investigation. And there's no question that a proper homicide investigation is not something within.
I don't know. So if you can give me a case site for that, all right? That expert testimony regarding a Bowden defense. I've never seen it. I've never seen it in research or anything. So I'd like a case site.
There are certainly cases outside the jurisdiction.
Yep, Massachusetts case. If not, you can give me the outside cases, but I don't believe there's a Massachusetts case where this has been done.
We have searched and searched for a specific case in Massachusetts. There, to my finding, to our finding, there isn't one directly on point, but there are plenty, there's a myriad cases outside the jurisdiction where investigators are called consistently, especially on behalf of the defense, to talk about adequacy of an investigation.
Right.
That is an expert field, one that's utilized throughout the
So
country
I
all
need
the
some
time.
authority, and the more persuasive the authority, the better chance you have at this. Okay?
Sure.
All right. So I think that's it for the motions in limine. Did I miss anything? All right. Well, I need that. Oh,
Your Honor, earlier you alluded to, this what defense wanted to talk further about the ARPA issue, the Rule 14. You said we'll put that off until the end, if I heard you correctly.
I thought you and Mr. Brennan were going to talk about it first. Is that your understanding, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, and we have not.
Yes. So that was my understanding. So impanelment, you don't have anything for me for impanelment?
I regret we don't. We have not spoken.
Your Honor, if I may, on one point on the impanelment.
Sure.
I just know it's the court's preference to have a one-page front and back questionnaire.
Yes.
I was wondering if, in light of the unprecedented pretrial publicity in this case, if Your Honor would consider an additional one-page juror questionnaire that deals with just pretrial publicity. Last month in the Chisholm case, the SJC outlined kind of appropriate questions.
Right.
If in additional to the front and back, there was just one questionnaire that focused just on pretrial publicity, I think that would expedite the impanelment process.
I think that makes sense. Is there any objection from the defense on that? There's been an extraordinary amount of publicity, even far more than the last trial, and so close to jury impanelment. It makes sense to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at for outside cases. No, there's no objection.
All right. So I need the joint questionnaire, and it can be that third page, Ms. McLaughlin. I think that's a great idea. And I was thinking about Chisholm earlier when I was expecting something from the parties. All right. File your questionnaire, file your proposed questions that you would like me to ask the venire and that you would like to ask at sidebar. I need that by tomorrow. So tomorrow by the close of business, I need that. So if I need to see you again next week, we'll let you know on Monday. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, obviously, it'd be a day after Monday then, Judge, right?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, it would be after Monday.
We did file 2 motions today that at some point we'll need a hearing on.
Okay.
The defense just received notice this morning, so they're not prepared for today, but we would want a hearing on both of those motions. The sooner, the better for us.
So why don't we come in next week?
So we are back in next week. Okay. So maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. What, Jim, go and pour me the gin ready. Ice, not much tonic, just loads of gin, please. Please, Jim. So yeah, Eric and everyone's going on the outside to meet the dream team as they come out. Well, hey, cameraman, when the friggin' hell is this hearing next week now? Come on. Tell us. Thank you for watching Core TV. Oh, you bugger off. When's this friggin' hearing next week? What are we doing? What? Next week? Hey, Erica, you might have to ask somebody when it's going to be next week. There's a hearing next week. You mofos! Let me see if there's another stream. You both fools. Why did you close it down now? Oh, every stream's down. You freaking. Oh. Hold the ice, Jim. Make it a triple. Right. Oh, you come back. They're back.
So I will see counsel on whatever is outstanding next Tuesday, the 25th,
25th.
and we'll do that at 11 o'clock.
Tuesday, 25th, 11 o'clock. Erica, do you hear that?
All right.
Yes.
Tuesday, 25th, 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, they're on the way back out now.
Yep, I'm walking out now.
Cool. So there we are, Tuesday, 25th, people.
Thanks, guys.
Next.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
11 o'clock. There you go.
Sounds good. I know, right?
What?
No, somebody held the door for me. They were being nice.
That's nice. Okay. Right, they are going out now, so no more.
So what'd you say, next Tuesday, right?
Next Tuesday, 11 o'clock.
Of course, thank you.
Are you, hopefully you or Dina or both of you are around?
I'll be off, yeah. I'll be able to come.
Cool, there you go.
Yeah. That's good. Oh, for fuck's sake.
We gotta bring it down. What?
I was showing everybody you.
I was looking for
Do you guys see who it is?
Yeah, so it
What's that on
is.
Twitter?
Hmm?
On what? Yeah, people like. I ain't on Twitter, so I don't.
You gotta do one of those booby pics of him.
Yeah, that's why I don't go.
I'll do more for him than that. Right. Hang on, let me make Erica bigger.
So many.
You don't gotta do that, believe me. Is that side joke? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it was just same motion.
Where is it?
And it's not like she lost the big one. I thought.
Big
I'm just
box.
giving everybody the 360 view.
We don't like that view.
Says the guy. Sorry.
Yeah. We've never liked him.
Grant, I know. Awful.
Well, it's what he says about Eden and people. We just
I
don't
know.
support him.
He's just a gross. But he's also like a pathological liar too.
I know, but the R word he uses and stuff, it's not nice, to call anybody that. But
I know. It could ruin somebody's life.
Yeah. So, and he does says a lot of stuff about Meredith as well. Have you seen Meredith? Meredith?
Meredith is she'll be coming out soon.
No, yeah. How do you say it? Meredith? Because we would say Meredith.
He's only consistent about being.
Oh, okay.
How you pronounce it?
How come you left that out, but be nice to Christina?
She's a hack.
No, she's a very nice.
She's a hack.
She goes to my school.
I don't care. Doesn't mean shit. See, asking you sell received.
There you go.
Hi, how are you? Good, thank you.
I feel like I haven't seen you in forever.
I know, it's been so long. How y'all doing? Good?
Good.
Don't let.
I've been here.
Don't let him.
No, I know. That's why I'm standing here.
Yeah.
You know how many months to get him?
He ain't gonna do nothing.
No one said he was.
I just have to stay out of the street.
Erica, hit the front so you can block up these.
You got it.
You might want to talk to her now.
Meredith.
Yeah.
Meredith. Meredith?
Look aside.
Might have something to
Remember Grant?
I'll go.
They're mental, dude.
Hey, look at that. Why don't they just leave her alone?
It's insane, right?
It's terrible.
Like, people don't get it. But then it's like, hey, can I get a selfie? Hold on. Yeah, can I get it? Like,
Yeah.
it's absurd some days,
But the media should know better, though.
No, absolutely. I'm saying, though, but look at what she has to go through on top of that. But people just don't. She's a human,
Yeah. Dennis Sweeney, hey guys, great job, Erica.
Good, bad, different. All I can ask you is about the weather.
Idiots. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Liza. It's all right. Him of all people.
Go on, Minion Mike.
I won't argue with this. It's self-explanatory. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. I can wear green. I look good in green.
Look at anything. Who you shitting?
What's your name? Nice to meet you. I tried. Well, you too.
Leslie's a legend.
Yeah, they're cool. Alessi's awesome too. He's talking to this young girl.
How are you, Mace?
Hi, baby. How are you? Have a good day. And you look at all the traffic it causes and people freaking out and looking across the street and
Just so much.
it's crazy, right? She's
It's
innocent. Like, just let her go.
It's probably different in person as well. Do you mean?
Oh
to
yeah,
what we
it's so
see?
insane in person. It's definitely way more insane in person.
Because it's manic here now watching this, but oh,
Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi.
okay, oi.
Yeah, they're in. There he is.
I agree, Wicked Sight. The fire the defense brought today, they ain't having it anymore. I agree.
Say what?
They're saying that how fiery the defense was today, that they're not messing about anymore.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. Absolutely. I think so too.
it was great to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Now it's getting warm out again.
There you go. Did Dina like her picture?
Yeah, oh yeah, we all loved her picture. Oh no, I was talking about Dina. Bye, baby. I'll see you later. Have a good day. Drive safe.
Yeah.
Dina, he said, did you like your picture?
Oh my God. I loved it.
Everyone loved it.
I did. I really loved it. It's
I
you
got-
know what? I have a thicker skin now with the trolls, so I don't give a shit.
Absolutely.
Every time they post a picture of me dancing to the glare as, super chat dance, it inspires me, so they can keep on fucking posting it. It doesn't
There you
matter.
go. Look at that.
Dylan,
Matt, are you around next Tuesday?
I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna try to put in for the day out of work.
Well, it's
So
11 o'clock.
if it's not me, it'll be Erica. We'll do it together.
Yeah, we'll do it
Is
together.
that
11
better?
o'clock. 11 o'clock on Tuesday. Or 10.
All right.
Bye.
Are you heading
Right.
out? All right.
Erica,
I'm gonna
thank
say
you
bye
so
to
much.
everybody and
Yeah.
figure out what we're doing.
Thank you so much, Erica.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. It was a great time.
So
And
we'll
if you
be
need it-
doing this with
Yeah.
you or Dina or both of you next Tuesday about
Hell
10
yeah.
o'clock. Let's do
Yeah,
it 10
you got
o'clock.
it. Absolutely. We'll be there.
Thank you, Erica. Take care of yourself,
No
darling.
problem. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
I love you. Take care. Ta-ra. Oh, great. That was Erica Walsh. Happy days. Look at that. What a great day. Ish. I love that. I hope you enjoy that, people. We're trying to try and bring that to you every trial. Bring the boots on the ground so you can meet them a lot more than once the trial starts. Right. It's been over 7 hours. Thank you so much for joining me today. What was I going to say? I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. Not streaming tomorrow because obviously it's a delayed trial. I have two of my youngest nieces here tomorrow, so a 5-year-old and a 13-year-old here tomorrow. So I want to spend the day with them. The weather's nice, and I'm supposed to have them just in the morning and hand them over, but I'm just going to spend the day with them. So that's what my plan is tomorrow. And my eldest niece is 18 and on Saturday, so I want to spend the next couple of days with family. So I hope you all understand. We'll be back then on Monday for Jennifer McCabe's thingy on Monday as well, day 15 and 16, I think it is. So we'll do that. But I really do appreciate you, everybody. And thank you, Dana. Well, I say, okay, Dana, but thank you to Tracy for thank you to Dana and Tracy for allowing us to collaborate. I love it. Love boots on the ground. We got the same ethos, same viewpoints. We're here for each other. So thank you so much to all of you and for being here. Enjoy family every chance. I agree. That's why I want to spend the day with them. It's just going to be the morning, but then I was like, you know what? I want to spend the day with them. They growed up so quick. My eldest niece is 18 on Saturday and going off to university. So I was like, oh my God, this time just flies by. So, Lisa Reed, how are those videos coming along? I'm still waiting for them. Nice to see you, my darling. Right, everybody. Happy 18th for my niece. Thank you, thank you. And she just got notification she's won a scholarship to university as well for one of the universities, which is the top 2 choice. So she's thrilled to bits with that. So yeah. Thank you, Toba Girls. Nice to see you as well. So we'll see you all Monday at 2:45. Well, I'll see some of you anyway on Monday, 9:45 for day 15 and 16 of the retrial. So they're coming. There you go. I like to hear the coming bit. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. I will end the stream right there. Thank you again to Erica and Bettina to come in. And, you know, again, love you, Tracy, and we tolerate you, Dana. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. And I hope you enjoy the ad-free coverage that we do provide. Right. Now go and watch some of the attorneys and explain. Oh, also, by the way, I will just say the Jackson, Yannetti, and Little being on the defense, being on Commonwealth list, people are going nuts, going, they can't be. Lawyer, Peter Trago said it's normal, it's absolutely fine, don't worry about it. It doesn't affect the trial one bit, so whatever. Lona, my darling, hope you're doing well, my darling, as well. So, Hippie Chick, I'm glad you extended your stay. I need to look at that as well. So, Robbie G, have a good night to see if we can stay longer in Boston for the trial. Right, everybody, take care. Good night. Bye bye, baby.